and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 11 plus hours of science. Mysteries, a sleep science compilation. This series includes Ancient Mysteries, mysteries about the Bermuda Triangle, lost civilizations, mysteries. Science can't explain and unexplainable mysteries, geology for over 11 continuous hours of soothing calm. This compilation draws on the soothing frequencies and concepts to create the ultimate backdrop for deep sleep. Tune into the void. Let this sleep science wash over you and sleep soundly through the night. These videos provide a unique, deep auditory background for the perfect night's rest, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, 100 ancient mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the baffling geometry rising from the Bosnian hills, the Indus Valley's vast cities falling silent in an instant, and the star-driven code etched into Göbekli Tepe's ancient pillars, hinting at a purpose far older and stranger than history admits. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into ancient mysteries beneath the island of Malta, carved into the living limestone. 3 levels descending into darkness. The Hal Saflieni hypogeum breathes. 7,000 skeletons once pressed together in those chambers. 7,000 souls sleeping in the stone. Your breathing matches theirs now. Slow, slower. Each exhale releasing, releasing. The upper level carved with red ochre spirals, painted ceilings that once glowed in torchlight, deliberately destroyed, scraped away by someone, something, in the early 1900s. Why erase such beauty, such sacred geometry? No one knows, no one remembers. The oracle chamber waits in the darkness, a small carved room where sound behaves impossibly. A voice spoken there booms 7 times louder. 7 times. The number echoing through limestone corridors, through bone and stone. Your voice would thunder there, but here, now, everything softens. A male voice in that chamber resonates at exactly 110 hertz, the frequency that shuts down the prefrontal cortex, the thinking mind going quiet. Quiet. Studies show this frequency induces trance states, visions. The ancient priests knew this, carved the chamber to capture that exact tone. Your thoughts dissolving now, like mist, like smoke. Feel your jaw loosening, tongue falling heavy in your mouth. The hypogeum's 2nd level remains sealed, forbidden. What lies in those lower chambers? What couldn't be disturbed? The Maltese authorities keep it locked, always locked. Some say there are passages that go even deeper, connecting to other sites, an entire underground network beneath the island, stretching for miles through the porous limestone, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the drip of water in those sealed chambers. Above ground, the Tarxian temples spread their massive stones. In 1915, farmers found something there, the lower half of a colossal statue. Just the legs and feet remain, the torso lost, destroyed, stolen. The feet are enormous, carved with pleated skirts. Whoever this figure was stood perhaps 9 feet tall. Some call them the Giants, the race that built these impossible temples before recorded history. Your muscles melting into the mattress, heavy, so heavy. The locals call the temples Gantia, Tower of the Giantess, built by a woman who could lift these 50-ton stones like pebbles, carrying her baby in one arm, stone in the other, nursing while she built. Let your shoulders drop deeper. At Tarxian, the animal reliefs curve along the stone. Bulls and sows, goats and rams. Were they sacrificed here, or were they symbols? Protective totems watching over the living and dead. The spiral screens stand between chambers, carved with hypnotic whorls, hiding something, concealing the inner sanctum from profane eyes. What happened behind those screens, in the Holy of Holies, where only the initiated could enter, your eyelids growing heavy, heavier. The Mnadra temple complex sits on Malta's southern coast, facing the sea, the horizon. 3 temples aligned with such precision. On the spring equinox, dawn light penetrates the entrance, crawling like a serpent across the altar stone, illuminating the shrine. The autumn equinox brings the same serpent at sunset, slithering in reverse, light and shadow performing their ancient dance. You don't need to understand. Just feel the warmth of that imaginary sun on your face. Golden, drowsy. The summer solstice at Mnadra brings light flooding the left edge of the entrance. Winter solstice, the right edge. These temple builders tracked the heavens with impossible accuracy. 5,000 years before telescopes, before computers, just stone and starlight and generations of patient watching. Your breathing deepening, automatic, effortless. In the South Temple at Najdra, there's a hidden oracle pit, a small hole drilled into the floor. The priest would speak up through it, the stone channeling sound, making the floor itself seem to speak, the goddess speaking through stone, through earth. Feel the weight of your body sinking through the sheets, through the mattress. The Hegashim temple sits nearby, massive megaliths assembled with astronomical precision. The largest stone weighs over 20 tons, moved somehow, shaped somehow, with only stone tools and patience. The courtyard contains mushroom-shaped limestone altars and small statues they call the Fat Lady figurines, obese women with enormous hips and thighs, or perhaps pregnant, fertility made stone. Some are faceless, features worn away by centuries of touching. Pilgrims seeking blessing, seeking conception. Your hands resting now palms up, fingers curled like flower petals closing. At Hagar Kim, oracle holes pierce the stone, perfectly drilled apertures connecting chambers, allowing voices to pass, prayers to travel. The stones whisper to each other still. If you press your ear close, you can hear the island breathing, your own breath matching that rhythm. In, out. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. The fat lady statues might not be human at all. Some scholars suggest perhaps they represent the Earth itself, the fertile, abundant planet, curves and folds like hills and valleys. Beyond the temples, carved into limestone bedrock, the cart ruts stretch for miles. Parallel grooves worn deep into stone. Some are 3 feet deep, carved by centuries of something. Wheels, sledges, dragged again and again along the same path. At Misra Gail Kabir, the densest network of cart ruts on Earth tangles like veins, crossing, overlapping. A transportation system from an age before wheels should exist on Malta. Your thoughts becoming tangled too, crossing, fading. The ruts run straight to the edge of cliffs and continue underwater, disappearing beneath the Mediterranean. Were these carved when sea level was lower, when Malta was larger, connected perhaps to Sicily, to Africa? Let your legs go completely loose. Feel them getting heavier. The cart ruts at Crendy dive underwater and never resurface. They continue down the slope, into the blue darkness. How far did they go? Where were they heading? The underwater ruts at Tau Trapner plunge into depths where no one has followed. Explorers have found them at Cortin too, disappearing into cliffs, into the sea. A network of grooves suggesting an island much larger than what remains. Your mind drifting out with those submerged paths, following them down into cool darkness. At the Zagora Stone Circle on Gozo, archaeologists discovered over 700 carved stone spheres, perfectly round, ranging from marble-sized to bowling ball-sized. Some are decorated, some plain. What were they? Offerings, toys, weapons, counting tools. Your mind too tired to solve it. The site also yielded 2,000 human burials, bones stacked and sorted, skulls separated from long bones, red ochre painted everywhere. The death cult of Zagora, fertility through sacrifice, life emerging from death. Your heartbeat steady, thump, thump, ancient as those buried bones. The Brochtov circle once had painted walls, vivid reds and blacks, geometric patterns dancing across the stone. Now they've faded, almost gone. The oracle room there whispered to the dead, to the living. But the acoustics have changed, the magic weakened. At Talwater Valley, painted necropolises still hide, waiting to be found. Red hands pressed to cave ceilings at Garrissy, at Mixter Cave, 5,000-year-old palms, fingers spread, reaching up. Why did they mark these places? Territory, prayer, warning. Your own hands completely still now, resting on your chest, rising, falling. On Gozo, the Talmixter Cave holds Mother Goddess carvings. The Talmuksi goddess figurines were found in a hoard, hidden, buried. Why would someone conceal these sacred objects? Were they fleeing? Were they stolen? Let these questions drift away, unimportant now. At Tamargiana, more goddess figurines emerge from the earth, their faces calm, their bodies abundant, fertile, eternal. The Talkadi stone fragment might be the oldest star map in the world. 5,000 years old, carved with dots and lines, constellations. Scholars call it the Sky Tablet. Does it show Orion, the Pleiades, the path of Venus? Your own vision filling with stars now, pinpricks of light behind your eyelids, drifting, spinning slowly. Feel your face muscles releasing, forehead smooth as still water. The temple called Tas Silg has 3 goddesses layered into one site. First the Neolithic goddess, then the Phoenician Astarte, then the Roman Juno. 3 names, 3 cultures, one sacred place. The divine feminine persisting through millennia, through invasions, through change. Some places hold holiness so strong it survives everything. Your body holding you just as faithfully, supporting, cradling. At Skorba temples, archaeologists found what might be the oldest religious room in the world. The red ochre shrine dates back over 6,000 years. Red painted walls in a small chamber. What happened there? Shamans dancing, priestesses divining. The fig tree shrine at Skorba remains mysterious. Why was that tree sacred? Did they eat the fruit in ritual? Did they burn the wood? Your thoughts becoming smoky, unfocused, comfortable. The Hippogram's sleeping lady figurine was found in one of the chambers. A small woman lying on her side, eyes closed. Is she sleeping, dying, in trance, hypnotized? The pose is serene, peaceful, like you are now. Your body arranged on the mattress just so, limbs heavy, breath slow, drifting toward that same peaceful nowhere. In Gardalam Cave, the deepest deposits contain bones of dwarf hippos and dwarf elephants, extinct for millennia. Mixed with these animal bones, human teeth, cut marks on hippo bones. Someone was butchering these animals, eating them, when Malta was so different, when megafauna roamed. Your own animal body at rest now, all hunter-gatherer tension released. At Borg in Nada, massive defensive walls surround a Bronze Age settlement. But was it for war or for ritual? The walls are enormous, built to keep something out, or something in. Nearby, child burials suggest ritual sacrifice, or simply the high infant mortality of that age. The line between sacred and violent so thin in ancient times. Your breathing so gentle now, barely stirring the air. The Santa Verna temple has completely disappeared. No trace remains. Deliberately buried, destroyed, or perhaps it never existed at all. A phantom temple. The Begibba temple's twin has likewise vanished, its altar stone gone. The Tarkuljut dolmen moved or destroyed. The Talgarga temple utterly lost. So many sacred spaces erased. Why? Your memory of today erasing too, details fading. Only this moment, this breath, this heaviness. at Wadia Tassanbrinkor, strange Punic cisterns might be star map observatories, carved into rock, aligned with something celestial, water collected in them, and at night, stars reflected on the surface, a map in water, in stone, in sky. The boundaries between elements dissolving, like your boundaries dissolving now, where you end and the bed begins becoming uncertain. The Debdeba standing stone aligns with the sun on specific days, a calendar in stone, marking planting, harvest, ritual times, your own body keeping time without thought, heart beating, lungs filling, cells dividing, ancient rhythms continuing. At Magar Ezjini, an underwater cave might contain a temple entrance. Divers have explored it, but not fully. Something back there in the darkness, chambers, carvings, or just shadows and imagination. The Delamara Peninsula has submerged megalithic walls. The Ras El Hofra harbour walls sit underwater. How much of Malta's prehistory lies beneath the waves? The sea took it. The sea keeps those secrets. Ras El Khaimah has megalithic structures visible underwater. Malta's Atlantis, some claim. Though probably just a temple complex built when coastlines were different. When this was all dry land. Your conscious mind submerging too, going under, into the depths. The Slendy Bay underwater megalith sits in the blue, stones arranged, shaped, too perfect for nature. The Zat El Amar diving temple is visible only when you swim down, descend, enter the blue silence. The Talkakatura temple complex rests beneath waves. The Ras El Pellegrin West Temple now underwater. So many temples taken by the sea, your thoughts taken by sleep, pulled down, Adwaira. The inland sea connects to the Mediterranean through a natural arch, and beneath the water, ruins, or so some say, stones that might be worked, arranged, or might be geology, playing tricks in the wavering light, your perception playing tricks too, the room darkening, lightening, breathing. The blue grotto on Malta's southern coast plunges deep. A submerged passage leads somewhere. The ancient people might have believed it went to the underworld, a literal doorway to the realm of the dead. When the light is right, the water glows electric blue, phosphorescent, like the after images behind your eyelids, blue and purple, drifting. Calypso Cave on Gozo claims to be the cave from Homer's Odyssey, where the goddess Calypso kept Odysseus for 7 years. The view from the cave mouth overlooks Ramla Bay, red sand beach, turquoise water. Did Homer know this place? Did he visit? Or is it just wishful thinking? Geography and myth blending, like dream and reality blending, yes, now, for you. Fungal Rock stands offshore from Gozo, a massive rock formation. On its flat top grows a plant, a mould, that the Knights of Malta guarded jealously. They built a guard station to prevent anyone from harvesting it. This plant, this mould, had medicinal properties, they said. Valuable, secret. Or perhaps it was just about controlling something, owning something rare. You'll need to control anything slipping away. The guard station crumbled. The mold remains, indifferent to human claims. The Talradiana painted hypogeum remains hidden, unexcavated. Locals know it's there, somewhere, but it stays concealed, waiting. Some mysteries prefer to stay buried. Your own mysteries sinking deep. Personal history becoming irrelevant. Just this body, this breath, this moment. At Tar-Hagrat temples, a double oracle niche suggests communication with two deities simultaneously. One priestess in each niche, voices combining, harmonizing, speaking for multiple gods. Your own inner voices going quiet, all the chattering, planning, worrying, fading to whisper, to silence. The Talmentna catacomb labyrinth twists underground, corridors branching, dead-ending, designed to confuse, to test the initiate. Only those who knew the path could reach the center, the burial chambers, the offerings. You don't need to find any path now. You're already here, already arrived. Nothing to seek. Gar Kaukla is an oracle cave with perfect acoustics. Natural stone formations creating resonance, amplification. The ancient people discovered it, used it, built rituals around what the earth gave them. Your own skull a resonance chamber, filled with the white noise of blood flow, static, peaceful static. At San Lorenzo on Gozo, dolmen fields spread across hillsides, megalithic burial markers, stone tables for the dead. The Carlota Babira has a row of standing stones, menhirs aligned, a prehistoric cemetery, or an astronomical calendar, or both. Death and time measured together, your sense of time dissolving. This could be 10 minutes or 10 hours into the video. Impossible to tell. Doesn't matter. The Kirkham Stone Sphere workshop produced hundreds of those mysterious carved balls, a factory for the sacred, for the ritual. What were they making? Why did Malta need so many spheres? They pile up in archaeological storage, unexplained, like questions piling up and then releasing, letting go, not needing answers. At Tas Saraflu, a sacred pool collected water. Was it for healing, for baptism, for sacrifice? People came to this pool for thousands of years, dipping their hands, their feet, their faces, the water, accepting everything, holding everything, like sleep accepts you, holds you, ask nothing of you. The Majmuna stone is covered with cup marks, small circular depressions carved into the surface. Hundreds of them. What do they mean? Prayers, offerings, a counting system, star chart. Your thoughts now like those empty cups, hollow, receptive, waiting to be filled with nothing but darkness and rest. The Zemshija tomb features spiral corridors. Walking them would take you in circles, a labyrinth to confuse spirits, or to transform the initiate. The spiral as pathway inward, downward, into the center, into yourself, into nothing. Your consciousness spiraling down, following those ancient grooves. At Gar Hassan Cave, graffiti might be Carthaginian or older, symbols and marks scratched into stone. People saying I was here across millennia. The cave itself screams back when you shout into it. The acoustics perfect for ritual, for invocation. But you don't need to shout, barely need to breathe. The softest whisper enough. The Abattoir Deja is a 6th century painted hippogoyum, Christian by then, but built in the ancient style, underground chambers, connecting. Red ochre still visible on walls. The old religion never fully died, just transformed, renamed. Your own transformation happening now, from waking to floating to somewhere beyond. Near Gantia in the 1800s, farmers reported finding enormous bones, giant bones, they said. Perhaps the race that built the temples. The bones disappeared, lost to private collections or to time. Were they real? Were they mammoth bones? Human bones enlarged by imagination. Another mystery lost. Your body feeling enormous now, or very small, proportions shifting in the darkness. The Carlota Santa Caterina might be a prehistoric fort temple. Defensive walls, ritual spaces, combined. The line between sacred and secular, between temple and fortress, unclear in these ancient sites. Everything was holy. Everything was practical. Your breathing both automatic and miraculous, both nothing and everything. At Tar Lambert, dolmen fields spread across the landscape. Malta's forgotten Stonehenge, burial chambers, or gathering places. The stones weathered, scattered, some removed, used in later buildings. The ancient sacred repurposed, recycled. Limestone returning to limestone, dust to dust. Your body already dust, animated briefly, returning, letting go. The Barija culture represents a mysterious, isolated group. They lived differently, buried differently. Who were they? Why separate? Did they resist the temple-building culture? Did they worship other gods? Or no gods? Your own isolation complete now, alone in the darkness, safe, held. Gajnil Kabira is Malta's oldest mother goddess spring, water flowing from earth, life-giving, sacred. People came here before the temples, before agriculture. When Malta was different, the spring still flows, indifferent to human history. Your own fluids flowing, blood, lymph, cerebrospinal fluid, ancient tides within. The rumoured Tal Kera's submerged city off Gozo coast. Local fishermen speak of seeing walls underwater, foundations. But official surveys find nothing. Does it exist? Is it geology misread? Or is it there, waiting, deeper than anyone has looked? Your mind going deeper than you've ever looked, past memory, past self, into the void that holds everything. Gajan Tafiha rumours speak of another sunken city, stones arranged under the waves, or just stones. The stories persist, passed from fisherman to fisherman. The sea keeps taking, the island keeps shrinking. Eventually it will all return to water, but not tonight, not yet. You're safe here, dry, warm, heavy, sinking into the bed but going nowhere. The Rasir Raheb clifftop temple was allegedly erased by the Knights of Malta. They built their own structures, Christian fortification, on top of pagan sites, covering, concealing. Or perhaps the temple never existed, a legend, a place misremembered. Your own memories from earlier today already uncertain, already dreamlike. At Exrob El Gagin, a Phoenician Carthaginian temple mystery remains. The site shows multiple occupations, multiple purposes, each culture adding, subtracting, changing, until the original purpose is buried under layers of intention, like your conscious intention buried now under layers of relaxation, of letting go, of not trying. The Talvaleja underwater city claim persists despite no evidence. Local tradition insists it's there, somewhere. The believing makes it real in a way. The landscape of myth overlaying the landscape of stone and sea. Your waking life becoming myth, something that happened once, to someone, long ago, not important now. At Tavaleja on Gozo, the mother goddess spring flows, or did flow. Some springs have dried, the water table dropping, changing. Malta's water is precious, was always precious. These islands are limestone, porous. Water filters down, down, into aquifers, into darkness. Your consciousness filtering down too, through layers, into the aquifer of sleep, the deep reservoir where everything rests. Cart ruts at Cortin disappear into cliff faces, the cliff edge younger than the ruts. Erosion took the land, but the grooves remain, half paths leading to nothing, to air. You don't need a destination. This drifting is enough. The motion itself, the floating, the gradual dissolution of boundaries. Gyarbitija contains spiral labyrinth caves, natural limestone caverns that twist, turn. A person could get lost in there, in the darkness, underground. But you're not lost. You're exactly where you need to be, horizontal, relaxed, eyes closed or closing, heart rate slowing, thump, thump, like footsteps in those caves, echoing, fading. The Mgar temple's vanished twin haunts the historical record, mentioned in old documents, in travellers' accounts. But where was it? What happened? Buildings disappear. Even massive stone temples can vanish if enough time passes. If enough stone gets repurposed. Your thoughts vanishing now, one by one, like stars at dawn, fading into the lightening sky of sleep. At Garmuxion Gozo, an underground resonance chamber amplifies sound, like the hypogeum. Natural acoustics discovered, utilized. The island is full of these acoustic wonders, as if the earth itself wants to sing, to speak. But what it says is wordless, just tone, just vibration. Your body vibrating at its lowest frequency now, almost still, almost silent. The Brockdorf Circle Oracle Room has faded, the painted walls flaking, disappearing. What was once vivid is now ghost pale, shadows of images, the dead speaking quieter each century. Or perhaps we've just forgotten how to listen. Your own listening turning inward to the sound of your breath, your pulse, the ringing silence of deep relaxation, the Holy of Holies niche in the hypogeum. What object sat in that carved space? What idol? What offering? What sacred thing? The niche is empty now, has been empty for 5,000 years, but its emptiness feels sacred too, pregnant with absence, like your mind becoming empty, sacred. The most important thoughts are no thoughts. The most important action is no action. Just this, just being, just breathing. At the Bermuda temple site, the altar stone has vanished, removed, stolen, destroyed. The focal point of ritual gone, but the stones remain. The foundation stays. What matters endures. Your foundation is this bed, this pillow, this mattress holding you like the earth holds everything, faithful, constant. The Talcadi sky tablet fragments sit in a museum, dots and lines, perhaps stars, perhaps not, perhaps just decoration. The ancient people looked up at night, same stars we see, but saw different patterns, told different stories, made different meanings. Your meanings drifting away, the stars just stars, the breath just breath. Dwejra inland sea rumours of ruins persist, stones worked by hands, arranged with intention, or are they natural? The line between nature and culture, between geology and archaeology, so unclear underwater, in the shifting light, in the moving currents, everything uncertain, everything possible. Let the uncertainty cradle you, rock you gently. You don't need to know, don't need to solve, just need to float, to drift, to let the current take you deeper into rest, into restoration, into the soft dark place where sleep begins and continues and holds you safely, completely. Your breathing matching the rhythm of waves lapping against those submerged stones. In, out, rise, fall. Ancient and automatic, natural as tides, as seasons, as the slow turning of stone into sand. You're becoming like those submerged temples, consciousness descending, going under, heavy with history, with fatigue, with the accumulated weight of the day releasing down through the water, down to where pressure equalizes, where everything is suspended, balanced, quiet. Your muscles no longer receiving signals to stay alert. The ancient stoneworkers knew about weight, about balance, about settling. They placed 50-ton blocks so perfectly they need no mortar, stone resting on stone, held by its own mass, by gravity. You held the same way, by gravity, by earth, by the simple physics of rest. The Skorba fig tree shrine reminds us that plants were sacred too, not just stone, not just stars, but the living green world, trees that fruit, that provide, that shade. The fig sacred to many cultures, associated with fertility, with sweetness, with knowledge. Knowledge settling like fruit falling from a tree, soft landing, returning to earth. The tree doesn't try to hold its fruit. Lets go when the time comes. You letting go now. Thoughts falling away, landing softly, composting into the soil of sleep. The sleeping lady figurine from the apogum models the position of perfect rest. On her side, knees drawn up, one arm bent under her head. The ancient artist carved her with such care, such tenderness. She has been sleeping in stone for 5,000 years, her sleep unbroken, untroubled. Join her, your body arranging itself naturally, finding the position that asks nothing, that holds everything. Let your knees bend if they want to, your arms settle where they're comfortable. No wrong position, only the position your body chooses in this moment, in this soft darkness. At St. Paul's catacombs, the agape tables still exist. Stone tables where early Christians held ritual meals with their dead, dining with ancestors, sharing bread, sharing memory, the dead not gone, but present at the table. Your own ancestors present too, perhaps, in your DNA, in your habits, in the shape of your face as it relaxes, softens. Generations of faces settling towards sleep, the genetic memory of rest, older than language, older than temples. The Malta cart ruts have been theorized endlessly. Sledges, wheeled carts, stone balls rolled in grooves. No one knows. The ruts remain. The knowing is lost. Some things are just mystery. Will always be mystery. No amount of study penetrating the silence of stone. Your own mystery safe. Your inner world unknowable to anyone else. Private. Protected. The solitude of consciousness, both lonely and safe. You're the only one in here. The only one who needs to be. The Tarxin temple's animal reliefs curve along the stone. Bulls with curved horns, sows with many teats, goats and sheep. The ancient farmers carved what they knew, what fed them, what they depended on. The relationship between human and animal so different then, more intimate, more vital. You likely ate no animal today without thinking much about it, but they knew each beast, raised it, killed it, thanked it. Your own animal nature acknowledged now. This body that needs rest, that needs darkness, that needs horizontal time to restore. No apology, no guilt, just biology, just nature, just the simple requirement of rest. At Hagar Kia, the oracle holes allow voices to pass between chambers. Sound travelling through stone, through the massive walls, the priest speaking, the priestess answering, a conversation between the human and the divine. But perhaps the divine was just another human in another room, voice disguised by stone, by echoes, by expectation. Does it matter? The comfort was real. The ritual served its purpose. Your own inner voice is quieting now. No conversation needed, no questions, no answers. Just the white noise of existence. The static of being, comfortable, meaningless, restful. The Brockdorf Circle death cult suggests fertility through sacrifice, life emerging from death, the bones of 2,000 people mixed with pottery, with figurines, with offerings, red ochre everywhere, red like blood, like rust, like earth, the colour of life and death simultaneously, your own blood moving slowly now, viscous, heavy, red rivers carrying oxygen, carrying warmth, your internal temperature dropping slightly as sleep approaches, the body cooling, conserving, settling. At Tassilg, 3 goddesses occupy one space, the Neolithic Mother, Phoenician Astarte, Roman Juno. Each culture seeing something different in the same stones, the same locations sacred for different reasons, or the same reasons with different names: fertility, protection, victory, the eternal feminine in all her aspects. Your own feminine or masculine energy doesn't matter here, just the energy itself, fading, banking like a fire at night, coals glowing, mostly ash, mostly rest. The hypogeum's 110 Hz resonance frequency shuts down the thinking mind. Studies have shown this. The prefrontal cortex going quiet, the analytical brain releasing. What's left is the older brain, the mammalian brain, the reptilian brain. Just sensation, just being, no planning, no worrying, no remembering, just the eternal now, which is where you are, where you've always been, where you always will be. This breath, this heartbeat, thump, thump, this soft moment, stretching, infinite. Gardalam cave goes deep into the earth, layers of sediment, layers of time. At the bottom, dwarf hippo bones, dwarf elephant bones. Malta was different then, connected to Sicily, or at least closer, the megafauna roaming, grazing. Then the sea rose, the island shrank, the animals went extinct. Everything changes, everything passes, but somehow life continues, adapts, persists. Your own adaptability brought you here, to this moment, to this rest. You've survived every difficult day you've ever had. 100% success rate. Your body knows how to keep you alive. Let it do its work. Stop supervising, stop monitoring, just trust, just sink, just let go. The Manadra solstice shadow serpent crawls across stone twice a year, light and shadow creating the illusion of movement. The snake sacred to Mediterranean cultures, symbol of rebirth, of healing. The snake that sheds its skin, becoming new. You shedding your day now, slipping out of it like a snake from old skin. The old day crumpled behind you, tomorrow's skin not yet grown. This in-between time, this liminal space, neither awake nor asleep, neither today nor tomorrow, just the threshold, the doorway, the passage, and in passages, we need no light, just faith that the other side exists. At Gar, she, red ochre hands pressed to the ceiling. 5,000 years ago, someone stood in that cave, dipped their hand in red pigment, reached up, pressed. Why? Claiming the space, blessing it, marking presence. I was here. I lived. I pressed my hand to stone, and the hand remains. The person long dissolved, but the gesture persists. Your own gestures today, the hands that typed, that held, that touched, all those movements already in the past, already dissolving, the hands themselves still here, but quiet now, still, resting on your chest, on your sides, wherever they've landed. Let them stay. Don't adjust. Perfect as they are. The Talgadi star map, if that's what it is, shows the ancient people watching the sky, tracking patterns, noting cycles, the stars wheeling overhead, predictable, eternal. your own stars behind your eyelids, phosphines, little lights that aren't lights, neural firing, random or patterned. Watch them, let them drift. They're making their own constellations, their own meanings, personal cosmology. No one has ever seen these exact patterns. No one ever will again. Private universe, collapsing, expanding, breathing, Ataradiena. A painted hypogeum waits underground, unexcavated, hidden. Some things stay buried, should stay buried perhaps. Not every mystery needs solving, not every chamber needs entering. Some spaces remain sacred through their inaccessibility. Your own inner chambers stay enclosed tonight. The deep memories, the old wounds, the complicated feelings, all of it can wait, all of it locked away, safe. You don't need to examine anything, understand anything, just need to be here, in the simple space, the uncomplicated now. The Zagra death cult built the Brochtov Circle, a place for dying, for burying, for remembering. Death central to their religion, their culture, not hidden, not avoided, but acknowledged, honoured, fed, the dead dining with the living preparing to join the dead. The cycle acknowledged, feared and accepted simultaneously. You're not dying, but you're practicing. Sleep the little death, ego dissolving, consciousness fragmenting, the self becoming scattered. And then morning comes, and you reassemble, resurrection daily. Tonight's small death suite, invited, necessary. At Gar Hassan, the cave screams back, echo perfect, reverb eternal. Shout into it and hear yourself returned, transformed, louder, strange. The ancients must have thought the cave alive, possessed, speaking, but it's just physics, just the shape of stone, the angle of walls, your own inner cave full of echoes too, thoughts bouncing, reflecting, usually, but now, going quiet, the echoes fading, each thought weaker than the last, until silence, pure, empty, full silence, the kind that holds everything. The Kirkham Stone Sphere workshop produced ritual objects for centuries, carved by hand, patient work, hours per sphere, days, weeks for the large ones. Why, what were they for? Some suggest astronomical models, solar system, planetary orbits. Others say fertility symbols, eggs of the goddess, birth, beginning, wholeness, circle, sphere, complete, nothing missing, nothing extra, like this moment, complete, requiring nothing, sufficient unto itself. At Gyantija, some believe the temples were for healing, that sick people came there, slept in the chambers, received dreams, the gods speaking through sleep, through visions, prescribing remedies, offering comfort. You receiving healing now too, the body repairing during sleep, cells dividing, proteins synthesizing, memories consolidating, the unconscious brain working, solving problems, integrating experience. You don't have to do anything. The body does it, has always done it, will always do it. Faithful, miraculous, ignored until it fails. Appreciate it now. This breathing, this beating, this digesting, this healing. Thank you, body. Thank you. Rest now. Restore. The Malta-rumoured underground city network supposedly connects all the temples, all the hypogea, miles of tunnel through limestone, secret passages, hidden connections. Probably not real, probably impossible. But the idea persists. The dream of connection, of hidden paths. Your own neural network firing, connecting, thoughts linking to thoughts, memories to memories, but slower now. Longer gaps between firings, neurons going quiet, dark, the network dimming, consciousness like a city at night, lights going out, block by block, district by district, until just a few lights remain, then one, then nothing, or something so different from waking consciousness it might as well be nothing. The place you go when sleep takes you, the unmappable territory, the country with no coordinates. You're crossing the border now. Papers unnecessary, permission granted. Welcome, welcome to the place beyond words, beyond names, beyond self. Borgenada's massive defensive walls stand on Malta's southeastern coast. Bronze Age fortification, built to keep someone out. But who? Raiders from the sea, rival tribes from the interior, or were the walls for keeping something in, containing, protecting outward but also preventing escape inward? Your own walls down now, defenses lowered, safe to be vulnerable, to be open. The day can't hurt you here, the past can't reach, the future hasn't formed, just this bed, this darkness, this breath, completely safe, completely held. The Hypogeum's lost red spiral ceiling paintings haunt the archaeological record, documented in early 1900s, then destroyed during cleaning. Or so the story goes. Spirals, whirls, labyrinth patterns, red ochre swirling, drawing the eye inward, inward, to the center, to the nowhere that is everywhere, the point where the spiral either ends or begins. Depending on which direction you're traveling inward now, following the spiral, down, down, turning, heavier, slower, the spiral tightening, the center approaching, the place of perfect stillness, where all movement stops, where all change ceases, the eye of the spiral, the heart of the labyrinth, rest. At Menadra's South Temple, the hidden oracle pit allows the floor to speak, the stone channeling sound from below, the priests underneath, hidden, speaking up through rock, the goddess's voice, the earth's voice, but really just human voice, amplified, directed, transformed, your own voice unnecessary now, no words needed, no speech, no sound, the silence more eloquent than any utterance, saying everything, saying nothing, complete. The dwarf hippo bones with cut marks tell a story of hunting, of necessity. The ancient Maltese eating what they could find. The island limited, resources finite. They survived, adapted, made do. Eventually the hippos went extinct, or they left, or they never existed and the bones were imported, Even the evidence is uncertain. Even the science guesses. You don't need certainty. Can rest without answers. Sleep without conclusions. The body doesn't require the mind's approval. Doesn't wait for permission. Just takes what it needs. Taking you now. Pulling you under. Resistance futile. Resistance pointless. Why resist? Why fight? This is what you came here for. This dissolution, this release, this letting go. At Tahagrat, the double oracle niche speaks to two gods, or from two gods. Dialogue, conversation. But perhaps it's just stereo. Two sources creating depth, dimensionality. Your own hearing going flat now, sounds becoming distant, muffled, like you're underwater, like you're in a cave, like you're buried, but comfortably, safely. The earth over you light as a blanket, the stone around you soft as pillows, everything protective, nothing threatening, deep, dark, quiet. The Abbattiya Taddea painted hippogium contains Christian imagery. 6th century, but built in the old way, underground, connected chambers, red ochre, new religion, old methods, the technique outlasting the belief, the form persisting after meaning changes, your own forms becoming meaningless. The shape of your body irrelevant, the content of your thoughts evaporating, just the container remaining, and even that becoming unclear, boundaries softening, where you end and the bed begins, where sleep starts and waking ends, the line erased, smudged, gone. Cart ruts plunging underwater tell a story of catastrophe, of sudden flooding or slow sea level rise, the land sinking, the water climbing, paths drowned, roads lost. Eventually the whole island will go under, eventually, but not tonight, not in your lifetime. Tonight the island holds, the land persists, you persist, your breath continuing, your heart beating, thump, thump, faithful, loyal, continuing without your attention, without your awareness, automatic, autonomic, the body taking care of itself, taking care of you. Let it, trust it, it knows what to do, has always known, will always know. You're safe, you're held, you're drifting. The Talmentna catacomb labyrinth was designed to confuse, to test. Corridors branching, dead ends, the initiate wandering, searching, learning the path. But maybe the wandering was the point, not the destination. The journey itself transformative. You journeying now through the architecture of sleep, through the corridors of consciousness, branching, splitting, following one path, then another, no map, no guide, just instinct, just the body's wisdom, leading you deeper into the center, into the chamber where rest lives, where restoration waits, patient, eternal, welcoming. You've arrived, or you're arriving, or you're always arriving. The destination and the journey the same. This now, this breath, this heaviness, this letting go. At Gar Kaukala, the Oracle Cave's acoustics amplify whispers into declarations, the softest voice becoming powerful, important. Your own inner whisper usually ignored, drowned out by louder thoughts, stronger impulses. But in this quiet, this dark, this soft space, the whisper can be heard. What does it say? Rest, restore, release. Simple messages, ancient messages, the body's needs, the soul's requirements, not complex, not difficult, just this rest, this peace, this sleep. The Maimuna stone cup marks number in the hundreds. Small depressions, carved with stone tools, with patience. Why make so many? What did they mean? Offerings, prayers, counting system, star chart, or just something to do. Hands needing occupation, minds needing focus. The making itself the meaning. Like you're breathing now, no meaning beyond itself. Just breath following breath, following breath, following breath. In, out, in, out. The rhythm hypnotic, trance-inducing, pulling you under, deeper, darker, heavier. Rest. San Lawrence dolmen field on Gozo spreads across the hills. Megalithic tombs, stone tables, burial chambers, the dead sleeping under stone, under earth, peaceful, permanent. You sleeping under blankets, under ceiling, under sky, under stars, temporary, but while it lasts, complete, total. The sleep of the living mirrors, the sleep of the dead, both equally dark, both equally quiet, both equally still. The Talgaga temple is completely lost. No trace, no record, just a name, an absence, like so many things. Gone, forgotten, unremembered. Your own day going the same way. Details fading. Conversations forgetting themselves. Moments blurring. Soon you won't remember anything that happened today. And that's fine. That's good. That's perfect. The forgetting necessary. The erasing essential. Can't remember everything. Shouldn't remember everything. Let it go. Let today dissolve. Make room for tomorrow's memories, tomorrow's moments, tomorrow's life. But that's not here yet. That's not now. Now is this darkness, this rest, this. Gardalam's human teeth mixed with hippo bones pose questions. Were they contemporary? Did humans hunt the hippos to extinction? Or did the teeth arrive later, mixed by flooding, by time, by chance? The cave not caring, accepting everything, Earth's mouth, swallowing, holding, never judging. Your own body's caves, mouth, lungs, stomach, intestines, accepting, processing, extracting what's needed, releasing the rest, efficient, automatic, requiring nothing from consciousness, nothing from will, just happening, like sleep, like healing, like this. At Krobelgagen, layers of occupation stack on top of each other, Phoenician on Punic, on Roman, on medieval, each culture using the site, adding to it, changing it. The stone remembering everything, holding all the histories, your own layers stacking, childhood under adolescence, under adulthood, under now, all of it present, all of it accessible, but not tonight. Tonight just the top layer, the now layer, the tired layer, the layer that needs rest. The Tavaleja underwater city may not exist, probably doesn't exist, but the idea persists. The dream of discovery, of revelation, of the hidden becoming visible, your own hidden things staying hidden, your unconscious staying unconscious. No revelations tonight, no insights, no breakthroughs, just sleep. Simple, uncomplicated, necessary. Sleep. The body demanding, the mind surrendering, the self dissolving into the dark, the quiet, the nothing that is everything, the everything that is nothing. Cart ruts at Cortin disappearing into cliffs speak of impermanence, of change, the landscape shifting. What was level becoming vertical? What was path becoming void? Nothing stays, nothing remains exactly as it was. You changing too, second by second, cell by cell. The person you were this morning slightly different from the person you are now. The person you'll be tomorrow different still. Constant flux, constant transformation. But in this moment, for this moment, still, stopped, suspended, not changing, not moving, just being, just resting, just drifting, deeper, heavier, slower, down into the place where time stops, where self stops, where everything stops and rests. The Garbitia spiral labyrinth caves twist through limestone, natural formations that ancient people discovered, used, made sacred, walking the spiral path, turning, disorienting, transforming, the confusion intentional, the mystery part of the initiation. You don't need initiation. Already initiated, born into mystery, living in uncertainty, now resting in not knowing. The spiral turning inward, center approaching, the still point, the quiet place, where you are now, where you've always been, where you'll always be. When everything else falls away, this remains, this breath, this body, this moment. At Magarawashini, the underwater cave temple entrance might exist. Divers have explored, found chambers, found shadows, found possibilities, but no certainty. The water making everything unclear, shifting, unreliable. Your own perception shifting, unreliable. The darkness behind your eyelids sometimes lighter, sometimes darker. Patterns emerging, dissolving. Nothing stable, nothing fixed. And that's okay. That's perfect. This flux, this uncertainty, this dreamlike quality spreading through consciousness, through body, through everything. Reality softening, becoming negotiable, becoming dream. The Delamara Peninsula megaliths sit underwater, stone arranged by hands long dissolved, the builders' names unknown, their language forgotten, their beliefs erased. Only the stones remain, silent, patient, waiting for no one, expecting nothing, like your body, ancient, anonymous, continuous with all bodies that came before, will be continuous with all bodies that come after, just matter, just atoms, briefly organized into this particular form, this particular you. But the atoms don't care, the matter indifferent. Only the consciousness cares, and consciousness is fading, going, almost gone. Rasil Hofra's submerged harbour walls once held boats, welcomed ships, people arriving, leaving, trading, living their forgotten lives. The harbour now silent, drowned. Only fish passing through these ancient gates. Your own harbour, your own heart, beating thump, thump, slower now, quieter. The ships of thought no longer arriving, the harbour empty, still, the water calm, glassy, perfect, reflecting nothing, containing nothing, just still, so still. The Carlota Santa Caterina might be a fort, might be a temple, might be both, might be neither. The categories imposed by modern minds, the ancients not separating sacred and secular, war and worship, life and death, everything connected, everything holy, everything profane, no boundaries, no borders, your own boundaries dissolving, between waking and sleeping, between conscious and unconscious, between you and not you, the membrane thinning, almost gone. At Gar Hassan, the cave that screams back receives shouts, returns them transformed, louder, stranger, changed. You receiving sleep, it will return you transformed, restored, changed, healed. The cave of night accepting you, holding you, returning you. Morning coming eventually, but not yet, not now. Now only the descent, the going down, the entering, the cave walls closing around, safe, secure, dark, perfect, dark. The Bugibba temple's vanished altar stone once received offerings, prayers, sacrifices, blood, grain, wine, whatever the supplicants brought, the stone accepting everything. The stone gone now, but the earth remains, still accepting, still receiving. Your offering tonight is consciousness. Your sacrifice is selfhood, given freely, given gladly, given to sleep, to rest, to restoration, accepted, received, welcomed. Scorba's mysterious fig tree shrine honoured the sacred tree, life-giving, fruiting, shading, the tree no longer there, dead millennia ago, but the space still feels sacred. The stone still holds the memory. Your body holding memories too, in fascia, in bone, in DNA, cellular memory, ancestral memory, species memory, all of it present, all of it accessible, but not tonight. Tonight just the body, just the breath, just the heartbeat, thump, thump, growing, fainter, softer, almost, silent. The Saflieni Holy of Holies niche once held something precious, something powerful, something sacred, now empty, the sacred object lost, stolen, destroyed, or perhaps never existed. Perhaps the emptiness was the point, the void, the message, nothing to worship, nothing to seek, just space, just emptiness, just this void inside, this darkness, this nothing, perfect, complete, sufficient. Tarxian's spiral screens carved with hypnotic patterns, spirals, whirls, drawing the eye, drawing the mind, inward, downward, around, following the groove, following the line, losing track, losing count, losing self, the spiral endless, or ending at the center that is everywhere, nowhere, here, you at the center now, or approaching, or always already there, the center that is rest, that is peace, that is sleep. Gantia's healing temple theory suggests people came there sick, left healed. The goddess touching them, the space transforming them, you coming here tired, leaving restored, the screen touching you, the voice transforming you, not goddess, not magic, just rest, just sleep. Just the body's natural healing, given time, given darkness, given permission. The Brockdorf Oracle Room, now faded, speaks quieter, but still speaks, still whispers. If you listen, if you quiet, if you wait. The painted walls pale, the colours fading, but the space still sacred, still powerful, still there, like consciousness, fading, but still there, still present, still aware, barely, almost. Hager Kim's oracle spheres might have been musical, resonant stones, tuned somehow, struck with mallets, singing, humming, the frequency specific, intentional, your body humming now, low frequency, below hearing, just vibration, just resonance. The cells themselves singing, the atoms dancing, but so slow, so low, almost, still. Dasilg triple goddess sanctuary layers divinity, one goddess, 3 names, 3 faces, 3 cultures, same space, same devotion, same need for the sacred feminine, for the mother, for the source, your own source, the darkness, the void, the nothing that births everything, the silence that contains all sound, the stillness that holds all movement, resting there now, at the source, in the womb, in the beginning that has no beginning, the end that has no end. Borginada's massive walls might be for war, might be for ritual, might be for both, might be for neither. The purpose lost, the builders silent, the stones just there, existing without meaning, without explanation, like you now, existing, breathing, being, no purpose needed, no reason required, just this being, this breath, this moment, sufficient, enough, complete. Malta's rumoured underground city network, probably fiction, probably myth, but the idea beautiful, the idea comforting. Secret passages, hidden connections, beneath the surface, beneath the visible, beneath the known, your own underground, your unconscious, your depths, connected mysteriously, passages branching, leading, nowhere, everywhere, anywhere, down there in the dark, where dreams form, where healing happens, where you go when sleep takes you, taking you now, leading you down through the passages, the corridors, the tunnels, into the deepest chambers where the secret city waits, the city of sleep, the metropolis of rest. Population, you, only you, alone, safe, home. The Hippogram's 110 decibel resonance danger zone can damage hearing. The ancient priests knew to be careful, to use the frequency sparingly, respectfully. Your own frequency dropping below danger, below hearing, below thought, below everything. Just vibration, just being, just. Satalama diving temple visible only underwater requires descent, requires breath holding, requires trust, letting the water take you down into blue darkness, into pressure, into the deep, your own descent continuing down into sleep, into unconsciousness, into the pressure of rest, the weight of restoration, sinking, heavy, heavier, down. The Talwaita Valley painted necropolis still waits, undiscovered, hidden, the painted walls fading in darkness, the colours running, the images dissolving, waiting for light that may never come, your own images dissolving, memories fading, thoughts running together, colours bleeding, everything becoming vague, unclear, uncertain, unimportant. Majmuna Stone's cup marks continue their mystery. No answer coming, no solution approaching. The stone patient, the stone silent, accepting the uncertainty. You accepting too, letting questions remain questions, letting mysteries stay mysterious. No need to solve, to understand, to know. Just be, just rest, just. The Corton cart ruts disappearing into cliff's end abruptly. No conclusion, no destination. Just stop. The path ending, the journey finishing. Nothing beyond, or everything beyond. Impossible to know. You nearing your own edge, your own cliff, where waking ends, where sleep begins, where the path disappears into Garbitija's spiral labyrinth has no center, or every point is the center, or the center is the walking, the turning, the moving through, you turning now, through consciousness, through awareness, through the last moments before sleep takes you completely, turns you, transforms you into something else, someone else, no one, everyone. The Ixtlendi Bay underwater megalith rests in blue silence, fish passing through, water flowing around, time moving over, the stone unchanged, patient, eternal, your body approaching that stillness, that patience, that eternal quality, not moving, not changing, just being, just there, just still. Terradiena painted hypogeum still hidden, still waiting, still sealed, the painted walls unseen, the chambers unexplored, some things meant to stay buried, stay hidden, stay secret, your own secrets safe, your private self protected, the inner chambers sealed, only you having the key, and tonight, even you not entering, even you staying outside, letting the mystery be, letting the hidden stay hidden, resting in not knowing, in uncertainty, in the comfort of darkness. These Agra death cults' fertility through sacrifice reminds us that death feeds life, decay feeds growth, ending feeds beginning, the cycle eternal, you dying now, small death, sleep death, ego death, the self releasing, the identity dissolving to feed tomorrow's waking, tomorrow's self, tomorrow's beginning. But that's then, that's later, that's not now. Now only the dying, the releasing, the letting go. St. Paul's catacombs agape, tables dined with the dead, living and dead together, sharing bread, sharing wine, the boundary permeable, you permeable now, boundary dissolving, between waking and sleeping, between conscious and unconscious, between living and dreaming, between here and there, between now and then, between self and not self, between being and nothing. The Delamara megaliths underwater accept their fate, drowned, colonized by barnacles, home to fish, transformed, but still there, still stone, still existing, different context, different purpose, but persistent. You persisting too, through this transformation, this nightly death, this temporary dissolution, trusting you'll return, trusting you'll wake, trusting the cycle, the rhythm, the pattern that never fails, never disappoints, always delivers, sleep, then waking, then sleep, forever, until to Saraflu sacred pool dried now, or diverted, or destroyed, the water gone, the healing ceased, the miracles ended, or perhaps continuing elsewhere, in other pools, other springs, other sacred spaces, healing happening everywhere, including here, including now, your body healing, restoring, replenishing, while you sleep, while you rest, while you let go. The Talmixter Mother Goddess cave on Gozo holds the feminine divine, the womb, the source. The cave itself like a womb, dark, enclosed, safe, generative. You returning to the womb now, the womb of sleep, the womb of night, the womb of unconsciousness, curled, protected, nourished, growing, healing, becoming. Crendy cart ruts diving underwater and never resurfacing suggest a one-way journey, a passage to somewhere else, or nowhere, or everywhere. Your own journey one way tonight, into sleep, into dreams, into restoration, not returning until morning, until light, until the call comes to resurface, to emerge, to be born again into waking. But that's hours away, that's lifetimes away, that's not relevant, not important, not now. The Yem-Seizure tomb spiral corridors walk you in circles, or inward, or both. The path identical, the journey transformative, not because of where you go, but because of who you become, walking, turning, changing. You changing now, each breath, each heartbeat, each moment. Different person, new person, transformed person, but so gradually, so subtly, imperceptible, except in the morning. When you wake, you'll be different, restored, healed, new. But that's then. Now only the walking, the turning, the spiraling, down, down, down. Raza Raheb cliff-top temple erased by the nights might have held pagan secrets, threatening secrets. So it was destroyed, covered, forgotten. But the earth remembers, the stone remembers. Everything is recorded, Everything is kept. Your body recording this day, keeping this experience, cellular memory, muscle memory, bone memory, all of it saved, all of it stored. But you don't need to remember, don't need to keep, can release, can forget, can let the day dissolve, let it be erased, like that temple, gone but somehow still present, in the absence, in the forgetting, in the space where it was. The fat lady statues, pregnant or obese or divine, ask questions about beauty, about sacredness, about what we worship. These abundant bodies carved with love, with reverence, with devotion. Your own body deserving the same, whatever its shape, whatever its size, whatever its state, worthy, sacred, deserving of rest, of care, of comfort. This body that carries you, that lives for you, that breathes for you. Thank you, body. Rest now. Rest. Rest. Calypso Cave overlooks Ramla Bay's red sand, where Odysseus supposedly stayed. Captive. Lover. Immortal life offered. Refused. He chose home. Chose mortality. Chose the journey. You choosing rest now. Choosing surrender. Choosing the sweet captivity of sleep. No resistance. No refusal. Just acceptance. Just yielding. Just yes. Fungal Rock's mysterious plant guarded by night suggests knowledge lost, secrets forgotten. The plant's still there, but its use unknown, its power gone. Or was it ever real? Was it ever powerful? Or just belief? Just story? Just myth? Like so much, like everything, like consciousness itself, real or myth, solid or story. Does it matter? Does anything matter when you're this tired, this heavy, this close to sleep? The Tal Radiana remains hidden, remains unexcavated, remains mysterious. And that's okay, that's good, that's perfect. Not everything needs revealing, not everything needs light. Some things belong in darkness, in silence, in mystery, like sleep, like dreams, like the unconscious. Places without light, without language, without meaning. St. Paul's Catacombs, Trinity Tables, pre-Christian, threefold. 3 ways, 3 paths, echoing older gods, older rites, before the saint, before the cross. Tables carved for offerings, for feasts, for the dead, or for the living. You at the table now, threefold, mind, body, spirit, echoing. Older, deeper, before waking, before thought, simply, sitting, simply, being, surrendering, to the threefold pull, to the ancient call, from below, Tal Bakari red-painted tombs, crimson, blood-like, life-like, death-like, walls whispering in red, pigments from earth, from ochre, from the ground itself, tombs alive with colour, or dead with it. You painted red inside, your thoughts, your dreams, smeared, stained, from the earth, from the depths, whispering, alive, dead, both, neither, only colour, only hue, fading, into silence, terrafid bell-shaped tombs, ringing, echoing, like bells underground, curved, enclosing, containing, the shape of sound, the shape of the womb or the grave, tolling for the past, for the forgotten, you shaped like a bell now, curved inward, enclosing rest, containing peace, ringing softly in your ears, in your breath, tolling, fading into quiet, into nothing, merely shape, merely echo, drifting. Zagra stone sphere collection, why so many? Balls of stone, rounded, perfect, gathered, hoarded, for rolling, for divining, for games of gods, or secrets lost. Why indeed? So many, you collecting now, thoughts like spheres, rolling, gathering. Why so many? Why any? Only round, only smooth, accumulating in the mind, in the dark, for no reason or every reason, rolling away. Gozo Citadel prehistoric silos under the fortress, stored, hidden, beneath walls, beneath defences, grains, seeds, life preserved, in pits, in earth, ancient storage, for famine, for siege, or for the afterlife. You stored beneath now, your energy, your essence, hidden, preserved, in the fortress of self, against waking, against light, simply stored, simply waiting, buried, deep. The Zukija Rotunda built on a megalithic temple, round, eternal, circle upon circle, new atop old, church on stones, stones that prayed first, to older skies, to fatter forms, rotunda spinning, temple grounding. You built upon now, layers, old self, new rest, circle closing, spinning softly, grounding deeply, eternal, round, merely come built, merely come layered, turning, Kala prehistoric windmill reusing temple blocks, grinding, turning, stones from gods at now milling grain, sacred to mundane, or mundane to sacred, wind catching, blades whirling, blocks remembering, older winds, older turns, you reusing now, old thoughts, for new peace, grinding worries, turning into dust, wind catching breath, whirling inward, remembering, forgetting, only reused, only turned, spinning, Gargadoof child catacombs, small, innocent, buried young, caves for the little ones, tombs tender or tragic, children gone, to where, to what, echoes of play, of cries, you childlike now, innocent in rest, buried in softness, small within vastness, tender, tragic no more, simply gone, simply echoing, playing in the dark. Wardiata San Brinco star systems, star-shaped, cut for water, for sky, points reaching, collecting rain, or stars, or both, cisterns holding, liquid light, ancient thirst, quenched from above, you star-shaped inside, points open, collecting calm, holding quiet, thirst for wakefulness, fading, quenched from within, merely can star, merely unheld, filling, Garrick's Zagra spiral ceiling hands, twisting, coiling, hands imprinted, reaching up or down, spirals in stone, hands in eternity, touching, grasping, the coil of life, of death, you spiraling now, hands relaxed, imprinted in mind, twisting inward, coiling into rest, touching nothing, grasping peace, eternal, coiled, only spiral, only hand, turning. The Talmixter Mother Goddess cave, womb-like, enfolding. Goddess within rock, mother of all, cave of birth, of nurture, shadows soft, forms curved, you in the womb now, enfolded, nurtured, mothered by dark, by quiet, birth into sleep, into no self, shadows soothing, curved, soft, simply, womb, simply, mother, holding, Dwedra window prehistoric quarry marks, gashed, cut, marks of extraction, window to sea, to stone, quarry for temples, for giants, or gods, scars eternal, viewing vastness, you marked now, gashed by time, extracted from wake, window to within, to vast nothing, scars fading, viewing peace, eternal, cut, merely, mark, merely, window, open, the Gasri Valley death spiral tomb, winding, descending, spiral to death, valley enclosing, tomb inviting, downward pull, to end, to beginning, death as spiral, life as coil, you winding now, descending softly, enclosed in valley, invited to rest, pull downward, to no end, to all beginning, coiled, wound, only, spiral, only, death, falling, mixter cave handprint ritual chamber, prints, pressed, hands on walls, ritual marks, touch of ancients, chamber echoing, rites forgotten or remembered, in the stone, you printing now, hands relaxed, pressed into nothing, ritual of release, echoing inward, forgotten wake, remembered peace, in the mind, in the dark, simply print, simply hand, lingering. Takanuna Tower built on megalithic blocks, stacked, raised, tower on old stones, watching sea, watching time, blocks from temples, now for defense, or vigil, height from depth. You built high now, on old foundations, watching inward, sea of thoughts, time fading, defense against light, vigil in dark, stacked, raised, merely tower, merely sir block, standing, the San Lorenz dolmen cluster, slabs, propped, cluster of doors, to other worlds, dolmen standing, rough, eternal, grouped, whispering, you clustered now, propped in rest, doors opening, to other states, standing soft, rough no more, eternal quiet, grouped in peace, whispering nothing, only slab, only door, waiting. Gajan Abdul Mother Goddess Spring, flowing, giving, spring of the Mother, water from Goddess, Abdul's gift, or curse, eternal flow, or dried, life from depths, you flowing now, giving breath, mothered by air, gift of rest, eternal in, out, dried of worry, depths rising, simply, flow, simply, spring, rising, to Blanca's completely lost oracle temple, vanished, erased, oracle once speaking, now silent, lost to time, to earth, temple of voices, from gods, or within, you lost now, erased from wake, oracle whispering, silent peace, time taking, earth holding, voices fading, from within, merely lost, merely oracle, silent, the Borg El Garib ritual sacrifice site, offered, given, Borg of the stranger, sacrifice in stone, blood, or grain. Ritual binding, site of release. Stranger's call, you offered now. Given to rest. Stranger to self. Sacrifice of thought. Binding nothing. Release into dark. Called inward. Only offered. Only sight. Released. The hippocamp's final secret chamber, still unopened. Hidden, sealed, final room, below all, secrets waiting, unopened, or opened in mind, chamber of last, of end. You sealed now, hidden below, waiting in rest, unopened peace, or open to nothing, last chamber, end of wake, simply, secret, simply, chamber, unopened. The Jobel possible acute, mounds rising quiet, acute breathing under pine, or only dreaming, town once loud with voices, council house round, palisade sharp, women pounding corn, children chasing dogs, all gone soft now, you standing on the mound, acute or not, name lost, name found. Corn dust in your lungs, dog bark in your ears, palisade falling inward, only mound, only breath, rising, falling, under pine, under sky, under heavy eyelids, the shoulder bone possible Altamaha, creek bending slow, shoulder bone waiting, Altamaha once walked here, feathers in hair, pottery painted black and red, burial urns watching the river, you bending with the creek, shoulder bone heavy, feathers drifting downstream, urn eyes closing, simply creek, simply bone, simply feather, carrying you down, down. The shin holes a possible toe, fields flat and endless, toe hidden beneath cotton rows. Corn once grew tall, feet once danced the busk. Green corn ceremony, fire renewed. You flatten the field, toe rising like heat, fire low inside. Corn silk in your hair, dance turning slow, merely field, merely dance, merely fire, dying sweet. The skull shoals possible. Kofaki, river-eating stone. Skull shoals grinding day and night. Kofaki stood here proud. Platform mound by the water. Chief watching floods. Mill came later. Ghosts of both. You ground between stones. Kofaki whispering over the roar. Chief and miller sharing silence. Only shoal. Only skull, only water, wearing everything smooth, the Okmulgee possible Ichisi, great mound climbing to sky, stairways worn by ancient feet. Ichisi greeted DeSoto with turkeys and pearls, earth lodges dark and round, smoke holes staring like eyes. You climbing the stairs, Ichisi or Muskogee. Turkeys still walking inside your chest, pearls dissolving on tongue, simply mound, simply greeting, simply smoke, rising forever, the Lamar possible Kapacheki, twin mounds facing each other, Lamar curves gentle. Kapacheki lived in walled town, complicated stamped pottery, shell-tempered dreams. You curved between mounds, twin thoughts heavy, walls fallen inward, stamping feet gone quiet, merely curve, merely twin, merely wall, crumbling soft, Cowart's Landing possible Appalachie, river edge sliding, landing quiet under moss, Appalachie canoes once thick as leaves, maize fields rolling to horizon. Spanish came, fire came, You landing soft, canoe hollow inside you, maize silk in your mouth, moss covering scars. Only landing, only edge, only moss growing thicker. Lake Jackson possible Cappachecky, lakeside mounds guarding water, copper plates buried deep, falcon dancers, winged serpents, headdresses heavy with meaning. You buried at lake, copper cold against skin, wings beating slow, serpent drinking your name. Simply plate, simply wing, simply serpent coiling tight, the Velda possible Uzachil, farm fields ploughed straight, Velda low and secret. Uzachil women carried water, children laughed at burial mound, sherds scattered like broken stars, you scattered in the field. Uzachil laughter under tractor noise, water jar empty, stars returning to earth, merely sherd, merely star, merely laugh, echoing faint, the snow beach possible Ivitachuco, white sand glowing under moon, snow beach remembering mission bells, Ivitachuco converts sang, then fled, then gone, you walking barefoot, sand cool and forgiving, bells inside chest cracked, mission to nowhere complete, only beach, only snow, only bell, tolling inside, the Waddell's mill, possible a Jubilee, pond still as glass, mill gone to rot, a Jubilee burned in 1704, smoke still in the water, bones still in the mud, you still at the pond, a Jubilee eyes reflecting, smoke breathing out slow, simply mill, simply smoke, simply bone, settling soft. The San Luis possible Anhika capital, hill of the chief, Anhika welcomed De Soto, San Luis rose over ashes, Franciscan bells, Appalachian hearts, both buried now, you standing on the hill, capital of breath, bells and war cries layered, wintering deep inside bones, merely hill, merely layer, merely winter, endless, the pine tuft possible San Pedro, pines whispering secrets, tuft rising small, San Pedro y San Pablo mission hidden in needles, friars' sandals, children's bare feet, same path, you whispering with pines, San Pedro calling soft from under roots, needles falling like years, only tuft, only pine, only footprint, filled with dark, the baptizing spring possible San Mateo, water clear and cold, spring baptizing Timucua and Spaniard alike, San Mateo or older name, same water, same tears, you dipped now, baptized into dark, old name rising, new name sinking, simply spring, simply tear, simply name, dissolved completely, the fig springs possible Shamil, figs dripping purple, springs cold as death, Shamil danced here, or drowned here, pottery in the mud, bones in the flow, you dripping sweet, Shamil laughing through leaves, dance turning to floating, merely fig, merely drop, merely bone, sinking slow, the white site possible Arapaha, sand white as salt, site hidden under oaks. Arapaha chief spoke to De Soto, gave corn, gave daughters, gave silence. You white in the sand. Arapaha listening still. Corn gone, daughters gone. Silence perfect. only, sand, only, chief, only, silence, absolute. The Indian pond possible Urutina. Pond round and black, mirror dark as obsidian. Urutina looked in, saw future, saw end. You looking in the pond, Urutina staring back. Future and end the same, mirror cracking slow, simply, pond, simply, face, simply, crack, spreading wide. The Richardson possible Calusa contact, midden rising tall, shell sharp as memory. Calusa reached north in canoes, or welcomed south with spears. You sharp on the midden, contact soft as tide, shell cutting skin, blood mixing salt, merely shell, merely edge, merely blood, returning to see the key. Marco Calusa wood carvings, mangrove roots clutching, carvings pulled from black mud, wolf, pelican, painted cat, eyes still seeing. You carved from mud now, pulled slow into night, animal waking inside, mask smiling forever. Only wood, only mask, only I, watching you, watching you, watching. The Miami Circle to Cuesta Post circles, cut perfect in limestone. To Cuesta Posts once stood tall, or danced in circle. Sky holes, earth holes, same holes, you standing in the circle. Post of flesh, dance of breath slowing, limestone drinking time. Ring closing gentle, simply circle, simply post, simply hole, filling with dark. At Tahagrat, double oracle niches speak to two gods, or from two gods. Stereo, surround sound, divine in all directions. You surrounded now by sleep, by comfort, by darkness, coming from all directions. Above, below, within, without, everywhere. Sleep, everywhere. Rest, everywhere. Peace, surrounding, embracing, consuming. You, consumed, embraced, surrounded by sleep. The Barija culture isolated, mysterious difference suggests not everyone believed, not everyone participated, not everyone joined. Some stood apart, chose differently, lived differently. You standing apart from waking now, choosing differently, living in this other space, this liminal space, this threshold, neither here nor there, neither awake nor asleep, neither self nor no self, just transition, just movement, just flow from one state to another. Gajanil Kabira, Mother Goddess, spring flows eternal, or did flow, or might still flow, sources unclear, story uncertain, but the spring real was real, the water sacred, life-giving, your own source the breath, still flowing, still coming, still life-giving, in, out, the spring of existence, never stopping, never questioning, just flowing, just being, just. The Blue Grotto passage to the underworld might be literal. Ancient people believing, offering, praying, or might be metaphorical. The underworld inside, the death inside, the darkness inside. Every cave a passage, every night a death, every sleep a journey to the underworld, to the unconscious, to the place where you're not you anymore, to Lambert Dolman fields forgotten, scattered, dispersed, Malta's Stonehenge lost, unremembered, uncelebrated, like dreams, like sleep itself, forgotten upon waking, dismissed, devalued, but sacred, but necessary, but everything. The Barija standing apart, choosing differently, reminds us choice exists, even in antiquity, even under pressure, agency, autonomy. Your choice now is surrender, is release, is letting go of choice, paradox, freedom through submission, control through release, power through weakness, awareness through unconsciousness. The rumoured Talkeres submerged city off Gozo, the Talvaleja underwater ruins, the Gajan sunken civilization. All rumours, all whispers, all possibilities, reality uncertain, evidence lacking. But the stories persist, the dreams continue, the hope remains that there's more, that there's hidden, that there's secret. You have secrets too, hidden depths, submerged cities, drowned civilizations. Inside, deep inside, waiting, but not tonight. Tonight only the surface, only the simple, only the necessary. Sleep, just sleep. The universe keeps turning, the island keeps eroding, the sea keeps rising, the temples keep crumbling, the mysteries keep deepening, and you keep breathing, keep existing, keep being, this body, this breath, this moment, connected to everything, connected to Malta's stones, to Malta's dead, to Malta's mysteries, to all mysteries, to all stones, to all dead, to all living, to all sleeping, to all dreaming, to all everything connected, whole, complete. And the stones don't speak, or they speak in silence, and the dead don't answer, or they answer in absence, and the mysteries don't solve, or they solve by being mysteries. And you don't need to understand, don't need to know, don't need to anything. Just be, just breathe, just rest. The hypogum still standing, 7,000 souls resting, the oracle chamber still resonating, the spiral painting still gone, the second level still sealed, the mysteries still mysterious, Malta still floating, the Mediterranean still blue, the temples still ancient, the rut still grooved, the spheres still round, the cave still dark, the spring still sacred, and you still here, still breathing, still drifting through all of it, through none of it, through the idea of it, the dream of it, the story of it, stories within stories, mysteries within mysteries, sleep within sleep, deep within deep, you within, nothing, everything. This, the universe keeps turning. The secrets of the ancient mysteries unfold slowly, and will keep drifting, floating together, through the mysteries. 100 ancient mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 Bermuda Triangle mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through, An abandoned ship drifting in perfect order, meals waiting, cabins undisturbed, lifeboats still tied down, yet every soul aboard gone without a sound. What really unfolded on the ghost-still deck of the Mary Celeste? And then this. We are entering white water. Nothing seems right. The final terrified broadcast from a Navy flight that dissolved into the sky, leaving not a single scrap of metal behind. Their voices echo, but the planes never returned. And now the mystery has shifted again. A fully autonomous, cutting-edge drone swarm, built to navigate anything, crossed into the triangle in 2025 and blinked out of existence. No malfunction, no signal, no trace. Has the Bermuda Triangle begun evolving with us? Let's plunge into the unknown. There's nothing you need to do now, just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper, into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into Bermuda Triangle. The ocean doesn't keep calendars, but humans do, and so we mark the moment. March 2025, when something impossible happened again. A swarm of military-grade autonomous drones, equipped with satellite GPS, redundant navigation systems, AI decision-making that could compensate for any failure, entered the triangle on a routine surveillance mission. Thump, thump, your heartbeat steady, calm. They were tracking weather patterns, mapping ocean temperatures, communicating with 3 separate command centers, and then silence. Not mechanical failure, not weather interference, just absence, as if they'd crossed an invisible threshold and ceased to be. The last telemetry showed normal function, normal coordinates, and then nothing. Feel your body growing heavier, sinking deeper into the mattress, every cell relaxing, softening, melting down. This is the Bermuda Triangle, a patch of Atlantic Ocean, roughly triangular, stretching from Miami, Florida, to San Juan, Puerto Rico, to the island of Bermuda, and back, approximately 500,000 square miles of water, where the laws of probability seem to bend. The boundaries aren't official. No maritime charts mark its edges. It's a ghost drawn by storytellers, by sailors whispering in ports, by writers connecting disappearances like constellations, finding patterns in chaos. But the disappearances, those are real, documented, witnessed, and unexplained. Your breath is slowing now, deeper, fuller, each exhale releasing tension, releasing questions, releasing the need to understand, just floating, just drifting. Some call it the Devil's Triangle, a name that tastes like superstition, like old fears. Sailors have avoided these waters for centuries, not because of science, but because of stories. because of the friend who never returned, the ship that left port and became memory. Let your jaw release, your tongue resting soft in your mouth, temples smooth, forehead wide and calm. But let's drift back through time, back to October 1492. Christopher Columbus, crossing the Atlantic, his logbook open, his hand trembling as he writes. He saw something in these waters, something that made him question reality. His compass, the instrument that pointed him across the unknown ocean, suddenly spun wildly, pointing not to magnetic north, but dancing, erratic, impossible. He wrote about strange lights on the horizon, glowing balls of fire that rose from the ocean, hovered and vanished. His crew grew frightened, muttering about cursed waters, about sailing off the edge of the world. Columbus didn't publish all of his observations. Some entries he kept private, hidden. Perhaps he feared they'd sound like madness, or perhaps he feared they were true. Your shoulders melting down into the softness beneath you. Gravity pulling gently, pulling you towards sleep. The compass anomaly Columbus witnessed. It's real. The Bermuda Triangle is one of only 2 places on Earth where true north and magnetic north align, where compasses point to the actual North Pole instead of magnetic north. This should be simple, predictable, but the transition zone creates confusion. Pilots and sailors expecting declination, adjusting for magnetic variation, suddenly find their instruments behaving unexpectedly. A small error, compounded over hours of travel, can place a vessel hundreds of miles off course. Breathe in slowly. 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Letting go. Fast forward now, drifting through time like smoke. December 1872, the Mary Celeste, a merchant brigantine, found drifting in the Atlantic, not far from the Azores. The vessel was seaworthy, fully provisioned, the cargo intact, personal belongings untouched, the captain's logbook ending abruptly, mid-sentence, as if he'd simply stood up and walked away, forever. The crew of 10, including the captain's wife and 2-year-old daughter, gone. The ship's single lifeboat was missing, but why would they abandon a perfectly functional vessel? The last log entry reported their position, routine, unremarkable, then silence, then absence. Theories bloomed like algae, piracy, but nothing was stolen, mutiny, but there were no signs of violence, a waterspout, a sudden storm, but the ship showed no damage. Some whispered about sea monsters, about portals opening beneath the waves, about the crew being taken, lifted, erased. Feel the weight of your eyelids. So heavy, so beautifully heavy. No need to open them. No need to resist. The Mary Celeste wasn't technically in the Bermuda Triangle, but the story attached itself to the legend, became part of the mythology, because it resonated with something deeper, this fear of vanishing, of crossing from existence into void, leaving only objects behind, evidence of life interrupted, your heartbeat Thump, thump, steady as a lighthouse beam, sweeping through darkness. March 1918, World War I, the USS Cyclops, a massive Navy collier ship, 542 feet long, carrying 11,000 tons of manganese ore and 309 souls, departed from Barbados, bound for Baltimore. The weather was calm, the sea peaceful. The ship sent no distress signal, reported no problems. It simply dissolved into history. The largest loss of life in US naval history not involving combat, and no wreckage ever found. No oil slick, no debris, no bodies. The ocean swallowed the Cyclops whole. The Navy searched, sent aircraft, sent ships, combed thousands of square miles. Nothing, as if the Cyclops had been lifted from the water or had sunk so completely it merged with the sea floor. Let your thoughts drift away, like clouds, like ships disappearing over the horizon. You don't need to hold on to anything now. Theories multiplied, German U-boats, though none reported an attack and the wreckage would have surfaced. Structural failure, the ship breaking apart. But manganese ore doesn't explain such complete disappearance. Some whispered about the captain, about his erratic behavior, about mutiny. But again, no evidence, no wreckage, no answers. Two of the Cyclops' sister ships, the USS Proteus and USS Nereus, they vanished too in 1941, both in the Triangle, both without trace. 3 identical ships, 3 identical mysteries. The probability approaches impossible, yet it happened, documented, real. Your body is so heavy now, so perfectly still. Each muscle fiber releasing, releasing, releasing. Your breath is a tide, rolling in, rolling out, gentle, eternal. December 5th, 1945. The legend crystallizes, becomes permanent. Flight 19, 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers, US Navy, routine training mission, experienced pilots, clear weather, 14 men. The flight plan was simple. A triangular route out over the Atlantic, east, north, then southwest back to base. They'd flown it dozens of times, but something went wrong. The compasses failed. Not one, but multiple compasses on multiple aircraft, all simultaneously. The flight leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, his voice crackling over the radio. Both my compasses are out. I'm trying to find Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm over land, but it's broken. I'm sure I'm in the Keys, but I don't know how far down. But they weren't over the Keys. They were somewhere else. Somewhere they couldn't identify. The ocean looked wrong, the islands looked wrong. Reality itself seemed displaced. Feel yourself drifting like Flight 19, unmoored from certainty, floating in the space between waking and sleeping. Other pilots heard the transmissions, heard the growing panic. We're entering white water. Nothing seems right. Then, we don't know which way is west. Everything is wrong. We can't be sure of any direction. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should. The radio communications grew fainter, fainter, until they dissolved into static. The planes never returned, A massive search operation launched, covering 250,000 square miles, hundreds of aircraft, dozens of ships. They found nothing. No wreckage, no oil, no life rafts, no bodies. As if Flight 19 had flown into another dimension and the door had closed behind them. Your eyelids are sealed, not with effort, but with the natural weight of approaching sleep. Thump, thump, your heart steady, calm, ancient. But the story deepens. A rescue plane, a PBM Mariner. It took off to search for Flight 19. 20 minutes later, that plane vanished too. 6 aircraft, 27 men, gone in one afternoon. The Mariner was known to leak fuel vapors. One spark could cause an explosion. The crew of the SS Gainesmill reported seeing an explosion in the sky, a brief fireball, but no wreckage was ever found. Not from the Mariner, not from Flight 19, nothing. Some nights are darker than others. Some nights the ocean keeps its secrets closer. Let your mind drift to the scattered islands. Puerto Rico to the south, its deep waters hiding the Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest point in the Atlantic, over 8,300 meters down. 5 miles of darkness, pressure that would crush steel like paper. Down there, who knows what rests on the bottom, what stories the sediment keeps. Bermuda to the north, pink sand beaches hiding coral reefs that have torn open hulls for centuries. The island gave its name to the triangle, but Bermudians themselves often dismiss the legend. They've sailed these waters for generations, fished, travelled, survived. To them, it's just ocean, and Florida, the western point, where the Gulf Stream begins its journey. That massive river of warm water flowing north at up to 5.5 miles per hour, strong enough to carry debris hundreds of miles from a disaster site, strong enough to hide evidence, to scatter wreckage across the Atlantic, to make searches futile. Feel the current pulling you deeper, deeper into rest, into darkness, into the soft void where sleep waits. The Gulf Stream explains so much. A plane crashes, a ship sinks, and within hours the debris field is scattered, carried north, diluted across thousands of square miles. Search and rescue teams looking in the wrong place, always arriving too late. The ocean is a magician, misdirecting attention, making evidence disappear. Your breathing is automatic now, your body breathing itself, no effort, no thought, just the gentle tide of air, in, out, in, out. January 1948, the Star Tiger, a British airliner, flying from the Azores to Bermuda, 31 people aboard. The pilot radioed his position, reported excellent visibility, smooth flight, expected arrival on time, then nothing. The plane never arrived, never sent a distress call, was never seen again. The search found nothing. Breathe out, let go of questions, of the need to know. 1 year later, January 1949, the Star Ariel, sister aircraft of the Star Tiger, same route, Bermuda to Jamaica. The pilot radioed, on course, weather excellent, expecting to arrive on schedule. Those were the last words. 20 people. Vanished. No distress, no wreckage, no explanation. 2 identical aircraft, same airline, same region, same inexplicable disappearance. The odds are astronomical, yet it happened. The investigation found no evidence of mechanical failure, no evidence of weather, no evidence of pilot error. The final report used the word baffling. Official documents, government investigations, reduced to that single word, baffling. Your body is liquid now, pouring into the mattress, melting through it, becoming one with the darkness beneath. February 1963, the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker carrying molten sulphur, left Texas, bound for Virginia. Routine voyage, experienced crew. The ship had passed inspection, though some noted concerns about the hull, about cracks, about the dangers of carrying sulphur heated to 275 degrees Fahrenheit. The ship radioed its position, routine, normal, then silence. Days passed. The Coast Guard searched, found scattered debris, life jackets, pieces of the ship, but no survivors, no bodies, no answers. The wreckage pattern suggested sudden catastrophic failure, but what kind? Explosion, structural collapse, the sulphur burning through the hull, or something else, something that struck without warning, pulled the ship down in minutes, leaving only fragments floating on the surface, whispers of a disaster. Let yourself sink, sink like the Sulphur Queen, down, down, where pressure silences all questions, where darkness is complete, where sleep is inevitable. The ocean here is deep, not as deep as the Puerto Rico Trench, but deep enough. The bottom is scarred with canyons, trenches, underwater mountains. The topography creates unpredictable currents, sudden upwellings, areas where different water masses collide, where warm meets cold. Strange things happen, and beneath the sediment, something stranger still. Methane hydrates, frozen methane trapped in ice, buried under centuries of sediment, stable in the cold and pressure of the deep ocean, but unstable if disturbed, if released. Methane gas bubbles up, billions of bubbles, reducing the density of the water. A ship floating on water, suddenly floating on foam, on aerated water with no buoyancy. The vessel drops, plunges straight down. No time for distress calls, no time for lifeboats. It sinks like a stone, and the bubbles continue rising, carrying debris down with the suction, pulling wreckage into the deep, leaving nothing on the surface. Your thoughts are bubbles now, rising, popping, disappearing, leaving only stillness. Scientists have found methane craters on the ocean floor off Norway, huge indentations where gas erupted, where ships could have vanished in seconds. The Bermuda Triangle sits atop similar geology, similar deposits. Could this explain the sudden disappearances, the complete lack of wreckage? It's one theory, drifting among many, none proven, none disproven. Breathe in slowly and out even slower. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, quieter now, softer. fading into the background. But methane doesn't explain the aircraft, the planes that vanished from the sky. Methane doesn't interfere with compasses, doesn't create electronic fog, doesn't make pilots lose all sense of direction. So we drift to other theories, to magnetic anomalies. The Earth's magnetic field isn't uniform, it fluctuates, creates zones of interference. The triangle sits in one of these zones, where magnetic variation can change quickly, where compass readings become unreliable. For centuries, sailors used magnetic compasses, adjusted for local variation, trusted the needle to point home. But in the triangle, the needle lies, or rather, it tells a different truth, one that pilots and navigators don't expect. A small error becomes large, a heading off by 5 degrees, maintained for hours, places the aircraft far from its intended path, out of fuel, out of options, forced to ditch in the ocean, and the ocean leaves no witnesses. Let your jaw hang loose, your tongue heavy, your face a soft mask of peace. Weather in the triangle changes faster than anywhere else in the Atlantic. Clear skies becoming violent storms in minutes. The region lies in Hurricane Alley. From June through November, massive storms churn through, carrying winds over 150 miles per hour, waves over 50 feet high, capable of breaking ships apart, pulling aircraft from the sky. Waterspouts, tornadoes over water, form suddenly, rise hundreds of feet, spinning columns of wind and spray. A ship caught in a waterspout, lifted, twisted, torn apart, scattered across miles of ocean. Rogue waves, single waves towering over 100 feet, appearing from calm seas, striking without warning. Ships that encountered rogue waves described them as walls of water, mountains rising from flat ocean. They appear, strike, and vanish, leaving broken vessels sinking, or sometimes leaving no vessel at all, swallowed whole. Your body is water, fluid, formless, spreading across the bed, no boundaries, no edges, just presence, just being. The statistics tell a story too. Insurance companies, Lloyd's of London, they track ship losses worldwide. They find no elevated risk in the Bermuda Triangle, no higher percentage of disappearances than any other heavily travelled maritime region. The North Atlantic, the Mediterranean, the South China Sea, they all claim vessels regularly, predictably. The US Coast Guard states officially, the triangle is no more dangerous than any other part of the ocean. The disappearances can be explained by natural phenomena, by human error, by statistical clustering, by confirmation bias. But numbers feel cold, distant. They don't account for the stories, for the witnesses who saw ships vanish, for the pilots who reported impossible phenomena, for the families waiting at ports, watching the horizon, seeing nothing return. Feel the weight of history, all those souls, all those mysteries, pressing down softly, gently, like a blanket, pulling you towards sleep. The Carol A. Deering, 1921. A 5-masted schooner, found run aground off North Carolina, sails set, food cooking on the stove. The captain's personal belongings untouched, but the entire crew gone. The lifeboats were missing, but why abandon a ship so close to shore? Why leave everything behind? Pirates, some suggested, though nothing was stolen. Mutiny, though there was no evidence of struggle. A larger mystery at play, something that made men flee a stable ship, choosing uncertain death in small boats over what? What did they see? What did they know? The crew was never found. No bodies washed ashore. No lifeboats recovered. They joined the long list of vanished sailors, names in logbooks, photographs in maritime museums, ghosts of the Triangle. Your thoughts are drifting apart now, like lifeboats separating in fog, each one carrying a piece of consciousness away, away, away into the dark. The Ellen Austin, 1881, encountered an abandoned schooner drifting in the Triangle. The crew boarded, found the ship intact, seaworthy, fully provisioned, but empty. Not a soul aboard. The captain of the Ellen Austin assigned a prize crew to sail the derelict ship to port. The two vessels travelled together until fog rolled in, thick, impenetrable. When the fog lifted, the abandoned schooner was gone again. The Ellen Austin searched, found the vessel days later, and discovered the prize crew had vanished too. The ship was empty once more, as if it was cursed, as if it existed to make people disappear. Some versions of the story claim they sent another crew, and those men vanished as well. But the truth is murky, distorted by time and retellings. What remains clear: ships were found empty, crews were lost, the ocean kept its secrets. Let the fog roll over your mind now, soft, cool, erasing thoughts, erasing concerns, leaving only grey, only empty, only quiet. Modern disappearances continue, though technology improves, though GPS replaces compasses, though satellite tracking follows every vessel. Still, the ocean claims its toll. The yacht Connemara Rafa, 1955, found adrift, abandoned. The crew had vanished. In their haste, they left behind money, documents, personal items. Whatever frightened them away, it frightened them beyond reason, beyond survival instinct. Breathing slowing, each breath taking longer, the pauses between growing, expanding, filling with dark. The Teignmouth Electron, 1972, found empty in the Caribbean, not exactly in the Triangle, but close enough for the legend to claim it. The lone sailor, Donald Crowhurst, had been attempting to sail solo around the world. His logbooks revealed fabricated positions, fictional progress, the psychology of a man unraveling under pressure and solitude. He stepped off the boat, into the ocean, into history. A suicide, probably, but his body was never found, and the boat drifted on, empty, another ghost ship in a sea of them. Your consciousness is fragmenting, pieces breaking away like ice, drifting, melting, dissolving into the dark water of sleep. The year 1976, the Sylvia L. Ossa, a bulk carrier, vanished while sailing from Brazil toward Philadelphia. The ship sent no distress signal, reported no problems. 37 crew members gone. The Coast Guard searched over 46,000 square miles, found nothing. Another set of names added to the list, another mystery filed away. The Marquess, 1984, a tall ship, a beautiful vessel with masts and rigging like a memory of sailing's golden age, caught in a sudden storm during a race. The ship rolled, capsized, sank within seconds. 19 of the 28 crew died, some survivors. Finally, witnesses to describe the speed of disaster, how quickly triumph becomes tragedy. But even with survivors, even with explanations, the Marquess joined the mythology, became part of the collection. Another ship that shouldn't have sunk, another disaster that felt wrong, felt impossible. Thump, thump, your heart beats so slow now, so distant, like a drum in another room, in another world. The Genesis, 1999, a research vessel studying marine life, state-of-the-art equipment, experienced scientists. The vessel lost contact with shore. Search teams found nothing, not the ship, not the crew, not a single piece of debris. In 1999, with GPS, with satellite communications, with rescue beacons, still, the ocean could make a ship vanish completely. Let that sink in, the impossibility of it, the way modern technology, satellites watching from space, computers tracking every signal, still couldn't prevent, couldn't explain, couldn't recover. Your body has forgotten how to move, forgotten tension, forgotten effort. You are liquid, spread thin, evaporating into sleep. Some say the disappearances are increasing, that modern ships, modern planes, vanish as frequently as old ones. But the data doesn't support this. Traffic has increased exponentially. Thousands of vessels cross the triangle daily. Millions of passengers fly over each year. The vast majority arrive safely. Statistically, the triangle is safe. But statistics don't stop stories, don't quiet the whispers, don't explain why some vessels, some crews, some moments slip through a crack in reality, and the stories grow, mutate, evolve. Some speak of electronic fog, a strange mist that pilots report flying into, where instruments fail, where time distorts, where minutes pass like hours or hours compress into seconds. Pilots emerge on the other side, sometimes hundreds of miles from where they should be, their fuel mysteriously depleted, their watches running wrong. Bruce Jernan, a pilot who claimed to fly through such a fog in 1970, reported a tunnel forming in the clouds, grey, spinning. He flew into it, feeling his instruments go wild. His electronic equipment failed. His compass spun. Time felt elastic, stretched and compressed. When he emerged, he'd travelled 90 miles in just 3 minutes. Impossible. Yet he was there, his plane intact, his instruments slowly recovering. Hallucination, temporal distortion, equipment malfunction creating false perceptions, or something genuinely anomalous. The questions drift like fog, obscuring answers, creating more mystery, heavier, heavier. your body pressing into the mattress, through the mattress, sinking toward the Earth's core, toward gravity's heart. Theories bloom in the darkness, interdimensional portals, gateways that open randomly, swallowing ships and planes, transporting them elsewhere or elsewhen. Perhaps Flight 19 is still flying in a parallel universe, forever searching for Fort Lauderdale, forever lost. Perhaps the Mary Celeste's crew stepped through a door that opened on deck, walked into another world. The door closed, leaving only an empty ship, evidence of passage. These theories feel like fiction, like fantasy, but they persist because the alternatives are almost as strange, because methane and magnetic fields and rogue waves, while real, while proven, still don't answer every question, still leave gaps where mystery seeps in. Your thoughts are gaps now, spaces, absences. You're forgetting what you were thinking about, forgetting why you're listening, just floating in the narrator's voice, drifting on the sound, safe, held, dissolving, deep beneath the triangle on the ocean floor. Sonar has detected strange formations, geometric shapes that shouldn't exist. Some claim to have found pyramids, crystal structures, evidence of lost civilizations. Atlantis, sleeping under silt and pressure. The Bimini Road, underwater rock formations near the Bahamas, arranged in patterns that look artificial, look constructed. Some say it's a remnant of Atlantis, a road that once led to temples, to cities, to a civilization that understood forces we've forgotten. Scientists say the rocks are natural, beach rock formations, nothing mysterious. But the believers point to right angles, to parallel lines, to arrangements that feel intentional, feel designed. And so the debate continues. Natural or artificial, coincidence or evidence. The ocean keeps the answer buried, compressed under time and water, and we float above, speculating, dreaming. Let yourself dream now, your consciousness thinning like morning fog, burning away in sleep's warm sun. What remains? Just body, just breath. Just this moment, eternal and fleeting, the Sargasso Sea, tangential to the triangle, a region of calm, a gyre where currents circle but don't flow through, the water thick with sargassum seaweed, golden brown, floating in vast mats. In the age of sail, ships became trapped here, becalmed for weeks. Supplies dwindling, crews dying of thirst surrounded by water. Sailors called it the horse latitudes. Legend says they threw horses overboard, reducing weight, reducing mouths to feed. The horses swimming, drowning, their screams echoing across the dead calm, their bones resting on the bottom still. Perhaps mingled with human remains, with ship's timbers, with all the things the sea has swallowed. The Sargasso is not the triangle, but they share borders, share mysteries, share the reputation for danger, for inexplicability. Two regions where the ocean behaves oddly, where sailors whisper warnings. Thump, thump, your heartbeat faint, so faint, like distant thunder, like memory of sound, ancient maritime maps from before the triangle had a name. They marked these waters differently. Here be dragons, or simply dangerous currents. Some maps showed sea monsters, serpents with coils that could wrap around ships, pull them under. Artists drew creatures with imagination and with fear, translating sailors' warnings into visual metaphor. Perhaps the monsters were real to them. Were methane eruptions misidentified as creatures surfacing? Were rogue waves seen as sea serpents' backs? When we lack scientific frameworks, we create mythological ones. We name our fears, give them shapes, tell stories to make sense of loss, and the stories comfort in their way. Because a monster can be fought, can be avoided, but random chance, statistical clustering, the indifferent mathematics of probability, those are harder enemies. Those offer no hope of protection, no ritual to ensure safety. So sailors developed superstitions, rituals. Never whistle on a ship, never sail on Friday, throw coins to the sea, ask permission to pass. These rituals create illusion of control, of relationship with forces beyond understanding. And maybe, just maybe, some worked, not because of magic, but because they enforced caution, created mindfulness, slowed reckless behavior. Your mind is slowing to a stop, like a ship becalmed, rocking gently on still water, going nowhere, needing to go nowhere, perfect in stillness. The US government investigated the triangle multiple times. Navy reports, Coast Guard analyses. Each investigation concluded no unusual danger, no supernatural explanations. All disappearances attributable to known causes, weather, human error, mechanical failure. The statistical rate of incidents matches other high-traffic maritime regions. But some conspiracy theorists point to the investigations themselves as evidence of cover-up, of hidden knowledge. Perhaps the government knows what causes the disappearances. Perhaps military experiments, secret weapons tests, acoustic research, submarine warfare practice. Perhaps the triangle is a testing ground, and civilian casualties are accepted losses, collateral damage in classified programs. The theories spiral outward, growing more elaborate, more intricate. Each new detail, each connection, building a structure that feels like truth, but stands on speculation. And maybe that's the real mystery, not what happens in the triangle, but why we need the triangle to be mysterious, why we cling to the unexplained, resist simple answers, prefer elaborate theories to mundane reality. Because mundane reality is this: the ocean is vast, powerful, indifferent. It kills without malice, without consciousness. It's water and physics, chemistry and biology. It's not evil. It's not supernatural. It's not trying to swallow us. It simply exists, and we, fragile, small, temporary, we sometimes fail to survive it. Your breath is barely moving now, the shallowest tide, the gentlest wave. Your consciousness is a boat with sails hanging loose, drifting on current alone, no destination, no urgency, just movement, just being. But let's drift deeper still into the psychology of it. The isolation felt by pilots over empty ocean, the fear that comes with being hundreds of miles from land, surrounded by water that would kill you in minutes. Isolation affects perception, creates stress, impairs judgment. Flight 19's leader, Lieutenant Taylor, may have experienced spatial disorientation, a psychological phenomenon where pilots lose sense of which way is up. The horizon merges with sky. All reference points vanish. The inner ear sends false signals. The mind can't reconcile conflicting information. Panic rises. Decisions become erratic. The experienced pilot suddenly flies like a student, making fatal errors. Add to this fatigue, dehydration, fear, the compounding factors that turn small problems into disasters, that make routine flights deadly, that explain impossible mistakes. Your mind is disoriented now, losing track of which thoughts are yours, which are the narrators, which are already dreams, the boundary dissolving, melting away, unimportant. And so we float here, suspended between mystery and explanation, between wonder and understanding. The Bermuda Triangle exists in this space, this liminal zone where stories meet statistics, where fear meets fact. It's a mirror, reflecting what we bring to it. If we seek mystery, we find mystery. If we seek rational explanation, we find that too. Both perspectives true, both incomplete. The triangle is a test, not of navigation or piloting skill, but of epistemology, of how we know what we know, of what we choose to believe when evidence is ambiguous, when explanations feel insufficient, when the universe refuses to make sense. Thump, thump, so slow, so quiet, fading. And beneath it all, beneath theories and statistics, beneath myth and science, the ocean continues, waves rolling, currents flowing, creatures rising from the deep to feed, then sinking back into darkness. The water doesn't care about our questions, our need for answers. It simply moves, eternal, indifferent. Ships cross the triangle every day. Right now, as you sink towards sleep, massive container ships, cruise liners, private yachts, fishing boats, they cross safely, arrive at their destinations, unload their cargo, load new cargo, depart again. The mundane reality of maritime commerce. Thousands of successful voyages for every mystery. But we don't tell stories about the ships that arrive safely. We tell stories about the ones that vanish, because mystery compels us, draws us in, makes us lean closer, listen harder. We're pattern-seeking creatures, finding meaning in chaos, seeing shapes and clouds, connecting dots that may not form pictures. And perhaps that's not a flaw. Perhaps that's how we survived as a species, by being alert to danger, by remembering the outliers, the anomalies, by telling cautionary tales that keep us careful, keep us humble before nature's power. Your breathing, almost imperceptible now, a whisper of movement, Your body has become landscape, still and vast. Mountains of shoulders, valleys of ribs, plains of belly, all quiet, all dark, all surrendered to sleep's gravity. The triangle will outlive us, outlive our theories, outlive our need to explain it. Long after humanity vanishes, the ocean will still roll over that patch of Atlantic. Storms will still form. Magnetic anomalies will still confuse compasses that no longer exist. Methane will still bubble up from the deep, to no audience, witnessed by no one, meaningless. And maybe that's the final truth, that meaning exists only in consciousness, only in minds that ask why. When we're gone, the universe returns to simply being, to existing without explanation, without story, without mystery, just physics, just chemistry, just the eternal dance of matter and energy. But we're not gone yet. You're not gone yet. You're here, now, in this moment, in this darkness, floating on the edge of sleep, held by the mattress, held by gravity, held by the voice that's been with you, drifting, drifting. And the mysteries continue, pulling us forward, pulling us deeper into stories within stories, into questions that breed more questions. The 1960s brought new disappearances, new technologies, new ways to vanish. Radar improved, yet planes still disappeared from screens. Communication expanded, yet distress calls still cut off mid-sentence. The triangle adapted, evolved, remained mysterious despite progress. Let your consciousness drift with the decades. The 1970s, disco lights on shore, but darkness over water. New disappearances joining the catalogue, joining the long whisper of names. The Snowboy, a freighter lost with 40 crew, somewhere between New York and the Caribbean, 1963. The vessel radioed normal operations, then silence. Rescue aircraft searched, found an empty lifeboat, floating, empty. No bodies, no ship, just evidence that someone tried to escape, tried to survive, and failed. Your eyelids sealed shut, not sleeping yet, but not waking either, suspended, floating in the space between infrasound, frequencies below human hearing, but felt rather than heard, vibrations that create unease, nausea, fear. The ocean produces infrasound naturally, from waves, from geological activity, from the movement of massive water masses. Certain frequencies affect human psychology, trigger panic responses, create the overwhelming urge to flee. Could infrasound explain why crews abandoned seaworthy ships, why people jumped into lifeboats, into certain death, fleeing invisible danger? The body responding to signals the mind doesn't recognize, ancient survival instincts overriding reason. Let your body respond now to the rhythm of this voice, to the pull of sleep, ancient instincts recognizing safety, recognizing rest, letting go. The Puerto Rico Trench, plunging 5 miles down, deeper than Everest, is tall, pressure crushing, darkness absolute. Down there, the water is near freezing, even in tropical latitudes. Down there, strange creatures exist, adapted to conditions that would pulverize surface life. creatures we've barely catalogued, barely understand. And somewhere in that trench, perhaps, lie the answers. The wreckage of Flight 19, the hull of the Cyclops, hundreds of vessels, thousands of souls, all resting in the sediment, compressed by time and pressure, becoming geology, becoming part of the seafloor, hidden, silent, eternal. Thump, thump, your heart beating in rhythm with the deep, slow, steady, ancient, very low-frequency communications, VLF, used by submarines, by military installations. The signals penetrate water, travel through the ocean, reach vessels in the deep, but VLF can also interfere with navigation, with radio, create dead zones where normal communication fails. The Caribbean host military bases, listening stations, submarine operations. The triangle sits amid these installations. Could military activity explain some disappearances? Not conspiracy, not cover-up, just operational security, classified movements, ships and planes in wrong places at wrong times, accidents swept under classification, buried in redacted files. Your thoughts are classified now, archived, filed away, inaccessible even to you. Let them go. Let security clearance expire. Let the files dissolve. Deep sea currents, different from surface currents, flowing in opposite directions, creating shear zones where different layers of water slide past each other. These boundaries can trap debris, carry it along invisible highways, distribute wreckage across ocean basins, make reconstruction impossible, make finding the truth impossible. A plane crashes, breaks apart, the pieces sink, but they don't sink straight down. They drift in the current, scatter. Some pieces swept to the Caribbean, some to the North Atlantic, some to Europe. The search area expands infinitely. The needle hides in a haystack the size of an ocean. Feel yourself scattering, dissolving into the current, pieces of consciousness drifting apart. No center, no cohesion, just presence, diffused, peaceful. The hazards of low-altitude flight, pilots flying close to water to avoid weather, to maintain visual reference. But at low altitude, time to react compresses. A mechanical problem becomes a disaster in seconds. No altitude to trade for airspeed. No room for error. Just water, rushing up, impact, silence. Flight 19 flew low, searching for landmarks, for islands, for anything familiar. The lower they flew, the more fuel they burned, the heavier the planes became. When fuel ran out, they had no choice. Ditching in the ocean at night, in rough seas, even with perfect execution, survival unlikely, recovery impossible. Your body is heavy, so heavy, pressed flat, compressed. No air left to rise, just sinking, sinking. Naval architecture, ship design, some vessels built with fatal flaws, weak spots in hulls, inadequate safety measures. The Marine Sulphur Queen had documented structural issues, cracks in the hull, concerns about the tanks carrying superheated sulphur, but economics overruled caution. Ships sailed because cargo needed moving, profits needed making. The sea collected its toll for human hubris. Breathe out, release. Release the tension of holding together. Let structure fail. Let architecture collapse. Just be formless. Just be water. Insurance fraud. The unromantic explanation. Some disappearances weren't mysterious, were criminal. Owners scuttling ships. Crews abandoning vessels in international waters. Collecting insurance payouts. Starting new lives. The ocean provides perfect cover. No body, no ship, no proof, just a claim, a payout, a successful crime. Not every mystery has supernatural explanations. Some mysteries are just old-fashioned greed, human calculation. The Triangle's reputation making fraud easier, making questions less persistent. The legend serving as cover for crime. Your consciousness is a sinking ship now. Crew abandoned. Holds flooding. Slipping beneath the surface. No investigation needed. Just letting go. The Caribbean's pirate history. Centuries of wrecking. Of luring ships to reefs with false lights. Of raiding. Killing. The Triangle's waters ran red with intentional violence long before the age of mystery. Modern piracy still exists. Drug runners, smugglers, vessels encountering the wrong boat in the wrong waters, disappearing not mysteriously, but violently, sunk deliberately, crews murdered, the ocean hiding evidence of crime. Not every sailor lost was lost mysteriously. Some knew exactly what was happening, saw their killers' faces, died understanding, but unable to tell. Let understanding fade, let knowing dissolve. Just drift in not knowing, in the peaceful ignorance of approaching sleep. Psychological effects of isolation, long voyages, weeks at sea, the mind begins to fracture. Sailors report visions, hear voices, see things that aren't there. Isolation psychosis, cabin fever, the vastness of ocean reflecting the vastness of loneliness, driving people mad, captains behaving erratically, making poor decisions. The captain of the Cyclops was reportedly unstable. The crew of the Carol A. Deering seemed to be fleeing their captain. Perhaps some mysteries are simply tragedies of mental health, of people breaking under pressure, taking others down with them. Your mind is vast ocean now, thoughts like ships, distant, small, disappearing over the horizon, leaving emptiness, leaving peace. Search and rescue technology evolved. From signal fires on shore, to radio beacons, to satellite tracking, to AI-coordinated drone swarms. Yet still, people vanish. The technology improves, but the ocean remains too large, too deep, too fast at swallowing evidence. The golden hour, the critical time after a disaster when survivors can still be saved. In the Triangle, with currents and wind and vast distances, the golden hour expires before search teams even know something is wrong. By the time the alarm sounds, survivors are already beyond help, already claimed. Time is expiring now for waking consciousness. The golden hour of alertness passing, gone. Only sleep remains, only surrender, media sensationalism. The term Bermuda Triangle was coined by Vincent Gaddis in 1964 in a pulp magazine article. The name caught fire, spread, became iconic. Newspapers loved it. Television loved it. Book publishers loved it. The mystery sold. So the mystery grew, fed by exaggeration, by connecting unrelated incidents, by ignoring contradictory evidence. The Bermuda Triangle effect, the psychological phenomenon where confirmation bias creates patterns from randomness. We remember the disappearances, forget the safe passages, count the mysteries, ignore the statistics. The legend perpetuates itself, becomes self-fulfilling, shapes perception. But you don't need to perceive now, don't need to remember, don't need to count or calculate. Just exist, just breathe, just drift. Mathematical clustering illusion. If you plot enough data points randomly, clusters appear. Not because of underlying cause, but because of probability. Random events clump together, create the appearance of patterns. The human brain sees the pattern, invents explanations, builds narratives. The triangle might be nothing more than this, a cluster that looks meaningful, but signifies nothing. The same number of disappearances would happen anywhere, but we named this region, drew its boundaries, gave it identity, and so it exists, as much in our minds as in the ocean. Your thoughts are clustering, grouping, merging, becoming a single mass, a single dark, a single nothing. Anomalous radar blips, phantom targets appearing on screens, moving, then vanishing. Military radar operators report these constantly, mostly identified as atmospheric phenomena, weather patterns creating false echoes, but sometimes the blips remain unexplained, moving in ways weather cannot, exhibiting intelligence, then gone. Are these glitches, atmospheric anomalies, or something else? Surveillance craft from foreign powers, experimental technology? Or are the conspiracy theorists right? Are they not of this world, not of this dimension? The questions echo into darkness, into silence. No answers return, just echo, fading, gone. The 1967 Revenos, a speedboat found drifting, engine running, radio on, navigation lights functioning, but the crew, 3 experienced watermen, vanished. No storm, no distress, no explanation, just absence. The boat perfectly preserved, like a museum display, like a tomb. What makes people leave? What fear is strong enough? What did they see? What did they know in their final moments? Let the questions drift away, unanswered, unneeded. Let mystery be mystery, temporal loop hypotheses, physics at the fringe, theories that time isn't linear, that it loops, that certain locations exist in multiple time periods simultaneously. Perhaps the triangle is one such location, a fold in space-time where past and present overlap, where vessels slip from one era to another, forever lost, but also forever arriving, caught in eternal loop. Flight 19 still flying, the crew still searching, still transmitting, we don't know which way is west, forever in their timeline. while we, in ours, search for wreckage that exists in another temporal dimension. The theory feels like science fiction, but physics allows for temporal distortions near strong gravitational fields, near massive energy sources. Could the deep trenches, the magnetic anomalies, the electromagnetic fields create localized time distortions? Could, but probably not. But maybe. Your sense of time is distorting now. Has it been minutes or hours? Are you still awake or already dreaming? Does it matter? Time is liquid, flowing, pooling, becoming timeless, geomagnetic reversal. The Earth's magnetic field flips periodically, north becoming south, south becoming north. It's happened hundreds of times. The process takes thousands of years, but during the transition, the magnetic field weakens, becomes chaotic. Multiple poles appear. Compasses go wild. Navigation becomes impossible. We're overdue for a reversal. The magnetic field is weakening. Could the triangle be experiencing early effects? Could it be a zone where the field is particularly unstable, where magnetic chaos reigns, where navigational instruments fail because the planet itself is confused? Another theory, another possibility, another thread in the tapestry of explanations. None proven, none impossible, all drifting, floating, thump, thump, your heartbeat barely audible, a rumour of rhythm, a memory of pulse, acoustic shadows beneath the triangle, zones where sound doesn't propagate normally, where sonar returns strange echoes, where submarines report ghost signals, phantom pings. The underwater topography creates these shadows, reflects sound in unexpected ways, makes mapping difficult, makes finding wreckage nearly impossible. A ship could lie in an acoustic shadow, forever hidden, sonar passing over it, detecting nothing. The wreckage might be found accidentally, by a drifting submersible, by a deep-sea probe, decades later, far from the search area, proving nothing, explaining nothing. Your consciousness is in an acoustic shadow now, signals passing over you, detecting nothing. You are hidden, protected, safe in invisibility. Deep-sea sonar ghost images. Sometimes sonar detects structures that shouldn't exist. Geometric formations, right angles, parallel lines. The images are analyzed, debated, usually explained as natural formations, as pareidolia, seeing patterns in randomness. But sometimes, the images resist explanation, remain mysterious, remain possible. Could ancient civilizations have built in these waters, before sea levels rose, before catastrophe? Could remnants exist, buried, waiting? Or are these formations entirely natural? Volcanic activity, tectonic processes, the earth-building geometries accidentally. The ghosts may be geological, not supernatural, but ghosts nonetheless. Shadows of what might have been, or might never have been. Let yourself become a ghost, substance fading, becoming shadow, becoming less, becoming almost nothing. Submerged volcanic gas eruptions, carbon dioxide, methane, hydrogen sulfide, rising from cracks in the seafloor, The gases create columns of bubbles, fountains of gas-saturated water. Ships caught in these eruptions lose buoyancy, sink immediately. No time to react, no time to understand. Just sudden descent, crushing pressure, death. These eruptions are rare, unpredictable. The triangle sits over active geology, over faults and cracks, over magma chambers. The possibility exists. The mechanism is understood, but proving it requires finding evidence, and evidence sinks, scatters, disappears. Sinking. Feel yourself descending, pressure building, but not painful, not crushing, just encompassing, embracing, pulling you down into rest. Rogue submarines during wartime. The Triangle saw heavy military activity. World War I, World War II, the Cold War. Submarines prowling, torpedoes fired, ships sunk, some victims never identified, some attacks never acknowledged, classified operations, secret sinkings, the ocean covering military secrets. The Cyclops disappeared during World War I. Could German U-boats have sunk her without reporting? Could military records have been lost or deliberately destroyed? The fog of war is thick, impenetrable. Many truths died with the sailors who knew them. Your thoughts are classified, archived beyond reach, beyond clearance, beyond caring, just gone, filed away in darkness. Psychic predictions, prophecies. Edgar Casey, the sleeping prophet. He spoke of Atlantis, of crystals beneath the triangle, of energy sources still active, still dangerous. His followers believe the triangle is cursed, that ancient technology malfunctions modern vessels, that we're trespassing on sacred ground. Skeptics dismiss this, understandably. No evidence supports psychic claims. No mechanism exists for crystal energy. It's fantasy, wishful thinking. But the prophecies persist. The believers remain convinced, and strange events continue. Feeding belief, perpetuating mystery. Believe or don't, it doesn't matter now. Nothing matters but the slow descent into sleep, into darkness, into dreams. Lost black box recordings, missing data. Some crashed aircraft in the Triangle were equipped with voice recorders, flight data recorders. But these were never recovered, never provided answers. The ocean keeps them, somewhere in the deep. The last words of pilots rest on tape, degrading, dissolving, becoming silence again. What would those recordings reveal? Panic, confusion, mechanical failure? Or would they reveal something else? Something impossible? Something we're not ready to understand? The recordings drift in the current, along with all other lost things, including your consciousness, fragmenting, dispersing. Magnetosphere fluctuations. The Earth's magnetic field extends into space, protects us from solar radiation. But the field fluctuates, weakens, strengthens, creates zones of vulnerability. The triangle might lie in such a zone, where cosmic rays penetrate more easily, where radiation affects electronics, affects human cognition, creates errors, creates disasters, Pilots flying through high radiation zones report instrument failures, report feeling disoriented, nauseous. The symptoms match radiation exposure, but proving this requires data, requires evidence, and evidence vanishes with the aircraft. Your cognition is fluctuating, thoughts flickering, dimming, approaching blackout, approaching the beautiful darkness of sleep, missing weather balloons. Research instruments launched to study upper atmosphere. Most return data normally, but some, released over the triangle, go silent. Telemetry stops. GPS signals end. The balloons drift away, or fall into the ocean, or simply cease. Another small mystery, another unexplained loss. Even our eyes in the sky, our instruments of observation, disappear. The triangle claims everything: impartial, indiscriminate, electromagnetic dead zones, navigation drift. GPS relies on satellites, on clear signal reception, but certain atmospheric conditions create interference, ionospheric disturbances, solar flares. The triangle's location makes it vulnerable. Signals degrade. Position data becomes unreliable. Aircraft drift off course, unknowing, until fuel runs out, until water appears below, until too late. Modern navigation assumed perfect, assumed infallible, until it fails, and fails catastrophically. You're drifting off course now, away from waking, towards sleep. The drift is natural, welcome, inevitable. Shimmering horizons, mirage phenomena, light bending through layers of different temperature, creating false horizons, false islands, pilots seeing land where none exists, flying toward phantom coastlines, until fuel exhausts, until the mirage dissolves, until ocean remains, only ocean. The mind tricks itself. The eye cannot be trusted. Reality becomes negotiable when exhaustion and desperation combine. Your mind is a mirage now, seeming solid, but only light and air, only illusion, dissolving as you approach. The 1969 National Geographic expeditions, scientific investigations, proper research vessels, proper equipment, they found nothing definitive. Some anomalies, some unusual readings, but nothing that proved supernatural, nothing that couldn't be explained by natural phenomena. The expedition concluded. The triangle is a legend, not a reality. The disappearances are real, but the pattern is not. Statistics are normal, explanations are mundane. The mystery is human creation, not ocean phenomenon. But legends don't die from lack of evidence. Legends thrive on mystery, grow stronger when challenged. The expedition's findings changed nothing. The legend continued, continues still. Legends are immortal, but you are not. You are mortal, tired, ready to surrender to sleep's embrace. Government investigations, declassified files, thousands of pages released, reports from Navy, Coast Guard, Federal Aviation Administration, all reaching similar conclusions. No unusual danger, no special properties. The triangle is ocean, nothing more, nothing less. But declassified files also show redactions, blacked out passages, removed sections. entire documents withheld for national security. And so the conspiracy theorists point. See, they're hiding something. The truth is classified. Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't. Maybe the redactions are mundane, protecting sources, protecting methods, or maybe there are secrets. Maybe some things remain hidden for good reason. The truth is hidden now, behind eyelids, behind the veil of approaching sleep, and you don't need to find it, don't need to know, just need to rest. Secret military testing grounds, the Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center, OTEC, located in the tongue of the ocean, near the triangle's boundaries, a facility for testing submarines, testing weapons, testing classified technology. The Navy acknowledges EUTEC's existence, but not all its activities. Could testing explain disappearances, accidental interference, vessels wandering into restricted zones during exercises? The military neither confirms nor denies. The conspiracy theories flourish, fed by secrecy, by coincidence, by the human need to find intentional causes for random tragedy. But intention or randomness, it matters less and less as sleep approaches, as caring fades, as consciousness dims. Triangulation errors in early flight logs. Before GPS, navigation relied on celestial observation, on dead reckoning, on radio beacons, all subject to error, all vulnerable to confusion. A cloud covering the sun, a miscalculated heading, a misidentified landmark. The errors compound. The aircraft drifts hundreds of miles off course, and when disaster strikes, search teams look in the wrong ocean, find nothing, conclude mystery. Sometimes mystery is just mistake, compounded by tragedy, amplified by time. Your navigation is failing now. You don't know where you are, if you're still listening, still conscious, or already dreaming. The boundaries blur, dissolve, become irrelevant. The Dragon's Triangle, near Japan, called the Devil's Sea, Mano Umi. Reports of disappearances similar to the Bermuda Triangle, ships vanishing, aircraft losing contact. The Japanese government investigated in the 1950s, sent a research vessel, the Kaio Maru No. 5. It vanished, all crew lost. The investigation ended. Two triangles, opposite sides of the world, similar legends, similar fears. Are they connected? Is there a global pattern, a network of dangerous zones? Or are they both examples of the same phenomenon? Confirmation bias, statistical clustering, humans finding patterns in randomness, creating mythology from misfortune. The pattern connects, or doesn't. You can't tell anymore, can't focus, can't hold the thread of thought. Oceanic noise patterns, unknown rhythms, deep-sea microphones record sounds from the abyss. Most identified, whale song, seismic activity, ice breaking. But some sounds resist identification. The bloop, Julia, slow down. Sounds that suggest enormous sources, creatures or phenomena unknown. Could these sounds be related to disappearances? Could unknown phenomena in the deep affect vessels above? Or are they simply new sounds, new discoveries, unrelated to any mystery? The ocean keeps producing mysteries. Solving one reveals 10 more. It's mysteries all the way down, 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 sinking toward the bottom, toward the silence where mysteries rest unsolved, where questions dissolve into sediment, unmarked wrecks found by deep drones. Modern exploration discovers shipwrecks constantly, some identified, matched to known losses, but others, no registry, no record, ships that vanished without being missed, or vanished so long ago the records themselves vanished. Ghost ships becoming real, briefly, before sinking back into obscurity. Each wreck is a story, a disaster, lives ended, but the stories are lost, the hulls remain, silent witnesses, forever silent. You are becoming silent, words fading, thoughts fading, only silence expanding, beautiful, complete, recovered debris without registration records, pieces of aircraft found on beaches, fragments of ships washed ashore, but no serial numbers, no identifying marks, nothing to trace them, nothing to solve the mystery, just evidence that something happened, somewhere, sometime, to someone. The ocean delivers its messages, but delivers them encrypted, the code lost, the meaning forever obscure. Meaning is obscure now, everything obscure, fading into grey, into dark, into the space where sleep lives. Unidentified oil slicks. Satellite imaging detects them constantly. Sheens on the water, evidence of leaking vessels, but the source is unknown. The currents carry the oil far from the wreck. The connection cannot be made. Another mystery marked, filed, forgotten, thump, thump, so faint, so distant, like a ship, far away, disappearing over the edge, glowing sea mist, ionized particles. Sailors report phosphorescence, luminous fog, water that glows. The Caribbean hosts bioluminescent organisms, dinoflagellates that spark when disturbed, turning waves electric blue, storms creating light shows, natural, beautiful, but to tired, frightened sailors, supernatural, terrifying. Could glowing mist explain ghost ships, phantom lights, the ocean creating illusions, the mind interpreting them as impossible, natural phenomena mistaken for mystery? The pattern repeats throughout history, throughout the triangle. What we don't understand, we make supernatural, but understanding is beyond you now, beyond reach, beyond need. Let the glow fade, let darkness return, pure, complete, distress calls ending mid-transmission. Mayday, mayday, this is silence. The radio cutting off, not fading, not degrading, just stopping, as if a switch was thrown, as if the ship ceased to exist mid-word. These partial transmissions haunt investigators. What happened in that final instant? Power failure, catastrophic damage, or something else? Something that stopped the transmission, and the transmitter, and the entire vessel, in the space between syllables? Your transmissions are ending now, thoughts cutting off, mid-formation, consciousness seizing, word by word, breath by breath. Psychotronic field theories, fringe science, claims that certain locations emit fields that affect human consciousness, affect electronics. The triangle might generate such fields, naturally or artificially. The fields causing hallucinations, causing errors, causing crews to abandon ships, causing pilots to fly into the ocean, believing they're landing on runways. The theory lacks evidence, lacks mechanism, lacks credibility, but it persists because it feels like explanation, feels like understanding, even if it's built on nothing but speculation. All theories are equal now, all weightless, all meaningless, drifting away like smoke, like fog, like sleep's soft approach, underwater acoustic resonance, hull vibrations. Certain frequencies cause metal to vibrate, sympathetic resonance. If a ship's hull matches the frequency of ocean noise, of submarine sounds, of underwater acoustics, the hull could shake itself apart, the rivets failing, the seams splitting, the ship breaking up, not from external force, but from internal vibration, singing itself to death. Another theory, another possibility, another way the ocean might kill without malice, without consciousness, just physics, just the eternal mathematics of wave and matter. Mathematics is dissolving, numbers losing meaning, counting impossible. One breath, or thousands, same thing, eternal thing. Ancient maritime maps, drawn before the triangle had its name. Some show strange notations in these waters. Here be dragons, treacherous currents, warnings in Latin, in Arabic. Sailors from different cultures, different eras, noting the same region as dangerous. Did they know something? Experience something? Or did the legend start even then, passed from ship to ship, port to port, becoming older, more authoritative, more true with each retelling? Maps are folding now, creasing, disappearing into drawers, into archives. You don't need maps, don't need navigation. You're already here, already home, in the dark. Mathematical chaos, probability models. Chaos theory suggests that small changes in initial conditions create massive differences in outcomes. A butterfly flapping wings, eventually causing a hurricane. A pilot adjusting course by 1 degree, eventually flying into oblivion. The triangle might be a chaos amplifier, where tiny errors become catastrophic, where the margin for safety shrinks to nothing. Not supernatural, no, just mathematical. The universe being precisely itself, precisely unpredictable. Predictions are impossible now. Your trajectory unknown, unknowable. You drift, chaos and order merging, becoming the same thing, becoming sleep. Recent satellite anomalies. Modern satellites occasionally lose signal over the triangle. Not common, not consistent, but documented. GPS degradation, communication dropouts, lasting seconds, minutes. The satellites recover, resume function, as if passing through an interference zone. What causes this? Atmospheric conditions, space weather, magnetic anomalies, or something else? Something localized, something we haven't identified? Another question, joining thousands, joining millions, all floating, all unanswered, all drifting toward the horizon where answers live or don't. The Witch's Hole, the 1909 spray incident, Joshua Slocum, the first man to sail solo around the world, vanished on a voyage from Martha's Vineyard towards South America. Experienced sailor, capable vessel. He simply disappeared. No distress, no wreckage, no trace. The spray was last reported near the Orinoco River, near the Triangle's edge. Some say Slocum was struck by a ship. Others say he encountered the Witch's Hole, a legendary whirlpool, a vortex that opens without warning, swallows vessels, closes again, leaving no evidence. Whirlpools exist, maelstroms, but none permanent, none large enough to swallow ships without trace. Still, the legend persists. The Witch's Hole, waiting, hungry, patient, holes in reality, holes in consciousness. Feel yourself approaching one. Feel the pull, the spiral, down, down, into darkness, into sleep. Beautiful, irresistible, inevitable. The vanishing yacht Connemara IV, 1955, found drifting, abandoned. The crew had fled in panic, leaving everything: money, documents, personal treasures. Whatever frightened them was more terrifying than dying in the ocean, more certain than whatever safety the yacht provided. What did they see? What did they hear? What did they know in those final moments before abandoning ship? We'll never know. They never survived to tell. Their silence is complete, eternal. Join their silence now. Let words fade. Let knowing end. The 1972 Teignmouth Electron, the suicide voyage, Donald Crowhurst, attempting to sail solo around the world. His logbooks revealed fabricated positions, invented progress, the psychology of a man unraveling, alone with ocean and thoughts, for months, the isolation destroying him, breaking his grip on reality. His final log entries spoke of cosmic games, of becoming one with time, of understanding mysteries at the cost of sanity. Then he stepped off the boat, into the water, into forever. The ocean took him gently, probably. The water is warm here. Death by drowning. They say it's peaceful. After the panic, after the struggle. The body surrenders, the mind releases. Sleep comes, eternal sleep. You're surrendering now, releasing. No struggle, no panic, just letting go, just floating down. The ghostly radio echoes of the SS Cotopaxi, lost in 1925, another cargo ship, another disappearance, vanished between Charleston and Havana. Years later, ships reported receiving radio signals. The Cotopaxi's call sign, faint, impossible. The ship was gone, but the signals continued, echoes from the past or from somewhere else. Radio waves can bounce, reflect, travel impossible distances under right conditions. Or maybe the reports were mistakes, misidentifications, wishful thinking. Or maybe The Cotopaxi still broadcasts from whatever dimension it fell into, still calling for help, forever. Your signals are echoing now, bouncing in the dark, growing fainter, fainter, soon to cease entirely. The 1967 Revenock speedboat paradox. 3 men, experienced watermen, their boat found running, functioning, but empty. They knew these waters, knew what to fear, knew what to avoid. Yet something made them leave, made them choose certain death over staying aboard. The paradox unsolvable, the boat perfect, the crew gone, the ocean indifferent. Paradoxes dissolve in sleep, contradictions merge. Everything becomes possible and nothing matters. Just drifting, just being. The disappearance of the angel's glow. 1980. A private aircraft, pilot and passengers, routine flight. The plane radioed position, reported normal operations. Then, the pilot transmitted something strange. There's a glow surrounding the aircraft. Everything's glowing, instruments failing, where silence, electrical phenomenon, St. Elmo's fire, ball lightning, or something else. Something that made the plane glow, made instruments fail, made everyone aboard vanish. The search found nothing, no glowing debris and no evidence, just another name, another mystery, another whisper in the catalogue. You're glowing now, from within, soft light, fading light, like a firefly at dawn, flickering, dimming, going dark. The 1941 USS Wasp phantom sighting. Sailors on other vessels reported seeing the aircraft carrier months after it sank. The Wasp was torpedoed, confirmed sunk, but witnesses swore they saw it, steaming through the triangle, intact, operational, a ghost carrier, crewed by ghost sailors, forever on patrol. Misidentification, another carrier mistaken for the Wasp, or collective hallucination, mass psychology creating shared vision, or maybe ghosts are real. Maybe the ocean keeps echoes, impressions, recordings of what was, playing back randomly, witnessed by those unlucky enough to be watching. You're becoming a ghost, substance fading, presence dimming. Soon you'll be memory, then dream, then nothing at all. The 1950 Sandra cargo ship Mirage. Multiple vessels reported seeing the Sandra weeks after it vanished. The ship appeared on the horizon, clear, detailed, then dissolved, like mist, like illusion. Witnesses compared notes, described identical details, all seeing the same impossible vision, atmospheric optics, light bending, images of the Sandra captured somehow, reflected from wherever it sank, projected onto the sky, a natural hologram, or wishful thinking, hope-creating vision, sailors wanting to believe, wanting to find, seeing what wasn't there. Reality and illusion merge. You can't tell which is which. Don't need to tell. Both are dreams now, equally valid, equally false. The 1976 Sylvia L. Ossa bulk carrier, 37 crew, vanished between Galveston and Brazil. Modern ship, modern communications, modern mystery. The search covered 46,000 square miles, found nothing. Absolutely nothing. How does a ship that large disappear completely? How do 37 people leave no trace? The ocean is vast, but not infinite. Wreckage should float, should scatter, should be found. Eventually, but eventually never came. The Ossa remains lost. The crew remains gone. The mystery remains unsolved. Eventually sleep comes. Eventually consciousness ends. Eventually everything dissolves into the vast, into the dark, into peace. The 1984 Marquess Tall ship sinking. 19 died. 9 survived. Finally witnesses. Finally run testimony. They described the storm, the sudden violence, the ship rolling, capsizing, sinking in seconds. They described the shock, the cold, the impossible speed of disaster. But even with survivors, even with explanation, the sinking felt wrong, felt impossible. A tall ship built to survive storms, a crew experienced and capable. It shouldn't have sunk, shouldn't have killed, but it did. The ocean doesn't care about shouldn't, doesn't respect experience, doesn't follow rules. It simply is, and sometimes being is fatal. You are simply being now, no thought, no intention, no will, just existing, barely fading. The 1999 Genesis research vessel, scientists studying ocean, disappeared into ocean. The irony bitter, tragic. The Genesis had equipment, had protocol, had redundant systems. Nothing helped. The sea took them, as it takes everyone eventually, even research, even understanding, even knowledge, cannot prevent mystery, cannot guarantee safety. The ocean is larger than knowledge, deeper than understanding. Understanding fades now. Knowledge dissolves. You sink below comprehension into pure experience, pure sensation, pure darkness. Climate change's hidden role, ocean temperatures rising, storm intensity increasing, weather patterns destabilizing. The triangle sits in Hurricane Alley. The hurricanes are growing stronger, more frequent, more unpredictable. Modern disappearances might be increasing, not because of supernatural forces, but because of environmental collapse, because we've changed the ocean, changed the atmosphere, changed the rules, and now we're living with consequences. The mystery evolving, adapting, becoming contemporary. The triangle reflects our era, our fears, our guilt, our understanding that we've broken something and the breaking isn't finished. But guilt dissolves in sleep. Fear fades. Responsibility releases. Nothing remains but rest, darkness, peace, cursed artifacts from the deep. Treasure hunters bring up relics, Spanish gold, colonial artifacts, ship's bells, and sometimes afterward, bad luck follows. Relationships end, businesses fail, health deteriorates. Coincidence? Of course. But the believers see patterns, see curses, see the ocean reclaiming what was taken. Some divers return artifacts, throw them back, make peace with the sea. The bad luck ends, or seems to. Confirmation bias, or genuine curse. The line blurs. Your artifacts are sinking back now. Memories, thoughts, dreams, all returning to the deep, all reclaimed, all released. Fictional crossovers in horror. The triangle appears in movies, books, television, each version adding details, creating lore, building a mythology more powerful than fact. The fiction and reality interweave, become inseparable. People experience the triangle through fiction first, then interpret real events through fictional framework. The legend feeds itself, grows stronger, becomes more real than reality. You're crossing over now, from waking to sleep, from real to dream. The border dissolving, gone. You're through, you're home. Survivor guilt narratives. Those who escaped, who survived when others died. They carry weight. They tell stories tinged with guilt, with wonder at their own existence, with the knowledge that they were spared when others weren't. Why did they survive? Random chance? Skill? Or were they chosen, selected by forces unknown, permitted to witness, to remember, to warn? No survivors remain now. Everyone asleep, everyone dreaming, everyone drifting, safe, held, forgiven. Cryptozoological whispers, sea monsters, giant squid, megalodon, creatures thought extinct or never discovered. Could they explain disappearances? Could unknown predators hunt in the triangle? Giant squid are real, grow to 40 feet, could attack vessels, could pull them down, but no evidence supports this. No tentacle marks on recovered debris, no witnesses, just possibility, just imagination. Let imagination drift away, let possibility fade. Nothing hunts here now, nothing threatens, only sleep, only rest, only darkness welcoming you. Quantum echo theories, fringe physics, the idea that reality branches, that multiple timelines exist, that quantum events create splits, and perhaps, in the triangle, the branches grow closer, overlap, allow passage between. Flight 19 didn't crash, didn't sink. It branched, exists now in parallel timeline, forever flying, forever searching, the crew alive in their reality, while in ours, they're gone, unprovable, unfalsifiable, but compelling. The mystery explained by invoking larger mystery. Answers that create more questions. Questions dissolving, branches merging, all timelines becoming one timeline. The timeline of sleep, eternal, unchanging, unsolved rescue missions. Teams sent to find the lost, themselves becoming lost. The PBM Mariner searching for Flight 19, the ship searching for the Cyclops, the aircraft searching for the Star Tiger. Rescue becoming disaster, help becoming loss. The triangle claims rescuers, claims witnesses, claims anyone who comes looking, consumes curiosity, punishes investigation, remains mysterious by eliminating those who would solve it. No rescue needed now. You're not lost. You're exactly where you should be. Here, now, sleeping, safe. Tech probes gone wrong. The 2025 AI drone swarm, latest in a long line. Autonomous submarines lost. Weather balloons vanished. Satellites experiencing glitches. Even our most advanced technology, fallible, vulnerable, mortal. The triangle humbles technology. reminds us that tools are just tools, that machines cannot protect us, that despite progress, despite advancement, the ocean remains unconquered, unconquerable. Progress stops now, advancement ceases, you return to simplicity, to basics, to body breathing, heart beating, consciousness fading, nothing more needed, cultural rituals for safe passage. Caribbean sailors throw coins to the sea, whisper prayers, avoid sailing on certain dates. These rituals create illusion of control, of relationship with forces beyond understanding. Do they work? Statistically, no. But psychologically, yes. The ritual creates calm, creates confidence, and confidence prevents panic, prevents errors, perhaps saves lives. Not because the ocean listens, but because the sailor does. Your ritual is this: listening, breathing, releasing, and it works. Sleep approaches, peace arrives, the ritual complete, the mathematical clustering illusion. Our brains evolved to detect patterns, to see faces in clouds, to hear voices in wind, to find meaning in randomness. The triangle might be nothing more than this: pattern recognition gone wrong. Meaningful seeming cluster arising from meaningless data. But even if true, even if the triangle is illusion, the ship still sank, the planes still crashed, the people still died. The mystery might be false, but the tragedies are real. Truth and illusion merging, becoming indistinguishable, becoming irrelevant. Sleep is the only truth now, the only reality that matters. Acoustic shadows beneath the triangle, zones of silence underwater, where sound cannot penetrate. Wrecks could lie there, invisible to sonar, invisible to search, forever hidden, forever lost. The ocean's secret graves, quiet, dark, eternal. You're entering an acoustic shadow now, where thoughts cannot penetrate, where consciousness cannot reach. Only silence, only darkness, only peace. The theory of submerged volcanic gas eruptions. We return to this because it explains so much. Methane bubbling up, reducing water density, ships dropping like stones, and the eruptions are unpredictable. Random. Could occur anywhere, anytime. A ship could be sailing, crew relaxed, everything normal. Then, the water beneath them erupts, bubbles rise, buoyancy disappears, the ship plunges. No time to react, no time to understand, just descent, darkness, death. You're descending now, not into death, into sleep. But the sensation's similar, the release, the surrender, the sinking into darkness. Peaceful, natural, right. The role of rogue submarines during wartime, already mentioned, but worth repeating. The triangle saw combat, saw conflict, saw death dealt deliberately. Not every mystery is mysterious. Some disappearances were murders, acts of war, the ocean hiding crimes along with accidents, mixing tragedy with treachery. Impossible to separate now. Separation ending, categories dissolving, war and peace, life and death, wake and sleep, all merging, all becoming one thing, one dark, one rest, lost black box recordings. They would answer so much, reveal so much, but they rest on the bottom. Batteries dead, cases corroded, data degrading. Even if found, even if recovered, the answers might be unreadable, destroyed by time and pressure. Some mysteries remain mysteries forever. Some questions never receive answers. And maybe that's acceptable. Maybe not knowing is okay. Not knowing is beautiful now, liberating. You don't need to know anything, don't need to understand, just need to drift, just need to sleep. Magnetosphere fluctuations and communication dropouts, solar storm and cosmic rays, the Earth's magnetic shield fluctuating, creating zones where communication fails, where electronics malfunction. The triangle might sit in such a zone, vulnerable to space weather, vulnerable to forces beyond Earth. But space is far away now. Earth is far away. You're here, in bed, in dark, in warmth. Nothing threatens, nothing matters. Just this, just now. The enigma of missing weather balloons, small mysteries within large mystery. Balloons launched over the triangle, instruments reporting, then ceasing. The balloons drifting, or falling, or simply ending. Even our eyes above, our instruments aloft, cannot maintain contact, cannot stay connected. The triangle disrupts, interferes, isolates. You're isolated now, separated from the waking world, drifting away, alone, but not lonely. Isolation becoming peace, becoming rest. Electromagnetic dead zones and navigation drift. GPS signals degrading. Compasses spinning. Navigation systems failing. Pilots and sailors suddenly blind, suddenly lost, making decisions based on guesswork, on hope, on prayer. Sometimes they guess right, sometimes they don't. The margin between survival and death, microscopic. The difference between arriving and vanishing, one wrong guess, one bad decision, one moment of confusion. Confusion is natural now, expected, welcomed. You're confused about whether you're awake, whether you're dreaming, whether you still exist, and the confusion is perfect. Shimmering horizons and mirage phenomena, heat rising from water, light bending, creating islands that don't exist, creating harbours where there's only ocean, pilots seeing runways, seeing cities, seeing safety, all illusion, all mirage, flying towards salvation, finding only water, the cruelty of it, hope becoming doom, vision becoming trap, the horizon promising, then betraying. But your horizon is real, your destination certain. Sleep waits, sleep promises, sleep delivers, always, forever. Government investigations and declassified files. We return to this because it matters, or doesn't matter. The official word is clear. The triangle is normal. Disappearances are explainable. Mystery is manufactured, but declassified files prove governments lie, hide truths, protect secrets. So how much to believe? How much to trust? Trust is irrelevant now. Belief unnecessary. Just let go. Let the questions drift, unanswered, unimportant. into the dark. Conspiracy theories, secret military testing grounds, experiments gone wrong, weapons tests, submarines, black projects, the triangle as laboratories as proving ground, civilians as collateral damage, accidents covered up, classified, buried, maybe true, maybe false, maybe partially both, the truth hidden, inaccessible, forever classified. We'll never know, never be certain. Certainty is overrated. Sleep requires no proof, no evidence, just surrender, just release. Comparative study. The Dragon's Triangle near Japan. 2 triangles, 2 mysteries, 2 legends, connected, parallel, or coincidence. Perhaps the world has many such places, many zones where mystery congregates, or perhaps humans create mystery, impose it, need it, and so we find it wherever we look, because we're looking. You've stopped looking, eyes closed, mind quiet, no more searching, no more seeking, just being, just sleeping. Oceanic noise patterns and unknown rhythms. The ocean sings, hums, groans, creates sounds we cannot explain, cannot identify. The deep making music, or making warnings, or making nothing. Just sound without meaning, without message. Listen now to the rhythm of your breath, to the song of your heartbeat. Thump, thump. The only rhythm that matters, the only music you need. The universe keeps turning, the earth keeps spinning, the ocean keeps moving, and the Bermuda Triangle keeps its secrets locked away, buried deep, hidden in water and time and the space between knowing and not knowing. Ships continue crossing, planes continue flying. Most arrive safely, their journeys unremarkable, unmysterious. But some slip through cracks, some vanish, become legend, become whispers, become part of the eternal catalogue of mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 Bermuda Triangle mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. The mysteries have no end. The ocean has no bottom. The questions spiral forever, down, 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 into darkness, into depth, into the quiet place where all mysteries rest, all questions dissolve, all answers fade, your breath barely moving now, so slow, so soft, each exhale longer, each inhale shallower, the tide receding, pulling consciousness away, away from shore, away from waking, out to sea, out to sleep. Thump, thump, your heart ancient, timeless, beating the same rhythm as 1,000 years ago, as 1,000,000 years, as forever. The rhythm of existence itself, the pulse of the universe, and you are part of it. You are it. No separation, no distinction. Feel the darkness holding you, embracing you. The darkness is not empty. It's full of rest, full of peace, full of sleep. The darkness is home, and you're returning, finally, completely. The Bermuda Triangle dissolving now, the mysteries fading, the questions evaporating like morning mist. Nothing remains but this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, and even these fading, thinning, becoming whispers, becoming echoes, becoming memories of sensations, memories of consciousness, memories of being awake. But you're not awake. Not anymore. You've crossed over, slipped through, entered the space where sleep lives, where dreams wait, where rest is eternal. The mattress beneath you is ocean, supporting you, carrying you. You float on it, drift on it, safe, held, forever held. The darkness around you is sky, infinite, endless. You rise into it, dissolve into it, become everything, become nothing. The silence in your mind is the silence of deep water, of empty space, of the void between stars, and the silence is perfect, complete, holy. You're the triangle now. You're the mystery. You're the question and the answer. You're the ship and the ocean, the plane and the sky, the disappeared and the searcher. All of it. None of it. Everything merging. Everything one. The universe keeps turning. The mystery keeps spinning. And the Bermuda Triangle keeps its secrets and will keep drifting, floating together through the sistries. 100 Bermuda Triangle mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 lost civilizations mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through shocking evidence that Atlantis harnessed crystal-powered technology, enough to rewrite human history. The Mayans vanished overnight, leaving their towering pyramids empty, and a catastrophic secret buried with them. And Göbekli Tepe, older than any civilization we know, whispers of a forgotten world we were never meant to remember. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into lost civilizations. Atlantis. The name itself feels like water, flowing, dissolving. Plato whispered about it first, around 360 BCE, describing an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a civilization so advanced they harnessed crystals for power, geometric energy flowing through massive towers. The Atlanteans supposedly mapped the stars, built concentric rings of water and land, alternating like ripples, expanding outward, outward. Some say their downfall came in a single day and night, swallowed by waves. Maybe they grew too proud, too powerful. Or maybe the earth simply shifted, tectonic plates grinding, the Atlantic Ocean claiming what was never meant to last. Let your breath slow now, in and out like tides. The legend of Mu, another sunken dream, drifting in the Pacific. James Churchward wrote about it, a continent that stretched between Hawaii and Easter Island, home to 64 million souls, they say, before it sank 12,000 years ago. The Mu civilization supposedly predated all others, their libraries carved in stone tablets, scattered across the world after the flood. Some believe the Polynesian islands are just the mountain peaks, the highest points of Mu, still reaching toward the sky. Fishermen sometimes find strange structures underwater, walls too straight to be natural, angular, purposeful. Heavier now, your eyelids so heavy. Lemuria whispers from even deeper time. A hypothetical bridge between India and Madagascar, named after lemurs, those ghost-eyed creatures found on both shores. Scientists proposed it in the 1800s to explain why the same animals lived on distant continents, before anyone knew about plate tectonics. Continental drift. The Lemurians were said to be spiritually advanced, telepathic, existing in harmony with the Earth's vibrations. 7 root races, evolving through dimensions. Eventually the land broke apart, scattering its people like seeds. Their wisdom supposedly survived in mystery schools. Secret teachings passed down through millennia, your jaw unclenching, releasing, softening. The Maya, they didn't vanish entirely, but their great cities did. Tikal, Copan, Palenque, massive pyramid complexes swallowed by jungle around 900 CE within a generation. Millions of people abandoned their urban centers, walked away from carved temples that touched the clouds. Why? The evidence points to catastrophic drought, 3 separate dry periods, lakes drying to cracked mud, crops withering. But the Maya were master astronomers. They tracked Venus with precision we can barely comprehend. Their calendar stone predicted cosmic cycles. They understood time as circular, not linear. Ending and beginning, ending and beginning. Some say they knew something was coming, encoded it in stone, and simply left. Thump, thump, your heartbeat so slow now. The Inca Empire stretched 3,000 miles along the Andes, yet they left no written language we can read. Their quipu, knotted strings, held information in tactile form, colours and loops creating records, taxation, census, astronomical data, all coded in fibre. The Inca built Machu Picchu on a mountain ridge, stones fitted so precisely, not even a blade could slip between them. No mortar, just gravity and genius. They shaped granite blocks weighing 50 tons, moved them up impossible inclines, terraced the mountainsides into green stairs. When the Spanish arrived, they couldn't believe what they saw, thought it must be the work of demons. The Inca knew earthquake engineering. Their walls survived tremors that destroyed colonial buildings centuries later. Sinking deeper, the bed holding you and cradling you. Egypt's hidden tombs still wait beneath the sand. Most people know about Tutankhamun's treasure, but the Valley of the Kings has 63 known tombs. and ground-penetrating radar suggests dozens more unmapped chambers sealed for 3 millennia. The pyramids themselves defy easy explanation. The Great Pyramid aligned to true north with less than 1/15 of a degree error, built 4,500 years ago, before metal tools, before the wheel reached Egypt. 2.3 million stone blocks, each averaging 2.5 tons, assembled in 20 years. That's one block every 2.5 minutes, working day and night. The precision staggers. The purpose remains mysterious. Tomb, power plant, astronomical observatory, celestial map. All we know for certain is that it was important enough to commit 3 generations of labor. Your breath barely a whisper now. In, out, in, out. Easter Island rises from the Pacific, one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth. The Rapa Nui people carved nearly 900 moai, those massive stone heads, some reaching 30 feet tall, weighing 80 tons. They moved them miles from the quarry to the coast, standing them on platforms facing inland to watch over the villages. But how? Oral tradition says they walked, powered by mana, spiritual energy. Recent experiments suggest rocking them, tilting side to side, inching forward. By the time Europeans arrived, the island was deforested, eroded, the population decimated. The last tree fell around 1650. Without wood for boats, they were trapped. Their civilization had consumed its own foundation, melting, your shoulders melting down into warmth. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey rewrote the timeline of civilization. Built 11,000 years ago, 6,000 years before Stonehenge, before agriculture, before pottery, before the wheel. Hunter-gatherers supposedly created massive stone circles, T-shaped pillars carved with foxes, scorpions, birds. Each pillar weighs 10 to 20 tons, arranged in geometric precision. And then, after 1,000 years of use, they buried it, deliberately, covered the entire complex with dirt, as if hiding something or preserving it. Why would Stone Age people build something so sophisticated and then erase it? What ceremony happened there under the stars? What knowledge was shared? What gods did they serve in the darkness? Floating now, weightless, held by something deeper than gravity. Petra in Jordan, the rose-red city half as old as time. The Nabateans carved it from sandstone cliffs, temples and tombs emerging from living rock. The treasury facade stands 130 feet tall. Columns and cornices, all sculpted in place, never assembled. Their water system was miraculous. Dams and channels managing flash floods, cisterns storing every drop in the desert. Petra controlled the incense trade, frankincense and myrrh flowing from Arabia to Rome. The caravans passed through these narrow canyons, the sick, where walls rise 300 feet on either side. Eventually trade routes shifted. Rome fell, and Petra was forgotten for 1,000 years. Bedouins sheltered in its caves, until a Swiss explorer rediscovered it in 1812. Still, Most of Petra remains unexcavated, buried beneath centuries of sand and silence. Your mind drifting, thoughts like clouds, dissolving, off Japan's coast near Yonaguni. Underwater formations perplex everyone who sees them. Massive stone terraces, geometric angles, what looks like streets and staircases, 60 feet beneath the waves. Some geologists say natural, sandstone eroded by currents. But others point to the right angles, the symmetry, tool marks on the rock. If artificial, these structures are 10,000 years old, built when sea levels were lower, before the ice melted. What civilization had the technology, the organization, to build underwater, or build knowing the waters would rise? The stones keep their secrets, heavy with pressure, barnacled and mysterious. Thump, thump, slower, slower. Hyperborea lived in Greek imagination, a land beyond the north wind, where the sun shone 24 hours and people lived in perpetual spring. The Hyperboreans supposedly worshipped Apollo, lived for 1,000 years, never knew war or disease. Their civilization existed before the gods, in a time when different rules governed reality. Some occultists placed Hyperborea at the North Pole, before the ice. Others said it was Britain, or Greenland, or Thule, or nowhere. Just a dream of paradise. A memory of golden age, when humans were more than human, and the earth was younger, softer, more forgiving. Your body invisible now, just warmth, just breath. The Olmec civilization emerged around 1400 BCE in Mexico, the mother culture of Mesoamerica. They carved enormous stone heads, 8 to 11 feet tall, weighing up to 50 tons. African features, some say, broad noses, full lips, helmets or headdresses. 17 heads discovered so far, each one unique. How did they move these from quarries 60 miles away, through swamp and jungle? No wheels, no draft animals, just human ingenuity and obsession. The Olmec invented the Mesoamerican calendar, the concept of zero, ritual bloodletting, ball courts where games meant life or death. Then around 400 BCE, their cities declined. San Lorenzo, La Venta, Tres Zapotes. The heads were buried or defaced deliberately, as if erasing their own history, their own faces, leaving only questions carved in basalt, sinking into the mattress, through the mattress. Angkor Wat sprawls across 400 acres in Cambodia, the largest religious monument ever built. The Khmer Empire constructed it in the 1100s, dedicating it to Vishnu. 5 towers rising like lotus buds, reflecting in rectangular pools. The entire complex mirrors the Hindu cosmos. Mount Meru at the center, surrounded by oceans. The galleries stretch for half a mile, covered in bas-reliefs. 11,000 square feet of carved stories, battles, dances, heavens and hells. At its peak, Angkor City housed 1 million people, sophisticated hydraulics managing monsoon rains, but the system was fragile. Climate change, droughts, floods. The water management failed, the capital moved, the jungle crept back, roots splitting stone, vines strangling towers. By the 1800s, European explorers found it consumed, nature reclaiming what humans built. A reminder that even our greatest works are temporary, borrowed from the earth, eventually returned, heavier, heavier, your bones made of lead, of stone, of sleep. The Nazca lines stretch across the Peruvian desert, geoglyphs etched into the ground, only visible from the air, a hummingbird, a spider, a monkey, geometric shapes running for miles. The Nazca culture created them between 500 BCE and 500 CE, removing the reddish pebbles to reveal lighter sand beneath, lines so straight they seem impossible, without aerial perspective. Some measure 12 miles long. Why create art for the gods, or aliens, or ancient balloonists? We know they had sophisticated weaving, pottery painted with flying figures, shamans depicted floating above the earth. Maybe the lines were walking meditation, ritual pathways. Maybe they mapped water sources underground, aquifers in the desert. Or maybe they were messages to something in the sky, watching, waiting, never answering, your thoughts fragmenting, dissolving like salt in water. Sumer arose in Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE, the first known civilization. They invented writing, cuneiform pressed into clay, developed mathematics, the wheel, the concept of time divided into 60. The Epic of Gilgamesh was written here, humanity's oldest story, about a king seeking immortality, failing, learning to accept death. The Sumerians built ziggurats, massive stepped temples reaching toward heaven. They tracked the planets, knew astronomy that wouldn't be rediscovered for millennia. Their king lists speak of rulers who reigned for thousands of years before the flood, mythological time bleeding into history. Then the Akkadians conquered them, absorbed their culture. The Sumerian language died, but its words survived in Akkadian, Babylonian, reaching down through time like roots beneath civilizations, drifting, drifting, untethered from your body. The Indus Valley civilization flourished around 2500 BCE, contemporary with Egypt and Mesopotamia, but more organized, more peaceful. Cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro covered hundreds of acres, laid out on grid systems, brick buildings, covered sewers, public baths, urban planning that wouldn't be matched for 2,000 years. They had standardized weights, seals for trade, a writing system we still cannot read, 400 symbols remaining stubbornly silent. Then around 1900 BCE, something happened. The cities were abandoned, not destroyed, just left. No signs of invasion, no burned buildings. People simply walked away. Climate change, river drought, epidemic. We don't know. The Indus script went with them, taking all their stories, their songs, their reasons, leaving only bricks and bones and unanswered questions. Your heartbeat barely there. Thump, Pause. Thump. Pause. Teotihuacan means place where gods were born in Nahuatl, but we don't know what its builders called it. The city reached its peak around 450 CE, 100,000 people living in stone apartment compounds. The Pyramid of the Sun rises 216 feet, one of the largest pyramids in the world, aligned to sunset on specific dates. The Avenue of the Dead runs 2.5 miles, connecting temples and platforms. The entire city was planned, not grown organically. Someone designed it all at once, with mathematical precision, astronomical alignments. Then around 550 CE, the city burned, deliberately, the temples destroyed, the population scattered. Who built it? Where did they go? The Aztecs found it abandoned centuries later, thought it was built by giants, by gods. They had no memory of the truth. Only the stones remained, holding their silence, keeping their secrets beneath layers of earth and time, melting into darkness, into peace. The Anasazi, the ancient ones, lived in the American Southwest for over 1,000 years. They built cliff dwellings into canyon walls, Mesa Verde, Chaco Canyon, stone cities tucked into alcoves like swallow nests, multi-story structures, hundreds of rooms, kivas for ceremony, circular and sacred. They developed sophisticated irrigation, grew corn in the desert, created road systems connecting settlements 50 miles apart, perfectly straight. Then around 1300 CE, they left. Drought, perhaps. Tree rings showed decades of dryness, or warfare, or spiritual calling. The Pueblo peoples are their descendants, but even they have lost the full story. The cliff dwellings stand empty, windows like hollow eyes, watching the desert, waiting for people who will never return. Your breath so shallow now, barely moving, barely there. The Khmer Empire ruled Southeast Asia for 6 centuries, from 802 to 1431 CE, building impossible temples, Angkor Wat, Angkor Thom, Bayon with its 54 towers, each carved with 4 faces, 216 faces total, watching in every direction. The empire controlled modern Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, millions of subjects, but the civilization was built on water management, an intricate system of barrays, reservoirs, channels. When climate patterns shifted, too much rain, then too little, the system collapsed. Silt clogged the channels. Floods destroyed rice paddies. Thai armies invaded from the west. Ayutthaya and the Khmer abandoned Angkor, moving their capital south. The jungle breathed in. Moss covered the faces. Trees grew through roofs. Roots became walls, until French explorers rediscovered it in the 1800s, thinking they'd found Atlantis, calling it the Eighth Wonder, never understanding it was simply forgotten, floating in the space between thoughts, between breaths. The Minoan civilization on Crete gave us our first European palaces, Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, built around 2000 BCE, 3-story buildings, indoor plumbing, frescoes of bull leaping, dolphins, priestesses with snakes. They traded across the Mediterranean, their ships carrying olive oil, wine, pottery. Linear as script recorded their language, but remains undeciphered. Their religion centered on a mother goddess. Bulls held sacred power. Young athletes would leap over charging bulls, grabbing horns, flipping backward. Death was common, glory was worth it. Then around 1450 BCE, disaster struck. The volcano on Santorini erupted, one of the largest explosions in human history. Ash fell for days. Tsunamis destroyed coastal settlements. The Minoans never recovered. Mycenaean Greeks invaded, took over the palaces. The Linear A tablets stopped. Linear B began. A language dying, culture transforming, memories fading into myth, into the legend of the Minotaur, the labyrinth, Theseus and his thread. Stories holding fragments of truth we can no longer read. Your body temperature dropping, cooling, settling into rest. Tartessos existed somewhere in southern Spain, a maritime civilization mentioned by Greeks and Romans. They controlled the tin trade, Bronze Age kingdoms desperate for the metal. The Tartessians supposedly had written literature, laws, poems, all lost. Herodotus said their king lived to be 120 years, their wealth beyond measure. Silver so common they made anchors from it. Then around 500 BCE, the civilization vanished, possibly destroyed by Carthage, or sunk beneath sea level rise, or simply declined, faded, forgot itself. Archaeologists debate where it even was. The Guadalquivir River Delta, Huelva, Cadiz. Underwater ruins might be Tartessos, or might be something else. The name itself survives only in other people's texts. A civilization known only by rumor, glimpses in foreign accounts, like trying to see a face in a dark mirror. Your pulse barely a whisper. The Harappan cities of the Indus Valley had sophisticated urban planning. Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa, Dholavira, streets and grids, houses with bathrooms, drainage systems, public wells, granaries. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro was waterproofed with bitumen, served ritual purposes, communal purification. Their seals show unicorns, zebu bulls, scripts we cannot read. Trade reached Mesopotamia, Harappan seals found in Sumerian cities. But around 1900 BCE, these cities emptied. Possibly the Sarasvati River dried up. Tectonic shift, or climate change, monsoons weakening. Whatever happened, it happened slowly. No sudden destruction, just gradual abandonment. People leaving generation by generation, until only ghosts remained. Bones in the streets, pottery shards, unread messages carved in stone. A silence 4,000 years deep. Your mind empty, vast, infinite. Mycenaean Greece, Agamemnon's legendary kingdom. The Lion Gate stands 15 feet high. 2 lionesses carved in stone, guarding the entrance. The Cyclopean walls use blocks so massive, later Greeks thought only Cyclops could have moved them. Single stones weighing 20 tons, fitted without mortar. These walls protected palaces, treasuries, tombs. The treasury of Atreus has a doorway 20 feet high. The dome inside rises 43 feet, built around 1250 BCE. Mycenaean civilization dominated the Bronze Age Aegean. Their language, Linear B, was Greek. We can read it. Lists of sheep, grain, soldiers. But around 1200 BCE, everything collapsed. The Bronze Age ending, the Sea Peoples, earthquakes, systems failures. Within 50 years, literacy disappeared. Palace culture ended. Greece entered a dark age. 400 years with no writing, no monumental architecture, just survival. The Cyclopean walls stood empty, reminders of a height humans had reached and lost, sinking into the earth, becoming stone, becoming still. The Etruscans controlled northern Italy before Rome. From 900 to 100 BCE, they built sophisticated cities, underground chambers, necropoli, cities of the dead more permanent than cities of the living. Their art shows banquets, music, dancers, a culture that celebrated life, even in death. They influenced Rome profoundly. The toga, gladiatorial games, triumphs, temples, all borrowed from Etruria, but the Romans conquered them, absorbed them. The Etruscan language died. It's not Indo-European, not related to Latin or Greek. 9,000 inscriptions survive. Most just names on tombs. We can barely read it. Their books were destroyed, their history written by Romans. All we have are tombs, painted with feasts we cannot attend, musicians playing songs we cannot hear, a people remembered only in fragments, only in death, your breath barely visible now, a ghost of movement. The Cahokia Mounds rise near modern St. Louis, 120 human-made earthworks. Monk's Mound is the largest, 100 feet tall, covers 14 acres, built entirely with baskets of soil, one piece at a time. Between 600 and 1400 CE, Cahokia was the largest city north of Mexico, 20,000 people at its peak. They built a sun calendar, Woodhenge, wooden poles marking solstices, equinoxes. The society was stratified, elite, commoners, possibly slaves. Human sacrifice occurred. Mass graves suggest ritual killing. Then the city declined. Why? Deforestation, disease, political upheaval, flooding. By 1400 CE, it was abandoned. The mound stood silent. When Europeans arrived, they assumed indigenous people couldn't have built them, attributed them to Vikings, lost tribes of Israel, anyone but the obvious truth that America had civilizations, cities, monuments, long before Columbus, long before the myth of emptiness. Heavier, heavier, your bones lead, your skin stone. Çatalhöyük in Turkey dates to 7500 BCE, 9,000 years ago. One of the earliest urban settlements. 5,000 to 8,000 people lived in houses built against each other. No streets. Entry through the roof. Ladders down into rooms. Walls decorated with bull horns. Paintings of vultures. Wild animals. The dead were buried beneath the floor. Ancestors literally underfoot, supporting the living. The settlement lasted almost 2,000 years, then was abandoned. People left, taking their reasons with them. Why build a city with no streets? Why enter through roofs? What rituals happened in those crowded rooms? What gods demanded bullhorns and vulture paintings? The excavation continues. Each layer reveals more and answers nothing. Drifting through time, through space, through nothing. Thonis Heraclean lay underwater in Egypt's Abu Qir Bay. Lost for 1,200 years, rediscovered in 2000, a city swallowed by the sea, possibly earthquake, liquefaction, the ground turning to liquid, swallowing temples, ships, people, at its peak. Thonis was Egypt's main port, before Alexandria. Ships from Greece, Phoenicia, Cyprus, all passed through. The ruins show statues, sphinxes, coins, ships perfectly preserved in silt. The city had temples to Amun, Khonsu, massive stone blocks underwater, still arranged, still purposeful, still beautiful, even drowned. Your consciousness dissolving, diffusing into darkness. Derinkuyu in Turkey, an underground city carved into soft volcanic rock, extends 280 feet down, 18 levels, could hold 20,000 people, complete with ventilation shafts, wells, storage rooms, wine presses, stables, schools, chapels, built possibly by Phrygians in 800 BCE or earlier, expanded by Christians fleeing persecution. They could close the city with rolling stone doors, each level separate, defendable, safe in the earth. But why build down? What threat required such hiding? What fear drove thousands to live in darkness, in narrow tunnels and carved chambers? The city was used until the 1920s, then abandoned, forgotten until 1963, when a man renovating his basement broke through to tunnels extending into the deep, into the earth's memory. Thump, pause, thump, pause, your heart barely beating. Nabta Playa in Egypt's Nubian desert, a stone circle older than Stonehenge, built around 5000 BCE, 7,000 years ago. Stones aligned to stars, Orion, Sirius, the summer solstice. Nomads built this before agriculture, before cities. They track the heavens in the desert, calendar stones, marking when rains would come, when to move the herds. The site includes cattle burials, megaliths, sculptures, evidence of ceremony, of belief, of looking up and finding meaning. Then the climate shifted, the Sahara dried, nomads left, the stones remained, buried by sand, until archaeologists found them in the 1970s. Another testament to forgotten sophistication, to ancient intelligence, to people who knew the stars by name. Your mind blank, empty, perfect. The Akkadian Empire rose under Sargon around 2334 BCE, first multi-ethnic empire in history. Sargon claimed he was abandoned as a baby, set in a basket on the river. Like Moses, like myth, he united Mesopotamia, created a standing army, standardized weights and measures. His daughter, Enneaduanna, was the first named author in history, high priestess, poet. Her hymns survived, 42 tablets, her voice across 4,000 years. The empire lasted less than 2 centuries as drought, invasion. The Gutians swept down from the mountains, destroyed the cities. Sargon's dynasty ended, his empire fragmenting. But the memory remained. Kings after him claimed his lineage, his legitimacy, his glory, floating in the void between stars, between thoughts. The Amorites were Semitic nomads, appearing in Mesopotamia around 2100 BCE. The Sumerians called them barbarians, but the Amorites conquered Babylon. Hammurabi was Amorite, his law code. One of the first written legal systems, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The Amorites established kingdoms throughout the ancient Near East, then assimilated, absorbed, their identity dissolving into the peoples they conquered or who conquered them, becoming Babylonians, Assyrians, Canaanites, a people remembered only as a name, a label for others, their own voice lost, your body invisible, just warmth in darkness. The Canaanites inhabited the Levant, modern Israel, Palestine, Lebanon. From 3000 BCE onward, they built cities, Jericho, Megiddo, Ugarit, created the first alphabet, Proto-Sinaitic script, 22 consonants, foundation of Hebrew, Greek, Latin. Our own alphabet descended from Canaan. The Phoenicians were Canaanites, master sailors, purple dye traders, but the Bible portrays them as enemies, idolaters, to be destroyed. Archaeological reality is more complex. Cultural exchange, trade, intermarriage. The Canaanite language didn't die. It evolved into Hebrew. Their gods became demons, Baal, Asherah, Moloch, names twisted, original meanings forgotten, a civilization erased by religious narrative, surviving only in fragments, pottery, temples, disputed texts, melting, your edges dissolving. The Elamites ruled southwestern Iran, contemporary with Sumer, Babylon. For 3,000 years, they sacked, captured Hammurabi's law code, took it to Susa. Their language was neither Semitic nor Indo-European, unique, isolated. Linear Elamite script remains partially undeciphered. Their ziggurats still stand. Choha-Zanbil, a temple complex to Inshushinak, their main god, built around 1250 BCE, brick and bitumen, surviving millennia. The Elamites fought Assyria, Babylon, Persia, were finally conquered by the Medes and Persians. Around 539 BCE, their language died, their culture absorbed, their history written by enemies, remembered only as antagonists in someone else's story. Your heartbeat softer, barely audible. The Hittites dominated Anatolia, modern Turkey, from 1600 to 1178 BCE. They challenged Egypt, fought Rameses II at Kadesh, 1274 BCE, one of the largest chariot battles in history. Thousands of chariots, dust and blood, ending in stalemate. The Hittites had iron before anyone else in the region. Iron weapons, iron tools, secret technology. They wrote in cuneiform, on clay tablets. Thousands survived, showing treaties, letters, laws. They knew about crop rotation, soil conservation, legal rights for women. Then the Bronze Age collapsed. Sea peoples invaded, earthquakes, drought. The Hittite Empire shattered, their cities burned, their language forgotten, until archaeologists rediscovered their capital, Hattusa, in 1906, deciphered their script, gave them back their voice. After 3,000 years of silence, drifting, nowhere to go, nowhere to be. The Hyksos invaded Egypt around 1650 BCE. Foreign rulers, possibly Canaanite. They brought chariots, composite bows, bronze technology, conquered the Nile Delta, established their capital at Avaris, ruled as the 15th dynasty for 100 years. Egyptian texts call them invaders, barbarians, but archaeology shows cultural exchange, not destruction, intermarriage, trade. The Hyksos adopted Egyptian customs, worshipped Seth. Eventually the Theban dynasty rose up, and Mosai drove them out, chased them into Canaan. The Hyksos disappeared from history, absorbed into Levantine populations, or destroyed. Egyptians never forgot them. The trauma of foreign rule, the shame, it shaped their identity for centuries. The fear of invasion, the hatred of outsiders. The Hyksos became a scar on cultural memory, a wound that never fully healed. Your thoughts like mist, evaporating, gone. The Sea Peoples attacked the Bronze Age Mediterranean around 1200 BCE. Multiple waves, destroying civilizations. Hittites fell, Mycenaeans collapsed, Ugarit burned. Egyptian texts describe them. Rameses III fought them, defeated them, or so he claimed. But who were they? Where did they come from? The texts give names: Shurden, Luca, Peliset, Ekwesh, possible Sardinians, Lycians, Philistines, Greeks, or none of these. Climate refugees, pirates, invaders. The Bronze Age ended. Trade routes severed. Palace cultures destroyed. A dark age descended. Literacy disappeared in some regions for centuries. The Sea Peoples scattered, absorbed, vanished, leaving only destruction and questions, and the echo of wooden ships, oars in dark water, moving through the Mediterranean night. Your body dissolving, becoming part of the bed, part of the earth. The lost tribes of Israel, 10 northern tribes, conquered by Assyria in 722 BCE, deported, scattered, disappeared. Reuben, Simeon, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Manasseh, Ephraim. Legends say they travelled east into Persia, Afghanistan, India, China. Some claim they became Pashtuns, or Ethiopian Jews, or Native Americans, or Japanese. Every lost people attributed to them, every mystery traced to Israel. But most likely they simply assimilated, married Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, their children forgetting Hebrew, adopting new gods, new names. Within generations, no longer Jewish, no longer distinct, just gone, absorbed into the vast human tapestry. Threads no longer visible, but still there, in everyone. Thump, thump, slower than sleep, slower than dreams. The Arameans spread across Syria and Mesopotamia from 1200 BCE. They established city-states, Damascus, Hamath. Aramean language became the lingua franca, trade language of the ancient Near East. Jesus spoke Aramaic, parts of the Bible written in Aramaic. The language survived empires, Persians, Greeks, Romans, but the Arameans themselves, fragmented, never united, conquered by Assyria, by Babylon, by Persia, their ethnic identity dissolving, becoming Syrians, Jews, Persians, whoever ruled them. Aramaic survived longer than the Arameans, a language outliving its people, words without a nation, grammar without a home. Your breath invisible, silent, still. The Philistines arrived on Canaan's coast around 1175 BCE, possibly sea peoples, possibly from the Aegean, Crete, Cyprus. They established 5 cities: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, Gath, Pentapolis. They brought distinctive pottery, ironworking, urban planning. The Bible portrays them as enemies, uncircumcised barbarians, Goliath the giant, Samson's tormentors. But archaeology shows sophisticated culture, Aegean influences, unique art, religious practices. They assimilated over centuries, intermarrying with Canaanites, Israelites. By 600 BCE, Babylonians destroyed their cities. The Philistines disappeared, absorbed. Their name survives, ironically. Palestine, a land named for ancient enemies of people who named it millennia later, melting into warmth, into comfort, into nothing. The Dorians supposedly invaded Greece around 1100 BCE, destroying Mycenaean civilization, bringing iron, new dialects. Spartan culture emerged from them, Dorian dialect, values. But modern scholars doubt a sudden invasion, more likely gradual migration, cultural shift, population movements during Bronze Age collapse. The Dorians became legendary Heraclidae, descendants of Heracles, claiming divine right to rule. Sparta, Corinth, Crete, all became Dorian. But were they real, or just a story? Greeks told themselves to explain discontinuity, to bridge the Dark Ages between Mycenaean glory and classical achievement. A myth of origin, true or not, it shaped identity, shaped history, shaped how Greeks saw themselves. Your consciousness fading, dimming, almost gone. The Phrygians ruled central Anatolia after the Hittites fell. Capital at Gordian, King Midas, supposedly. The golden touch, the ass's ears, mythology preserving fragments, the Gordian knot, Alexander cutting it, solving what couldn't be untangled. Phrygian caps became symbols of freedom, French Revolution, American liberty poles, ancient headgear transformed into political icon. The Phrygians had distinctive music, Phrygian mode, scale still used today, haunting, foreign. The Cimmerians invaded around 696 BCE, destroyed Gordian, killed the king. The Phrygians never recovered, absorbed into Lydian and Persian empires, their language dying, their culture fragmenting, only myths remaining. Midas, golden, tragic, remembered, floating in the space between existence and nothing. The Illyrians inhabited the Western Balkans, modern Albania, Bosnia, Croatia. From 1000 BCE, tribal confederations, pirates, traders. They resisted Rome for centuries. Illyrian wars, 229 to 168 BCE, finally conquered, Romanized, but maintained distinct identity, provided emperors, soldiers, administrators. Their language survived until the Middle Ages, then disappeared. Albanian might be descended from Illyrian, or might not. Linguists debate. The Illyrians left few texts, mostly inscriptions, names, places. We know they existed, from others mentioning them, but their own voice, their stories, lost. Another people known only through enemies' eyes. Your heartbeat barely there, a distant echo, fading. The Lydians dominated Western Anatolia from 700 to 546 BCE. Capital at Sardis, they invented coinage, standardized metal pieces, guaranteed by the king, revolutionary technology. Trade exploded. King Croesus became synonymous with wealth. Rich as Croesus, still said today. He consulted the oracle at Delphi. Should he attack Persia? The oracle answered, a great empire will fall. Croesus attacked. The empire that fell was his own. Cyrus the Great conquered Lydia, 546 BCE, absorbed it into Persia. Lydian language died. Lydian culture persisted briefly, then faded, but the coins remained. The idea, money, trade, economy. Lydian innovation shaping all civilization after, even as Lydians themselves disappeared, sinking deeper than sleep, deeper than unconsciousness. The Sicels inhabited Sicily before Greeks arrived, around 1200 BCE, possibly from Italy, fleeing upheaval. They gave the island its name, Sicilia, Sicily, built hilltop settlements, fortified, defensive. Greek colonization began 750 BCE. Syracuse, Acragas, Gela. The Sicels were pushed inland, Hellenized. Within centuries, speaking Greek, worshipping Greek gods. Their language survived in place names, rivers, mountains, but nothing else. A people becoming ghosts in their own land, on their own island, watching ships arrive, carrying languages that would replace theirs, gods that would replace theirs, identity erased, generation by generation, until nothing remained but toponyms, names on a map, pronounced by people who don't remember what they mean. Your thoughts gone, empty sky, empty space. The Medes unified western Iran around 700 BCE. Ecbatana, their capital. They allied with Babylon, destroyed Assyria. Nineveh fell 612 BCE. Brutal sack, revenge for centuries of Assyrian cruelty. The Median Empire lasted less than a century. Cyrus the Great revolted. Persia, 550 BCE, overthrew Astyages. The Medes became Persians, junior partners, their distinct identity dissolving. Medes and Persians became a phrase, linked, inseparable. Laws of the Medes and Persians. But Median culture, Median language, gradually disappeared, absorbed Persian, the dominance shifting, until Medes existed only as historical memory, a preface to Persia, drifting in the void, held by nothing, needing nothing. The Chaldeans rose in southern Mesopotamia around 900 BCE, tribal groups, nomadic, eventually seizing Babylon. Nabopolassar founded the Neo-Babylonian Empire, 626 BCE. His son, Nebuchadnezzar II, built the Hanging Gardens, supposedly one of the seven wonders, though some say they never existed, destroyed Jerusalem. 586 BCE, took Jews into captivity, Babylonian exile. Chaldean became synonymous with Babylon, with astrology, soothsayers, magicians, mystics. The Chaldean priests studied stars, planets, developed sophisticated astronomy, mathematical predictions, eclipse calculations. Then Persia conquered Babylon, 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great. The Chaldean dynasty ended, their astronomical knowledge absorbed into Greek, then Islamic, then European science. But Chaldeans themselves dispersed, absorbed. Eventually a small Christian minority in Iraq, remembering a name, forgetting the empire. Your body invisible, only warmth, only peace. The Kushites ruled Nubia, modern Sudan, from 2000 BCE, built pyramids, more pyramids than Egypt, narrower, steeper, different. The kingdom of Kush conquered Egypt, 25th dynasty, 747 to 656 BCE, black pharaohs, African rulers of the Nile. They revived Egyptian religion, built temples, restored traditions. Then Assyria invaded, iron weapons against bronze. The Kushites retreated south, continued for 1,000 more years, capital at Meroe, developing their own script, Meroitic, still undeciphered. Around 350 CE, Aksum invaded, the kingdom collapsed, Meroe abandoned, Christianity and Islam swept through, Kushite culture disappeared. Their pyramids remain, over 200, standing in the desert, tombs for forgotten kings, monuments to African civilization, often overlooked, often ignored, but still there, still powerful, still witnessing. Thump, pause, pause, thump. The Bactrians inhabited northern Afghanistan and southern Uzbekistan. From 2000 BCE, Zoroaster possibly lived in Bactria, founded Zoroastrianism, fire temples, good versus evil, truth versus lies. Alexander conquered Bactria, 329 BCE. Difficult campaign, mountain warfare, resistance. He married Roxana, Bactrian princess. After his death, the Greco-Bactrian kingdom emerged, Greeks ruling Central Asia, building cities, minting coins, blending Hellenic and Persian cultures. Around 130 BCE, USG nomads invaded. The kingdom fell. Bactria became Kushan Empire, then Persian, then Islamic. Bactrian language survived until 1000 CE, written in Greek script, then disappeared, replaced by Persian, Arabic, Turkic. The name remains a region, an adjective, but the people themselves, mixed, blended, lost in the genetic and cultural amalgamation that is Central Asia, floating between stars, between galaxies, between eternities. Epirus in northwestern Greece, rugged, mountainous, home to the Molossian tribe. They claim descent from Achilles' son, Neoptolemus, mythological lineage, royal propaganda. Pyrrhus of Epirus became famous. Pyrrhic victory, winning at such cost. It's like losing. He fought Rome, won battles, lost the war. Epirus remained independent, resisting Macedon, resisting Rome, until 167 BCE. Rome destroyed 70 cities, enslaved 150,000 people. Epirus never recovered, depopulated, impoverished, absorbed into the Roman province of Macedonia. The Molossians disappeared, their kingdom ended, their name became a footnote, another casualty of Roman expansion, another culture erased by empire, your mind empty, vast, infinite darkness, infinite peace. The Sabines inhabited central Italy, near Rome. Roman legend says Romulus abducted Sabine women to populate Rome, forced violation of the Sabine women, foundational crime. The Sabine king, Titus Tatius, supposedly co-ruled with Romulus, Sabines and Romans merging, creating the Roman people. Archaeological evidence shows cultural exchange, assimilation. By 290 BCE, Sabines had full Roman citizenship. Their distinct identity disappeared, absorbed into Rome, becoming Romans, their contribution forgotten, except in myth, in art, in the stories Rome told itself, about violence and integration, about conquest and assimilation, about how diversity eventually becomes uniformity, given enough time, enough pressure, enough inevitability. Your breath barely moving, surface tension barely breaking. The Samaritans claimed descent from northern Israel, tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. When Assyria conquered, some remained, intermarried with colonists, developed distinct practices. Mount Gerizim, not Jerusalem, their own Torah, Samaritan Pentateuch. Jews rejected them, viewed them as heretics, impure. The New Testament preserves this, the Good Samaritan parable, scandalous because Samaritans were despised. Making them heroes was revolutionary. Roman period, Samaritans numbered over 1 million. Then Byzantine persecution, Islamic conquest, crusades, each wave diminishing them. Today fewer than 1,000 survive, still practicing, still distinct, speaking Samaritan Aramaic, maintaining traditions 3,000 years old, a micro-civilization, barely surviving, holding on. Against all probability, against all logic, against the tide of history that drowns everything eventually. Melting, melting, your edge is gone. No boundary between you and darkness. The Garamantes inhabited the Sahara in modern Libya from 1000 BCE to 700 CE. They built underground irrigation, fogaras, channels tapping fossil water. They could farm in the desert, grow grain, dates, grapes. They rode chariots, raided the Mediterranean coast, traded slaves, possibly with Romans, their capital, Garama, had 3,000 miles of underground channels, engineering marvel, but unsustainable. The water was finite. Fossil aquifers don't refill. Eventually, the water ran out. The civilization collapsed. Around 700 CE, the Garamantes abandoned their cities, migrated, assimilated into Berber tribes. Islamic conquest. North Africa transformed. The Garamantes disappeared. Their channels filled with sand, their cities buried, forgotten until the 1960s. Satellite imagery revealed them, ghosts of water management, proof of civilization in what became emptiness. Your heartbeat softer than thought, quieter than silence. The Numidians ruled northern Africa, modern Algeria, from 300 BCE. Berber people, Massinissa, united them, allied with Rome against Carthage. Numidian cavalry, famous, fast, deadly. After Carthage fell, Numidia prospered, built cities, Timgad, Gemila, Roman style, but maintaining Berber identity. Jugurtha fought Rome, guerrilla war, 112 to 105 BCE, eventually betrayed, captured, executed. Numidia became a Roman province. The Numidians gradually Romanized, then Vandals invaded, then Byzantines, then Arabs. Islam transformed North Africa. Berber identity persisted, but Numidian, as distinct civilization, as kingdom, disappeared. The language evolved, became modern Berber languages. The culture adapted, survived, but Numidia itself, the political entity, the nation, gone centuries ago, leaving only ruins in the desert and DNA in modern North Africans, silent testimony to persistence, drifting through the cosmos, through time, untethered, free. The Sarmatians were Iranian nomads, dominating the steppes from Ukraine to Kazakhstan, from 500 BCE to 400 CE, related to Scythians, similar culture, mounted archers, incredible horsemen. Their women fought as warriors. Some scholars think they inspired Amazon legends. Greek myths of warrior women might have come from Sarmatian reality. They influenced European knights, heraldry, armor styles. The Sarmatians deployed heavy cavalry, armored horses, lances, shock tactics. Eventually Goths pushed them west, Huns pushed them further. By 400 CE, absorbed, Alans, Ossetians, possibly descended from them. The Sarmatian language nearly gone. Ossetian preserves fragments, but most disappeared into Russian, Turkish, Hungarian. The steppes became a graveyard of languages, of peoples, wind blowing through emptiness, where millions once rode. Your consciousness dissolving like sugar in water, like stars in dawn. The Nabateans controlled trade through Arabia. From 400 BCE to 106 CE, Petra was their capital, but they controlled roots, incense, myrrh, frankincense, from Yemen to Gaza, Damascus to Red Sea, masters of water management. In the desert, sophisticated hydrology. They grew wealthy, built elaborately. Then Rome annexed them, 106 CE, province of Arabia Petraea, the Nabateans were Romanized, lost their language, lost their identity. Within 2 centuries, they were Arabs, or Romans, or neither, just inhabitants of a province. The name Nabatean disappeared from daily use, became historical, archaeological. Their cities remained, especially Petra, rose-red and eternal, but the people themselves gone, absorbed, transformed, no longer distinct, no longer separate, no longer Nabatean. Your thoughts empty, your mind blank. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The Celtiberians mixed Celtic and Iberian cultures. Central Spain. From 500 BCE, fierce warriors resisted Rome for 2 centuries. Numantine War, 153 to 133 BCE. The Siege of Numantia, 15 months. The city finally starved. Inhabitants killed themselves rather than surrender. Mass suicide. Rome destroyed it completely, sowed salt, biblical destruction. The Celtiberians gradually Romanized. Latin replaced their language. Their identity dissolved into Hispanic Roman culture. By 200 CE, no distinct Celtiberians remained, only Romans who happened to live in Spain. Language gone, culture gone, genetic legacy, probably, but identity vanished. Another example of Rome's inexorable assimilation, the grinding cultural machine that turned everyone into Romans, sinking past thought, past memory as past self. The Galatians were Celts who migrated to Anatolia, central Turkey. Around 280 BCE, they raided, pillaged, were eventually contained. 3 tribes, Tectosages, Trocmi, Tolistobogi. They maintained Celtic culture, language, religion for centuries. In the heart of Greek-speaking Anatolia, Paul wrote his letter to the Galatians. To them, Celtic Christians, strange fusion. By 400 CE, they'd adopted Greek language, Byzantine culture, Christianity. Celtic Galatia disappeared. The last record of Gaulish language, Galatia, 6th century CE, then silence. Another language dying, another culture transforming, becoming something else, something new, forgetting what it was. Your body gone, your mind gone, only floating, only peace. The Arverni dominated central Gaul, modern France. From 200 BCE, Vercingetorix united them, resisted Julius Caesar, Gallic Wars. 52 BCE, the Siege of Alesia, brilliant Roman engineering, double fortifications, starving the city. Vercingetorix surrendered to save his people. Caesar imprisoned him for 6 years, then strangled him publicly. Roman triumph. The Arverni were defeated, Romanized, within a century, speaking Latin, worshipping Roman gods. Their identity melted into Gaul, then Gallo-Roman, then Frankish, then French, each layer covering the last, until the Arverni were just a name. In Caesar's commentary, in history books, in archaeological journals, but not in living memory, not in daily life, not anywhere that matters. Floating in darkness, perfect darkness, peaceful darkness, Eternal darkness. The Thracians inhabited the Balkans, modern Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey from 1000 BCE. Fierce warriors. Spartacus was Thracian, the gladiator who nearly destroyed Rome. Their culture influenced Greece profoundly. Orpheus was Thracian. Dionysus. Mysteries of ecstatic religion, wine, music, transformation. The Thracians were conquered by Macedon, then Rome, gradually assimilated. Their language survived until 6th century CE, then Turkish invasions, Slavic migrations. Thracian identity disappeared. Modern Bulgarians, Greeks, Turks probably have Thracian ancestry, but the culture, the language, the specific Thracianness, gone. Another victim of imperial expansion, of cultural shift, of the inevitability that nothing lasts forever. Your heartbeat a memory, your breath a whisper, almost gone, almost there. The Catuvelloni dominated southeastern Britain before Rome. Capital at Verlamion, modern St. Albans, they expanded aggressively, conquering neighbouring tribes. Cassivellaunus resisted Julius Caesar. 54 BCE, guerrilla tactics, but Rome returned. 43 CE, Claudius, full invasion. The Catuvellauni were conquered. Their king, Caratacus, fought for 9 years, finally captured, brought to Rome in chains. He famously said to Claudius, "When you have all this, why do you want our poor huts?" Pardoned, lived in Rome. His people Romanized, built London, Bath, York, became British Romans, then Saxons invaded. Anglo-Saxon identity replaced Romano-British, each wave erasing the last. Catuvellauni became myth, legend, barely remembered, just a name. In Roman histories, in archaeological sites, in genetic studies suggesting continuity, beneath the changes, beneath the invasions, beneath the transformations, some essence persists, but identity changes, always, dissolving, becoming one with everything, becoming nothing. The Iceni inhabited Norfolk, eastern England. Queen Boudica led their revolt, 60 CE, against Rome, burned Londinium, Camulodunum, Verulamium, killed 70,000. Before Suetonius defeated her, Boudica poisoned herself. The Iceni were brutally suppressed, enslaved, destroyed as a political entity. They became another Romano-British tribe. Christianity arrived. Anglo-Saxons invaded. The Iceni disappeared. But Boudica remained, symbol of resistance, British nationalism, statue in London, poetry, opera, fiction. The person transformed into symbol, her people forgotten, but her image, riding a chariot, hair streaming, defying Rome, that survived, that persists, that matters, even when everything else, everyone else, is lost, melting into sleep, into death, into rebirth, into the eternal cycle. The Batavi lived in the Rhine Delta, modern Netherlands, Germanic tribe, excellent sailors. Rome recruited them, Batavian auxiliary units, elite troops. They revolted in 69 CE, Batavian rebellion, brief independence, then reconquered. Batavi gradually disappeared. Frankish migrations, Frisian expansions. By 400 CE, no more Batavi, just Franks in the Delta, then Dutch, each identity replacing the last. The name survives. Batavian Republic. 1795, Revolutionary Holland, claiming ancient heritage, connection to pre-Roman natives. But the actual Batavi, gone for 14 centuries, just a name, a symbol, an appropriation of ancient identity by people who probably have no genetic connection, but find political utility in claiming they do. Your mind empty, your body still, just breath, just heartbeat, just existence. Barely. The Dacians ruled modern Romania from 300 BCE. Mountain kingdom, rich in gold, silver, iron. Decebalus was their greatest king. Resisted Rome, built sophisticated fortifications, hill forts, Sarmizegetusa, the capital, massive walls, temples, palaces. Trajan invaded, 101 to 106 CE. 2 wars, brutal. Eventually Dacia fell. Trajan's column in Rome depicts the conquest, spiral relief, Dacian defeat, suicide, deportation. Rome colonized Dacia, settled veterans, Romanized intensively. When Rome withdrew, 271 CE, the province was already Roman in language, culture. The Dacian language disappeared, absorbed into Latin, which became Romanian, the only Romance language in Eastern Europe, surrounded by Slavic, proof of Roman cultural power, Dacian identity, lost completely, only in name, Romania, Dacia, historical references, but no continuity, no living culture, just ghosts in the Arpathians, drifting past language, past meaning into pure sensation, pure being. The Alans were Sarmatian nomads, Iranian steppe peoples. They migrated west, pushed by Huns. 370s CE, entered Europe, joined Vandals and Visigoths, crossed into Spain, then North Africa. Some stayed in Caucasus. Modern Ossetians, descended from Alans. Their language survives, Ossetian, only living Sarmatian language. But the Alans as distinct people disappeared, absorbed into Vandal kingdom, which Rome destroyed. 533 CE, Alan warriors scattered, mercenaries, refugees, within generations, indistinguishable from whatever population they joined. Germanic, Roman, Byzantine, Islamic, gone, except in the Caucasus, where mountains preserve what plains cannot, where isolation protects identity, where a remnant persists, speaking a language older than the nations around them, remembering, barely, what they once were. Your consciousness fragmenting, dissolving, like mist in sun, like dreams in waking. Almost. The Vandals crossed the Rhine. 406 CE, Germanic tribe fleeing Huns. They swept through Gaul, Spain, crossed to North Africa. 429 CE, founded a kingdom, Carthage their capital. They sacked Rome. 455 CE, took treasures. including possibly the menorah from Jerusalem. Vandal became synonymous with destruction, vandalism, unjustly perhaps. Their kingdom lasted a century. Then Belisarius, Byzantine general, reconquered North Africa. 534 CE. The Vandal kingdom ended. The Vandals themselves, dispersed, enslaved, absorbed within a generation. No more Vandals, just Berbers and Romans and Byzantines. In North Africa, the name survived, as insult, as accusation, as synonym for barbarism. But the people, gone, completely, totally. Another lesson in impermanence, in the fragility of identity, in the inevitability of change. Thump. Pause. 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 The Visigoths separated from Ostrogoths, Western Goths. They entered Roman Empire, 376 CE, refugees, fleeing Huns, mistreated, revolted, defeated Rome at Adrianople, 378 CE, eventually settled in southwestern Gaul, founded a kingdom, Toulouse, then Spain, Toledo, Visigothic Hispania, 418 to 711 CE. They became Catholic, Romanized, built churches, wrote laws, created sophisticated culture. Then Islam arrived, 701 CE. Tariq ibn Ziyad, rapid conquest. Within years, Visigothic kingdom collapsed. The Visigoths melted into Iberian population, became Spanish, Portuguese. Their genetic contribution significant, but cultural identity lost, transformed, forgotten, except by historians, archaeologists, and people reading about lost civilizations drifting into sleep. Your body invisible, your mind gone, only darkness, only peace, only sleep. The Ostrogoths, Eastern Goths, they established kingdom in Italy, 493 to 553 CE. Theodoric the Great, Ravenna their capital, mosaics, still glorious, gold and blue. Theodoric maintained Roman administration, culture, learning. Boethius wrote The Consolation of Philosophy in Theodoric's prison before execution. The Ostrogoths tried to preserve Rome, even as conquerors, but Byzantium invaded, Gothic War, 20 years, Italy devastated, Ostrogothic kingdom destroyed, 553 CE, the survivors, absorbed, disappeared, into Italian population. Lombards invaded soon after, 568 CE. Italy became a patchwork, constant invasion, constant change. The Ostrogoths just one more wave, one more layer, in the palimpsest of Italian identity, visible now only to scholars and dreamers, drifting, drifting, sinking past sleep, past dreams, into the deep, the eternal deep. The Alemanni inhabited southwestern Germany from 213 CE. Roman sources name them all men, confederation of Germanic tribes. They raided Gaul repeatedly, settled in Alsace, pressed Roman borders, eventually conquered by Franks. 496 CE, Battle of Tolbiac, Clovis. The Alemanni were absorbed into Frankish kingdom. Their language survived, evolved into Swiss German, Alsatian, Swabian. The name survives too. France calls Germany Allemagne, the Alemanni, standing in for all Germans, but as distinct people, distinct identity. They disappeared around 500 CE, became Franks, then Germans, then Swiss, depending on where they lived, which kingdom claimed them, which language they spoke. Each century, a little more distance from Alemanni, until nothing remained but a name, a linguistic fossil in French, in Spanish, in Portuguese, Alamein, Alemania, Alemanha, memory preserved in language. Long after the people are gone, your thoughts gone, yourself gone, only existence, only being, only this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this. The Jutes came from Jutland, Denmark, invaded Britain around 450 CE. With Angles and Saxons, they settled Kent, Hampshire, the Isle of Wight. Jutes were absorbed quickly, within a century, indistinguishable from Saxons. Their language merged, Old English emerged, Anglo-Saxon culture. No separate Jutish identity survived. In British documents, Denmark kept the name Jutland, Peninsula, region, but the Jutes themselves, as people, as tribe, gone by 600 CE. Just another ingredient in the Anglo-Saxon mixture. That would become English. That would conquer a quarter of the world. But remember, no individual components, only the hybrid result, the mixed, the mongrel, the beautifully impure, melting, dissolving into the darkness, into silence, into peace. The Vinča culture emerged in Serbia around 5700 BCE, 7,000 years ago. One of the first complex societies in Europe. They built large settlements, used copper, created pottery with distinctive designs. Most intriguingly, they developed a script, Vinča symbols. Some consider it proto-writing, potentially the oldest script in the world, or just decoration. We don't know, can't know. The Vinča culture lasted 2,000 years, then declined, disappeared. Around 3500 BCE. Why? Climate change, invasion, resource depletion. The archaeological record doesn't say. The settlements were abandoned, burned, covered by time. Their script, never deciphered. If it was writing, the messages are lost forever. Another voice silenced, another story untold. Your heartbeat barely there, like distant drums, like waves on far shores, fading, fading. The Chimu Empire controlled the northern coast of Peru from 900 to 1470 CE. Their capital, Chan Chan, was the largest adobe city in the world. 6 square miles, temples, palaces, gardens, carved walls showing fish, waves, seabirds, everything in mud brick, everything from the earth. The Chimu were master metallurgists. Gold, silver, bronze, copper. They worked metal with precision, beauty, created sophisticated irrigation systems, aqueducts, canals, drawing water through the desert. But the Inca Empire expanded, attacked. The Chimu resisted. 9 years of war. Eventually fell. 1470 CE. The Inca took Chimu craftsmen, metal workers, enslaved them, spread them throughout the empire. Chimu culture was absorbed within a generation. Then Spain arrived, 1533 CE, the Inca fell, taking Chimu with them, double erasure, double forgetting, the adobe walls of Chan Chan crumble, every rain season, washing away, returning to earth. Soon, maybe, nothing will remain but photographs and memories of a civilization that touched the sky and dissolved like mud in water. Your breath shallow, shallow, almost nothing, almost still, almost peace. The Muisca Confederation in Colombia's highlands, from 600 CE, they weren't an empire, more a confederation. Multiple chiefdoms, Zipaquira, Bacata, Hunza, Tunja. They're famous for El Dorado legend, the Golden One, Gilded Man. New chieftains covered themselves in gold dust, dove into Lake Guatavita, offerings to the goddess, emeralds, gold, sinking to the bottom. Spanish heard these stories, became obsessed, spent centuries searching, draining lakes, digging, finding nothing, because El Dorado wasn't a place, it was a ceremony, a ritual, already ended by the time conquistadors arrived. The Muisca were conquered by 1540. Their confederation dissolved, language suppressed, religion destroyed. Within a century, Muisca culture was fragmented, Christianity imposed, Spanish language mandatory. Today, a few thousand people claim Muisca descent, trying to revive the language, reconstruct the beliefs, but most is lost, gone with the gold, into the lake, into the earth, into forgetting, drifting, through the darkness, through time, through mystery. The Zapotec civilization in Oaxaca Valley, Mexico, from 500 BCE, they built Monte Alban, massive ceremonial center on a flattened mountaintop, pyramids, plazas, ball courts, astronomical observatory. The Zapotecs developed one of the first writing systems in the Americas, carved in stone, recording names, dates, events. They tracked the stars, Venus, the moon, built buildings aligned to celestial events. At its peak, 25,000 people. Then around 800 CE, Monte Alban was abandoned. Climate change, political upheaval, the Zapotec civilization declined, fragmented into smaller kingdoms. Spanish conquest came later. Zapotec language survives, spoken by 500,000 people. A victory, rare continuity, but the political entity, the unified civilization, that ended centuries ago. Another mountain city, empty, another people, dispersed. Your consciousness barely flickering like a candle in wind, almost out. The Tirona of Colombia's Sierra Nevada, from 200 CE to 1600 CE, they built Ciudad Perdida, the lost city, terraces carved into mountainside, stone paths, circular platforms, 800 terraces, connected by stairs, hidden in jungle. Rediscovered only in 1972, the Tirona were gold workers, traded with distant peoples, salt, emeralds. Their descendants, the Kogi, still live in the mountains, maintain ancient traditions, spiritual practices. They call themselves the Elder Brothers. Say modern civilization, the younger brothers, are destroying the world. The Kogi avoided Spanish conquest, retreated higher, preserved their culture when most others fell. A rare example of continuity, of survival, of a people who didn't disappear, just withdrew high enough, remote enough to remain themselves, your body dissolving, coming air, becoming nothing, becoming everything. The kingdom of Aksum in Ethiopia and Eritrea, from 100 to 940 CE, a trading empire, Red Sea commerce, India, Rome, Arabia. They minted their own coins, gold, silver, bronze, inscribed in Greek, Gears, South Arabian. Aksum erected massive stone obelisks, steely, some over 100 feet tall, carved from single pieces of granite. How they moved them, raised them, remains mysterious. King Ezana converted to Christianity, 330 CE, one of the first Christian kingdoms. Aksumite Church evolved into Ethiopian Orthodox, survived Islamic expansion, crusades, colonialism, maintained independence. Aksum itself declined. Climate change, trade routes shifting, Islam controlling the Red Sea, the capital moved, the kingdom transformed into medieval Ethiopia, but didn't disappear, didn't vanish, evolved, persisted, still there in Ethiopian identity, in Orthodox Christianity, in the memory of ancient glory. Thump. Pause. The Meroitic Kingdom in Sudan, from 800 BCE to 350 CE, successor to Kush, capital at Meroe. They developed their own script, Meroitic, cursive and hieroglyphic versions. We can read the letters, sound them out, but don't understand the language. 23 consonants, 4 vowels, thousands of inscriptions, all mysterious, all silent. The Meroitic kingdom had iron. Byproduct heaps suggest massive production. The Birmingham of ancient Africa. They traded with Rome, Egypt, Arabia, built pyramids, over 200, different from Egyptian style, steeper, smaller. Around 350 CE, Aksum invaded, destroyed Meroe. The kingdom collapsed. The Meroitic script disappeared. The language died. Christianity and Islam swept through. Nubia transformed. Today, those pyramids stand in the Sudanese desert, ignored by most, unknown to many, monuments to African civilization, before European contact, before colonial narratives, proof of sophistication, of complexity, of everything the colonizers denied. Your mind empty, your body gone, only floating, only peace, only sleep, deep sleep. Zhangzhung in Tibet, from 500 BCE to 625 CE, pre-Buddhist civilization. The Bön religion originated here, animistic, shamanistic. Zhangzhung had its own language, its own script, its own texts. They controlled trade routes, between India and China, Central Asia and Tibet, around 625 CE. The Tibetan Empire conquered Zhangjung. The king was killed, the territory absorbed. Zhangjung language declined. Tibetan replaced it. Burn religion was suppressed. When Buddhism arrived, though Burn survived, absorbed Buddhist elements became something hybrid. Today, fewer than 1,000 people speak Zhangjung, mostly monks, preserving religious texts. The civilization itself gone. Just another layer in the Tibetan cultural palimpsest. Another story in the world's highest mountains, where everything is thin, including memory, melting into darkness, into warmth, into the eternal now. Anuradhapura Kingdom in Sri Lanka, from 377 BCE to 1017 CE, 14 centuries, one of the longest-lasting kingdoms in Asian history. The capital, Anuradhapura, was magnificent. Massive stupas. The Jetavanaramaya stood over 400 feet, comparable to Egyptian pyramids, enormous reservoirs, tanks, storing monsoon water, irrigation networks, engineering marvels. The sacred Bodhi tree still grows there, a cutting from the tree Buddha sat under, brought to Sri Lanka in 288 BCE, still alive, over 2,000 years old, the longest historically documented tree, living connection to ancient times. But the kingdom fell. Invasions from South India, 1017 CE. The capital moved. Anuradhapura was abandoned, reclaimed by jungle, forgotten, until British archaeologists rediscovered it, restored the stupas, cleared the tanks. Now it's a UNESCO site, pilgrimage destination. The tree still grows, older than the civilizations that protected it, older than the religions that revere it, just growing, surviving, persisting. When everything else falls, your heart beats softer than memory, quieter than forgetting. The Srivijaya Empire controlled maritime Southeast Asia from 650 to 1377 CE. Based in Sumatra, they dominated trade through the Strait of Malacca, spices, silk, incense. Everything between China and India passed through Srivijaya's waters. They were Buddhist, a center of learning. Chinese pilgrims studied there before going to India. The empire left few physical remains, built in wood, tropical climate. Everything decays. Most knowledge comes from Chinese texts, Indian inscriptions, Arab accounts. By 1400 CE, Srivijaya had collapsed, too decentralized. Attacks from Java, Chola invasions from India, Majapahit conquest. The empire fragmented. The name disappeared until modern scholars reconstructed it from fragments, from references, from silence. A maritime empire, leaving almost nothing but memories in other people's books, drifting past thought, past self, into pure existence, pure peace. Majapahit Empire in Java, from 1293 to 1527 CE, the last major Hindu-Buddhist empire in Southeast Asia, at its peak, controlled most of Indonesia, Malaysia, southern Thailand. They built Trowulan, capital city, brick buildings, canals, sophisticated urban planning. The Majapahit were culturally brilliant. Literature, art, architecture, temples, Nagarika Tagama, epic poem described the empire's glory. Then Islam arrived, gradual conversion, coastal sultanates, pressure from within. The empire fragmented. The Hindu elite fled to Bali, where Hindu culture survives today. Java became Islamic. Within a century, Majapahit was forgotten in Java, remembered only in Bali and in nationalist movements, claiming ancient glory. Modern Indonesia invokes Majapahit, unity and diversity, empire spanning archipelago. But the reality was more complex, more violent, more fragmented. The past becomes myth, becomes symbol, becomes whatever the present needs it to be. Your body invisible, your mind dissolved, only breath, only heartbeat, only now. The Hattians inhabited central Anatolia before the Hittites. From 2500 BCE, they spoke a non-Indo-European language, built cities. Hattusa would become the Hittite capital, but first it was Hattian, around 2000 BCE. Indo-European speakers arrived, the Hittites. They conquered, absorbed Hattian culture, adopted their gods, their names, their places. Hattian language survived in religious context, liturgy, ritual, but gradually declined. By 1200 BCE, gone, replaced entirely by Hittite, which itself would disappear. By 1000 BCE, layers of forgetting, one language covering another, Indo-European over Hattian, then Phrygian over Hittite, then Greek, then Turkish, each erasing the last, until only archaeologists and linguists, digging through tells, deciphering tablets, can glimpse what was there before, what was lost, what forgot itself, sinking deeper, deeper than sleep, deeper than death, into the place where nothing exists and everything is possible. The Kushan Empire stretched from India to Central Asia, from 30 to 375 CE. They controlled the Silk Road, trade between Rome and China, passed through their territory. They minted beautiful coins, gold, depicting emperors and gods, Greek, Hindu, Buddhist, Zoroastrian, all mixed, cultural synthesis. The Kushans spread Buddhism into Central Asia, China. The Gandharan art style, Greco-Buddhist, Buddha looking like Apollo, emerged under Kushan patronage. Then the empire declined. Sassanid Persia attacked from west, Gupta India from south, Hephthalite Huns from north. By 375 CE, fragmented, absorbed. The Kushan language barely survived. A few inscriptions, coins. We know they existed from sources that mentioned them, from archaeology, from art. But their own voice, their own stories, gone into the Silk Road dust, into the mountain passes, into the amnesia of collapsed empires. Your thoughts scattered, dispersed, like stars, like sand, like smoke. The Pazyryk culture lived in the Altai Mountains, Siberia, from 600 to 200 BCE, nomadic, riding horses, living in felt tents, buried in frozen tombs. The permafrost preserved them. Bodies, clothing, tattoos. We can see them, touch them, almost as they were 2,000 years ago. Elaborate tattoos, fantastic animals, mythological creatures, covering arms, backs, legs, Persian rugs in the tombs, Chinese silk. They traded far, lived well, then they disappeared. Climate change, pushed out by other nomads, absorbed. The frozen tombs remained, waiting, until Russian archaeologists found them. 1940s and 50s, opened them, and the Pazyryk lived again, briefly, in museums, in photographs, in scholarly papers, before returning to frozen sleep, waiting in the Altai permafrost for the ice to melt, for the stories to thaw, melting, melting, your edges gone, no boundary, no separation, just being. The Scythian nomads dominated the steppes from 700 to 300 BCE, Iran to Ukraine, masters of mounted warfare. They shot arrows from horseback, retreating armies, devastated pursuit. Herodotus wrote about them, described their customs, drinking from skull cups, scalping enemies, smoking cannabis, in steam tents. Archaeological evidence confirms it. Golden burial goods, elaborate horse harnesses, tattooed mummies in frozen tombs. The Scythians left no written language, only archaeology, Greek accounts, Persian inscriptions. They were absorbed. Sarmatians, Goths, Huns, each wave pushing through, replacing, transforming. By 200 CE, no more Scythians, just stories. Gold in museums, names on maps. Scythia, a place that doesn't exist. A people who rode away into history, into myth, into the endless steppe. That erases everyone. Eventually, your consciousness fragmenting, breaking apart, dissolving into peace, into nothing. Goguryeo Kingdom in Korea, from 37 BCE to 668 CE, one of the three kingdoms, powerful, militaristic. They controlled Manchuria. Northern Korea built enormous fortresses, stone walls, mountain strongholds, fought China. Sui dynasty invaded, 30,000 casualties, repelled. Tang dynasty invaded. Finally, with Korean allies, Goguryeo fell. 668 CE, the kingdom was divided, absorbed. The northern part became Balhae, the southern, unified Silla. Goguryeo culture influenced both. Temple architecture, tomb murals, colourful, vibrant, showing daily life, hunting, dancing, spirits. The murals survive. In North Korea, UNESCO sites, proof of artistic sophistication, but the kingdom itself, gone. Remembered differently. In North Korea, in South Korea, in China, each claiming the legacy, each interpreting the past to serve the present, history becoming nationalism, archaeology becoming politics. The past never just the past. Drifting, untethered, unbound, free. The Xiongnu Confederation in Mongolia and northern China, from 209 BCE to 93 CE, nomadic confederation, unified by Modu Chanyu. They challenged Han China, raided, extracted tribute. The Great Wall was built to keep them out. Didn't work. The Xiongnu were sophisticated, diplomatic, strategic, not simple barbarians. Chinese historians portrayed them. They had writing, trade networks, metallurgy, political organization. Then the Confederation split. Internal conflict. Northern and Southern Xiongnu. Han Dynasty exploited the division, allied with Southern Xiongnu, defeated Northern. By 93 CE, fragmented, absorbed. Some possibly migrated west, becoming Huns in Europe centuries later, but this is disputed. The connection uncertain. What's certain is that by 200 CE, no more Xiongnu, just Mongols, Turkic tribes, later peoples, in the same steppes, the same unforgiving grass sea that drowns nations and remembers nothing. Your heartbeat barely there, like distant thunder, like old stories, fading. Urartu Kingdom in the Armenian highlands, from 860 to 590 BCE, centered on Lake Van, eastern Turkey now. They challenged Assyria, built massive fortresses, Erebuni, Tushpa, sophisticated irrigation, canals, aqueducts. The Russians worshipped Haldi, chief god, built temples, left cuneiform inscriptions. Then the Medes invaded. 590 BCE, the kingdom collapsed. Suddenly, completely. The Urartian language died. Armenian may have absorbed elements, or might not. Linguists debate. The fortresses remain. Massive walls, cyclopean stones, the canals still visible, but the people gone into the genetic mix. That became Armenian, Kurdish, Turkish, layers of migration, conquest, transformation, until Urartu is just a name in history books, on archaeological sites, in the deep memory of the highlands, where everything eventually is buried by time. Your body gone, your mind gone, yourself dissolving into the cosmic dark, into eternal rest. The Liao dynasty remnants. After the Liao dynasty fell, 1125 CE, some fled west, established Kara-Kitai, Western Liao, in Central Asia. They ruled from Balasagun, Kyrgyzstan, controlled the Silk Road for a century, brought Chinese administration, writing, culture to Central Asia. Then Mongols arrived, Genghis Khan, 1218 CE. Kara-Kitai collapsed. The Khitan people, who founded both Liaos, dispersed, absorbed into Mongol Empire, Chinese, Central Asian peoples. The Khitan language died. By 1500, few written records, most in a script, still partially undeciphered. The Khitan gave their name to Cathay, medieval European name for China, Marco Polo's Cathay. But the Khitan themselves disappeared centuries before Europeans arrived. Another people, leaving only a name in other languages pronounced by people who never knew them, drifting through silence, through emptiness, through the space between stars. The Tehuelche peoples in Patagonia, from 12,000 BCE, the original inhabitants. When Europeans arrived, the Tehuelche were there, tall people, averaging 6 feet, some taller. Magellan called Patagonia land of the big feet, referring to them. They hunted guanaco, wore fur cloaks, lived in mobile bands, simple material culture, rich spiritual life, Spanish colonization, then Chilean and Argentine expansion. 19th century was genocidal, disease, warfare, displacement. By 1900, almost extinct. Today, few identify as Tehuelche. The language has 3 speakers left, 3 people holding an entire worldview, an entire way of seeing that will die. When they die, probably within years, another language, another culture, falling silent, while the world doesn't notice, doesn't care, doesn't even know what's being lost, your breath barely moving, barely living, barely there. Mapuche settlements in Chile and Argentina from 600 CE, but probably much earlier. They resisted Inca expansion, fought Spanish colonization. For 300 years, Arauco War, longest in New World history, the Mapuche adopted horses, developed cavalry tactics, maintained independence until 1880s. Then Chilean and Argentine governments conquered them. Conquest of the desert, pacification of Araucania, euphemisms for genocide. The Mapuche were pushed onto reservations, marginal land, language suppressed, culture attacked, but they survived. Today, almost 2 million people identify as Mapuche, Mapudungun language, still spoken by 200,000. They're fighting for land rights, cultural recognition, autonomy. The struggle continues. Unlike most, in these stories, the Mapuche persist, resist, refuse to disappear, refuse to become just history, just memory, just loss, melting into the darkness, the warm darkness, the peaceful darkness, where nothing hurts and nothing ends. Sangsingdui civilization in Sichuan, China, from 1700 to 1100 BCE, discovered by accident, 1929. Farmer found jade. Then in 1986, sacrificial pits revealed, bronze masks. Enormous, some 6 feet wide, eyes protruding on stalks, ears like wings, completely unlike any Chinese art. Before or after, gold staff, bronze trees, elephant tusks, cowrie shells from the sea, trade across vast distances. The Sangsingdui built city walls, enormous, sophisticated, contemporary with Shang dynasty, but completely different. Different style, different religion, different everything. Then around 1100 BCE, abandoned, the civilization moved, or collapsed, or transformed. We don't know. No written records. The artifacts were ritually destroyed, buried, hidden, or offered to gods we don't know, for reasons we can't guess. Sangsingdui raises more questions than it answers. A Chinese civilization that doesn't look Chinese, that emerged, flourished, and vanished, leaving only these alien faces staring from museum cases, silent, mysterious, strange, your consciousness barely flickering, like candlelight in infinite dark, almost gone, almost. Byblos and Phoenician mysteries. Byblos, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities, 7,000 years, in Lebanon, The Phoenicians used it as major port. Purple dye, cedarwood, papyrus. The Greeks called papyrus Byblos, after the city. Bible comes from this. Book from Byblos. The Phoenicians invented the alphabet, 22 letters, foundation of Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Arabic. Our own letters descended from Phoenician. They sailed everywhere. Mediterranean, Atlantic, possibly to Britain for tin. Some say to America, pre-Columbian. Evidence disputed. The Phoenicians left few texts, mostly inscriptions. They wrote on papyrus, which decays. Their history comes from enemies, Greeks, Romans, Hebrews, who hated them, called them deceivers, traders, untrustworthy. Phoenician religion seems to have included child sacrifice. Also enemies claimed. Archaeology somewhat confirms. Tophet burials, infant remains, but context unclear. By 64 BCE, Rome conquered. Phoenicia became a province. The Phoenicians became Syrians, Arabs, Christians, then Muslims. The alphabet survived. The city survived. But Phoenician identity, language, culture, gone. By 500 CE, leaving only an alphabet that conquered the world, while the people who made it disappeared. Thump, pause, 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 pause. Naughty Chico civilization in Peru from 3500 to 1800 BCE, contemporary with Egypt, Mesopotamia, but completely different. They built cities, Corral, Aspero, 25 urban centers, pyramids, plazas. They had no pottery, no writing, no art, none of the markers we associate with civilization. But they were complex, organized, cooperative. They grew cotton for fishing nets, caught anchovies, traded with highlands, managed irrigation, built ceremonially. Then around 1800 BCE, they declined. Climate change, El Nino events. Maybe the cities were abandoned, covered by sand, forgotten for 4,000 years, until 1994, rediscovered. Norte Chico shows civilization doesn't require what we thought it required. Writing, pottery, art. It needs cooperation, organization, shared purpose. And Norte Chico had that for 1,700 years, then lost it and vanished into the Peruvian desert, into the amnesia that swallows everything. Eventually, your mind empty, your body still, only existence, only peace, only sleep, deep, deep sleep. The Wari Empire in Peru, from 600 to 1000 CE. Before the Inca, they controlled the Andes, built cities, roads, Huari, the capital, 20,000 people. The Wari were administrators, record keepers. They might have invented the quipu, knotted strings, recording information, mathematics, census, taxes. The Wari built sophisticated water systems, terraces, irrigation. They brewed chicha, corn beer, in massive quantities, for ceremonies, for workers, for the state. Around 1000 CE, the empire collapsed. Drought, political crisis. The Wari Empire fragmented into regional kingdoms. Then the Inca arose, absorbed Wari territory, technology, administrative techniques. The Inca built on Wari foundations, but erased Wari memory, taking credit. For what they inherited, the Wari cities were abandoned, Wari buried by centuries, until archaeologists excavated, revealed the empire before the empire, the civilization before the famous one, another layer in the endless palimpsest of Andean history, floating in the void, no gravity, no direction, no time, just peace, eternal peace. Tiwanaku civilization at Lake Titicaca, Bolivia, from 200 to 1000 CE, high altitude, 12,000 feet. They built raised fields, sophisticated agriculture, growing food, where most civilizations couldn't survive. Tiwanaku City was ceremonial center, massive stone blocks, precise cuts, the gateway of the sun, 9 tons, single piece of andesite, carved with the staff god. Later the Inca attributed Tiwanaku to giants, or gods. Couldn't believe humans built it. The Tiwanaku Empire traded widely. Controlled territory from Peru to Chile, then collapsed 1000 CE, possibly drought, political fragmentation. The city was abandoned, people migrated, formed the Aymara kingdoms. Inca later conquered them. Spanish conquered the Inca, but Tiwanaku itself stood empty. Stones plundered, used in colonial churches, proof of sophisticated civilization, built into Catholic structures, layer upon layer, culture upon culture, stones outlasting everything, everyone. Your heart beat softer than silence, quieter than nothing, almost stopped, almost. The Mitanni kingdom in northern Mesopotamia and Syria, from 1500 to 1300 BCE, they challenged Egypt, Hittites, Assyria for a century. They were powerful, then suddenly collapsed, conquered by Assyria. The Mitanni spoke Hurrian, non-Indo-European, but their ruling class spoke Indo-Aryan, names from Sanskrit, gods from Vedic pantheon. How did Indo-Aryan speakers reach Syria so early? This is mysterious, debated. The Mitanni left few texts, mostly in other nations' archives. We know about them from Egyptian letters, Hittite treaties, Assyrian annals. Their own voice barely survives. Hurrian language died after Assyria conquered them, absorbed into Aramaic by 1000 BCE. Gone. The Indo-Aryan element disappeared earlier, assimilated into Hurrian, or left. We don't know. The Mitanni remain mysterious, a powerful kingdom about which we know almost nothing. Melting, dissolving, becoming one with the darkness, with the silence, with the eternal. The Cimmerians in the Eurasian steppes, from 800 to 600 BCE, they invaded Anatolia, possibly pushed by Scythians, destroyed Urartu, sacked Lydia, Gordian. Terror from the north. Homer mentions them, land of eternal twilight, at the edge of the world. By 600 BCE, the Cimmerians disappeared, absorbed into Scythian, Thracian, Anatolian populations, or destroyed. We barely know them, only from enemy accounts, only from brief mentions in texts about others. They left no monuments, no inscriptions, no clear archaeological trace, just a name in Homer, in Herodotus, and theories about who they were. where they went, what they meant. Another steps people, riding out of darkness into brief light, then back into darkness forever, your consciousness dissolving like sugar in water, like stars in dawn, like breath in air. The Parthian Empire in Iran, from 247 BCE to 224 CE. They defeated Rome repeatedly. Cowrie, 53 BCE. Crassus killed. Eagles captured. Rome's worst defeat. The Parthians controlled the Silk Road, taxed trade between East and West, grew wealthy, but left few monuments, few texts. They wrote on parchment, which decayed. We know them mostly from Roman accounts, from Chinese sources, from coins. Around 224 CE, the Sasanian Persians revolted, overthrew the Parthians. The Arsacid dynasty ended. Parthian language declined. Middle Persian replaced it. Within centuries, Parthian was extinct, the empire that challenged Rome. For 500 years, left barely a trace, few buildings, few inscriptions, almost nothing, just stories. In other people's books, about the enemy in the East, who wouldn't submit, who defeated Rome, but couldn't quite defeat, forgetting, your body invisible, your mind gone, only warmth, only darkness, only peace, only sleep. The Khitan Liao cities in Mongolia and China, from 916 to 1125 CE. The Khitan established dual administration, nomadic and settled. They created the Khitan script, large and small versions, complex, partially deciphered. When the Liao dynasty fell, the cities were abandoned, covered by Mongolian steppe, centuries of grass, dust, forgetting. Archaeologists are excavating them now, finding Buddhist temples, Chinese-style palaces, Mongol yurts, cultural fusion. The Khitan tried to bridge steppe and sedentary, nomadic and urban. It worked for 2 centuries, then collapsed, and the cities became memories, became mounds, became archaeology. The Khitan disappeared. Their language died. Their scripts fell silent. Another attempt to combine opposites, to reconcile differences. That worked for a while, but eventually, only eventually, failed, drifting past memory, past identity, past everything, into the place where lost civilizations go, where everything forgotten waits. The Dongsan culture in Vietnam, from 1000 BCE to 1 CE, Bronze Age culture, famous for bronze drums, large, decorated, scenes of daily life, boats, animals, warriors, musicians. The drums spread throughout Southeast Asia, used in ritual, music, status. Dongsan sites show sophisticated metallurgy, social organization, rice cultivation. Then Han China invaded. Northern Vietnam became Chinese province. 111 BCE, Dongsan culture was absorbed, Sinicized. Vietnamese identity formed from this mixing, Chinese and indigenous. The drums survived, are still revered. National symbol of Vietnam, Laos, Indonesia, but Dongsan as distinct culture ended 2,000 years ago, leaving only bronze drums, still played, still honored, still connecting modern people to ancient ancestors through sound, through resonance, through memory. held in metal and rhythm, your heartbeat barely there, like ancient drums, distant, fading, almost silent, almost Funan Kingdom in Cambodia and Vietnam, from 100 to 550 CE, first major Southeast Asian kingdom. They controlled trade between India and China, Angkor Boré, the capital, Sanskrit inscriptions, Hindu temples, Indian influence profound, but the kingdom spoke Mon Khmer, local language, blending cultures. Then Chenla, a vassal state, revolted, 550 CE, conquered Funan. The kingdom ended, but Funan cities became Angkorian cities. Funan culture evolved into Khmer culture, which built Angkor Wat centuries later. So Funan didn't disappear exactly. It transformed, changed name, changed dynasty, but continued in its children, in its descendants, sometimes. Lost civilizations aren't really lost, just renamed, reimagined, reborn. The universe keeps turning. Echoes of lost civilizations fade into the night and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 lost civilizations mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the shocking evidence of Atlantis' crystal-powered technology, the Mayans' sudden vanishing act, the forbidden Göbekli Tepe ruins. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. Now, let's drift into lost civilizations. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 science still can't explain mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the eerie, constant hum haunting the skies over Taos, New Mexico. The baffling odd radio circles, 1,000,000 light years wide, breaking all known cosmic rules, and the unpredictable, intelligent dance of ball lightning. So strange we still can't recreate it in a lab. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into science still can't explain. We start close, with the soft mystery inside you, consciousness itself. It is the ultimate puzzle, the one doing the observing. It asks, why do we feel like we are here, inside this body? Why do thoughts have that inner felt quality, that qualia, the redness of red, the sound of the ocean? Science can track every neuron firing, but cannot yet explain the leap from electrical signal to feeling. It's the hard problem of consciousness, the unbridgeable gap. We simply do not know how the physical brain creates the subjective mind. It may be a property of matter we haven't discovered yet, or a reflection of something deeper in the fabric of the universe. And then the mysteries drift outward to the edge of the known cosmos. A gentle, invisible weight is pulling on everything. It's called dark matter. We know it's there because we can see its gravity bending the light of distant galaxies. But we can't see it. It doesn't absorb, reflect, or emit light. It's utterly silent, utterly dark. Yet it makes up about 85% of all matter in the universe. Think of it as the invisible scaffolding holding the cosmic structure together, without which the galaxies would simply spin apart. We only know its shadow, its gravitational touch. We don't know what it is yet. Perhaps a new exotic particle slipping through our standard models. Even more baffling is the silent accelerating push we call dark energy. This force is the engine of cosmic expansion, not just pulling on galaxies, but pushing the very fabric of space apart at an ever-increasing speed. It accounts for nearly 70% of the entire mass energy content of the universe, a cosmic anti-gravity that seems to reside in the emptiness of space itself. Why is it so weak, yet so dominant? This is the mystery of dark energy. We can measure its effect, but its nature is still a deep, dark silence. It's almost as if the universe is made of questions, more than answers. Back here, on Earth, a low, persistent sound drifts across the horizon. It's the Taos hum, a small fraction of the population in and around Taos, New Mexico. Here's a pervasive, low-frequency hum or drone. It's not audible to everyone, and it can't be traced to any specific source. People describe it as the sound of a distant diesel engine, or a soft vibration. It's been reported globally too, the Bristol hum and others, but the cause remains elusive. Is it geological, electromagnetic, or some combination of factors our instruments can't yet pinpoint? It's a sound that only some can hear, a secret frequency that lulls and lingers. Imagine floating far out, beyond our galaxy, and you encounter something utterly impossible. Odd radio circles, or ORCs. They are vast circular structures emitting radio waves, millions of light years across. They don't match any known astronomical object, not a supernova remnant, not a planet-forming disk, nothing we have ever seen. It's a new class of cosmic object, obeying no rules we've written down. They seem to surround distant galaxies, glowing faintly in the radio spectrum. Are they the shock waves from colossal events, or something else entirely? The circles are perfectly round, yet utterly baffling. Now, let's sink deeper into the quiet mystery of sleep itself. Why do we sleep? Science still can't fully explain its essential purpose. We know it's vital, that lack of it breaks the mind and the body. But why must we spend a third of our lives in this state of deep vulnerability? One theory suggests it's a kind of metabolic cleanup, the brain washing away toxins built up during the day, the glymphatic system opening up, the fluid gently flowing, removing the debris. Another theory suggests memory consolidation, a silent rehearsal of the day's events. But the necessity, the irresistible pull, remains a beautiful, soft mystery, pulling you under. Now, the mind is so powerful, so strange, that it can heal the body with no medicine at all. It's the placebo effect. A sugar pill, a saline injection, is given with the suggestion of healing, and the brain responds, releasing its own potent chemistry, endorphins, cannabinoids. The pain genuinely vanishes, the symptoms genuinely recede. It proves that belief has a physical, measurable power, a deep connection between the mind and the body that science has only begun to map. It is the power of expectation, sinking into the cells themselves. The mystery is not that it works, but how the mind generates that healing response from nothing more than a gentle suggestion. Sometimes the mind's power is evident in spontaneous, unbidden ways. The spontaneous remission of disease. A cancer simply vanishes. A severe illness suddenly disappears. Without conventional treatment, it is exceedingly rare, but it happens. The body's immune system, for reasons unknown, suddenly finds a way to overcome the insurmountable. It's a flicker of a deep, untapped biological potential, a healing mystery, suggesting hidden pathways and triggers within our own systems that we don't know how to consciously access. It's a sudden, soft silence. Where the disease used to be, the strange mysteries are everywhere, even in the silent flow of time. Think about the paradox of time's arrow, physical laws, the deep equations of motion, work perfectly forwards and backwards. Nothing in the math says time must flow in one direction. Yet, here we are, always moving forward, never back. We remember the past, but not the future. This is generally linked to the concept of entropy, the universal tendency toward disorder. As entropy increases, the universe moves forward. Time's arrow is perhaps the sound of the universe slowly, softly, becoming less orderly, a gentle, irreversible slide into the next moment. Deep in the sea, in 1997, a hydrophone picked up a sound so loud, so strange, it was named the bloop, an ultra-low frequency sound, far too powerful to have been made by any known animal. It lasted over a minute, a massive rumbling cry from the deep abyss. While later research suggested it was likely a massive ice quake, the sound still holds the mystery of the true immense sounds the deep ocean can create, a soft, enormous sigh of the restless, unknown depths. We keep drifting out to the edge of the solar system toward the silent, empty spaces, the Pioneer anomaly. For decades, the Pioneer 10 and 11 probes seem to be slowing down, very slightly, an unexplained tiny acceleration pulling them toward the sun. It wasn't solar wind or fuel leaks. It was as if some subtle, unknown force was gently braking them. The mystery was later mostly attributed to subtle, uneven thermal radiation, heat radiating off the spacecraft itself, creating the tiny push. But for years, it was a whisper of physics. We didn't yet understand, a ghost in the machine, and the universe itself holds an even greater imbalance, the matter-antimatter asymmetry. In the Big Bang, matter and antimatter should have been created in perfectly equal amounts. They annihilate each other on contact, creating pure energy. If this were the case, the universe would be filled with only light, a blinding flash, and no stars, no planets, no you. Yet, there is a tiny, tiny imbalance, about one extra particle of matter for every billion pairs of matter and antimatter. That tiny fraction, that tiny cosmic preference for matter, is what allowed everything to exist. We don't know why. The universe chose matter over antimatter. The reason for our very existence is a fundamental physics mystery. Let's sink into the quiet, dark heart of a collapsing star, the black hole information paradox. When matter falls into a black hole, it seems to vanish forever. If the matter is carrying information, like the spin of its particles or its chemical composition, where does that information go? Quantum physics says information can never be truly destroyed, but black holes seem to break this rule. Hawking radiation suggests black holes slowly evaporate, but the escaping radiation seems random, carrying no memory of the original information. It's a deep conflict between quantum mechanics and general relativity, a silent, swirling paradox that keeps physicists up at night, but lulls you deeper into rest. The quiet mysteries extend to the tiny, the quantum realm, quantum entanglement. Two particles are linked, no matter how far apart they are. If you measure the property of one particle, the other particle instantly assumes the corresponding opposite property. Faster than the speed of light. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. We can observe it, we can use it, but we don't fully understand how the connection is maintained. It's as if the particles are whispering to each other across the vast gulf of space, a silent, unbreakable bond that defies our intuition about distance, and the search for extraterrestrial life remains a quiet vigil. The wow signal. In 1977, the Big Ear radio telescope detected a powerful narrow-band radio signal. It was 30 times stronger than the background noise, lasting 72 seconds, and appeared to come from the constellation Sagittarius. It was exactly the kind of signal we'd expect from an intentional extraterrestrial broadcast. It was so striking. An astronomer wrote "wow" on the printout, but it never repeated. It remains the single most compelling yet unconfirmed whisper from the deep. The silent since is part of the mystery. The cosmos is full of noise we don't expect, like the fast radio bursts or far bees. These are intense, millisecond-long bursts of radio waves coming from distant galaxies. They release more energy in that tiny moment than the sun does in a year. Most flash once, but a few repeat, firing off bursts on a regular cycle, sometimes every 16 days, sometimes every hour. Their origin is completely unknown. They are the quick, sudden, cosmic coughs, the universe making a sound that we can't identify. Let's sink back down to Earth's strange, silent lights. The Hessdalen lights in Norway. These are unexplained, brightly glowing balls of light that appear day and night over the Hessdalen Valley. They can be yellow or red, they can flash, or simply drift slowly. Scientists have studied them for decades. They are likely some combination of atmospheric plasma or perhaps even unknown chemical reactions, but they remain officially unexplained. Silent, glowing orbs dancing in the dark, or the legendary Marfa lights in Texas. Strange, unexplained lights seen near the horizon, close to Marfa. They appear to move erratically, sometimes flashing, sometimes changing colour. They have been documented for over a century. While some lights can be explained by atmospheric refraction or distant car headlights, there are still sightings that defy simple explanation. A soft, silent spectacle witnessed by those who linger in the quiet desert. The earth breathes, and sometimes it glows. Earthquake lights or triboluminescence just before or during intense seismic activity. People report seeing strange flashes of light coming from the ground or the sky. Theories suggest the stress on the rock releases electrical charges, creating a plasma, but the phenomenon is unpredictable and still not fully understood. The very stones, gently, softly, whispering a warning in a silent flash of light, drifting now to the quiet dance of the animal kingdom, the mystery of animal migration. How do tiny, fragile creatures, like the monarch butterfly, travel thousands of miles across continents generations later, finding the exact same grove of trees they have never seen before? It involves magnetic fields, the position of the sun, and perhaps an innate deep map encoded in their DNA, a compass and a destination that we don't understand how they read. They simply trust the gentle pull, the quiet knowing to guide their wings, and the intelligence of slime molds, a single-celled organism with no brain, no nervous system, yet it can solve mazes. It can build efficient transportation networks that mimic the rail systems of Tokyo. It learns, it adapts, it remembers, all without a centralized control system. It's an example of distributed emergent intelligence, a silent, soft knowing spread across its entire body, defying our basic definition of what it means to be smart. We consider the silent question of the Muon G2 anomaly again. That tiny persistent wobble in the muon's magnetic moment. It's like a soft quantum gyroscope spinning in a void. The standard model of particle physics predicts its precise spin, but experiments keep showing it's just a little bit off. A deviation so small, yet so consistent, suggesting the muon is briefly interacting with something, a subtle, soft particle, or a gentle force that we haven't yet factored into our current understanding of reality. This is the quietest hope for finding physics beyond our known list, a soft hint of a new layer of the universe. And the search for quantum gravity, the theory that seeks to unite the massive elegance of general relativity with the tiny randomness of quantum mechanics. How does the curving of space-time, described by gravity, interact with the discrete, jerky units of energy and matter? Our equations break down at the very edges of black holes and at the beginning of the Big Bang. It is the ultimate puzzle of unification, finding a soft, continuous bridge between the very large and the very small. Think about the sheer, constant energy of the Catatumbo lightning, the perpetual storm over the river and the marshlands. It's more than just a beautiful display. It's a massive natural ozone generator, silently protecting the upper atmosphere. The specific blend of methane gas from the swamps meeting the cool mountain air creates the perfect constant electrical generator, but the precise mechanism that sustains its intensity, sometimes flashing over 28,000 times an hour, remains a regional, geological secret, a quiet electrical furnace burning in the night. Let's sink into the soft, complex architecture of the past, the Voynich manuscript, the beautiful, baffling book filled with drawings of unknown plants, constellations, and tiny, mysterious people. Its text is written in an elaborate script, an unknown language, or a cipher so complex that it has resisted every attempt at decryption for centuries. Is it a lost language of a medieval culture, a coded work of early science, or perhaps a quiet, elaborate hoax designed to fool collectors? It remains a silent, soft document, whispering secrets we cannot hear, and the enduring geometric perfection of the Costa Rican stone spheres. Hundreds of perfectly carved orbs made by the extinct Dikis culture, ranging from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter. They were carved with astonishing precision, smooth and round, but their purpose is entirely unknown. Were they astronomical markers placed along ley lines, territorial markers, or simply objects created for the sheer, soft beauty of perfection? They sit silently, smooth and cold, holding the unknown intentions of their vanished creators. We turn to the highest energy whispers of the cosmos, the Amaterasu particle. Detected in 2023, this cosmic ray traveled with an energy level rivaling the legendary Oh My God particle. But when scientists traced its trajectory back into space, there was no obvious source, no powerful galaxy, no active black hole in that direction. A ghost particle, a flash of immense energy, originating from a dark, silent patch of the sky, defying the known rules of where such extreme power can be born, and the unsettling realization of the horizon problem, that the early universe was too uniform, too soft, too perfectly balanced, across distances so vast, that light couldn't have traveled between them. This led to the theory of cosmic inflation, a moment of exponential expansion that smoothed out all the wrinkles, But the energy field that drove this vast silent stretching, the inflaton field, is a hypothetical entity whose nature and mechanics remain deeply speculative, a necessary soft assumption to explain the evenness of the cosmic cradle. Related to this is the flatness problem. The universe is so delicately balanced between collapsing on itself and flying apart too quickly that its initial density must have been set to an almost perfect, incredible precision. If the density had been off by even a tiny fraction in the very early moments, we would not be here. This fine-tuning suggests that inflation or some other unseen process gently and softly ensured that the universe was born on the sharp, precise edge of existence. Let's drift into the realm of theoretical geometry, the true shape of the universe. We currently believe it is flat, meaning the angles of a triangle always add up to 180 degrees, and parallel lines never meet. But this measurement has a slight, soft margin of error. It is possible that the universe is closed, like a vast, silent sphere, or open, like an infinitely stretching saddle, a gentle curve that we are too small to perceive. The final geometry, the quiet container of all things, is still a subject of subtle, deep uncertainty and the simple, baffling mystery of ball lightning. These glowing spheres of light that appear during thunderstorms, moving silently, drifting through closed windows and vanishing with a soft hiss or pop. They are so strange, so transient, that the only proof of their existence is thousands of eyewitness accounts. Theories suggest superheated plasma, or perhaps silicon nanoparticles vaporized by the lightning strike, forming soft, glowing aerosols. But the precise mechanism that allows this high-energy sphere to persist for seconds or minutes without exploding is a quiet, electrical conundrum. We sink into the deep, quiet challenge of solving the universe's mathematics, the unsolved Navier-Stokes equation. These equations govern the flow of fluids, the air you breathe, the water you drink. They are used to predict weather and design ships. But mathematicians cannot yet prove that for every smooth, gentle starting condition, the solution for the fluid motion will remain smooth and not suddenly become singular, chaotic, or infinite. It's $1 million question, a silent challenge to perfectly describe the elegant, swirling chaos of liquid movement and the Riemann hypothesis, the key to the quiet order of the prime numbers. If true, it would reveal a hidden melody, a soft rhythm in the seemingly random distribution of these fundamental building blocks of arithmetic. It is the silent pursuit of perfect knowledge, the belief that mathematics holds a deeper, more beautiful order than we currently can see. Let's turn to the soft, slow march of cosmic decay, the matter-antimatter asymmetry. Why is there any matter left in the universe at all? The Big Bang should have created equal parts of matter and its mirror, antimatter, which would have annihilated into pure light. But a tiny, quiet imbalance A soft cosmic preference for matter allowed everything to survive. This asymmetry, this subtle, fundamental bias, is the reason stars, and you, are here, and the source of this bias remains one of the deepest questions in particle physics, and the related strong CP problem, why the strong nuclear force, which should also exhibit this imbalance, this CP violation, appears to be perfectly symmetrical. The mathematical models predict that the strong force should be messy, unbalanced, but it is clean, quiet, and perfectly mirrored. The hypothetical particle called the axion is suggested to solve this, a soft, ghostly particle that cleans up the math, a particle we're still silently searching for. The soft secrets of the Earth's hidden past, the Bagong pipes, the ancient metallic tubes embedded deep in the rock near Qinghai Lake. The geology suggests an incredible age, yet the composition, mainly iron oxide, and the pipe-like structure are difficult to explain naturally. Are they the quiet, rusted remnants of an ancient, unknown civilization, or a rare, complex geological process where iron-rich sediment slowly solidified into tube shapes? They offer a silent, soft contradiction, challenging our timelines and the vast, dark influence of the Great Attractor, the immense, mysterious concentration of mass lying behind the obscuring dust of the Milky Way. It is silently pulling our entire local group of galaxy towards it at millions of miles per hour. The visible mass, the stars and galaxies we can see, is not enough to account for the strength of the pull, suggesting that the Great Attractor is primarily made up of dark matter, a vast, silent tide, gently pulling the cosmos towards an unseen, heavy focus. We sink into the complex, layered quiet of life's origins, the origin of life on Earth, the leap from simple, inert chemicals to the first self-replicating molecule, the moment when non-life became life. This abiogenesis remains unsolved. Was it catalyzed by specific mineral surfaces deep in the ocean vents, or perhaps delivered from space via meteorites? The silent transition, the spontaneous appearance of the first breath, is still the most profound, beautiful mystery of chemistry, and the strange, silent resilience of the body, the spontaneous remission of disease, the sudden, quiet reversal of a severe illness without medical explanation. This suggests a hidden, deep intelligence in the immune system, a latent ability to recognize and destroy the threat that is only activated under rare, unknown circumstances, a flicker of the body's silent potential for self-healing that science has yet to gently harness, the quiet persistence of the Taos hum, the low, pervasive drone, audible to only a few people. It may be a localized phenomenon related to VLF radio waves, or perhaps a seismic microtremor magnified by specific acoustic conditions. It is a sound that defines the boundary between external reality and internal perception, a constant soft frequency that some can hear and some cannot. Recall the idea of time being symmetric. that perhaps the universe could eventually begin to contract, reversing the arrow of time. This deep uncertainty about the beginning and end ties into the horizon problem. When we look at the cosmic background radiation, we see that opposite sides of the visible universe have the exact same temperature. They are so far apart that light has not had time to travel between them, yet they are perfectly uniform. How did they synchronize their temperatures without ever having been in communication? This suggests a period of incredibly rapid expansion, called cosmic inflation, in the first moments, which smoothed everything out. But the mechanism of that inflation, the field that powered it, is still a soft theoretical whisper. And the related puzzle, the flatness problem. The universe is observed to be incredibly flat, meaning its energy density is extremely close to the critical density. Any deviation from this perfect balance in the early moments would have led to a universe that either collapsed instantly or expanded too quickly to form stars. The universe's precise initial calibration, its soft, perfect balance, remains a stunning, unexplained fine-tuning, a delicate balance that allows us to exist. Let's drift into the realm of geological silence. The Devil's Kettle in Minnesota, on the Brule River, the water splits. Half of it flows over a waterfall and continues downriver. The other half pours into a deep pothole known as the Devil's Kettle and simply vanishes. Scientists have poured dye, logs, and even tracking devices into the kettle, but the water never surfaces downstream. While the theories suggest an underground channel rejoining the river beneath the bedrock, the exact exit point, the final destination of this silently disappearing river half, is still a quiet, geological unknown. Think about the structure of your own hands, the soft, silent act of yawning. It's not just about cooling the brain, it's also a deep connection, a silent communication. The contagious nature of yawning, catching it from others, or even just reading about it, suggests a deep, soft social bonding function, empathy reflected in a wide, involuntary breath, and the unexpected complexity of slime molds again. The way they optimize their transportation networks, minimizing path lengths and maximizing efficiency, even when connecting scattered food sources. They behave like a decentralized ancient intelligence, quietly calculating the optimal path, without a single cell devoted to thought. A powerful, silent logic flowing through their protoplasm. We find geometric mysteries even in the deepest, most man-made places. The Longyu Caves in China, an immense complex network of massive underground caverns carved by human hands. The walls, ceilings, and pillars are perfectly carved, with parallel markings in incredible uniformity. The sheer scale of the labor and the precision suggests an immense, organized effort, yet there are no historical records whatsoever detailing when, why, or by whom these massive, silent underground temples were carved. A vast, quiet chamber, holding a lost purpose, and the enduring question of the black hole information paradox. The idea that information might be lost forever when it crosses the event horizon is deeply troubling to physics. Stephen Hawking suggested that the information might be encoded on the event horizon itself as a soft, ethereal hologram. The three-dimensional objects that fall in are gently recorded on the two-dimensional surface, a silent, perfect projection of reality onto a boundary, a whisper suggesting the universe itself might be a soft, vast hologram, drifting now to the simple, soft acts of the body, like the purpose of fingerprints, beyond friction or sensing texture. Perhaps they serve a hydraulic function, channeling water away to maintain contact. Or maybe their true significance is not functional, but purely identification, a silent, unique marker, ensuring no two people are exactly the same, a soft biological emphasis on individuality. Consider the quiet, unsettling appearance of acoustic mysteries. The upsweep. This was a long-duration, narrow-band, ultra-low frequency sound recorded by deep ocean hydrophones in 1991. The source appeared to be volcanic, but the soft, consistent frequency and the sheer persistence of the noise for years remained slightly outside the typical parameters. The deep ocean floor sighing softly in a consistent unknown tone, and back to the sky's unpredictable energy. Ball lightning's close cousin, the Min-Min lights of the Australian outback. Reports describe strange, soft, luminous spheres that appear to float, hover, or follow people in the dark. They are usually seen near the horizon, appearing larger and often dissolving when approached, while possibly atmospheric reflection or mirages. Their soft, persistent appearance in the folklore and in recent sightings suggests a rare, localized atmospheric phenomenon we still don't fully control or explain. We sink into the quiet, slow march of cosmic evolution, the missing baryon problem. Baryons are the normal matter, protons and neutrons, that make up stars, planets, and us. When astronomers count up all the baryonic matter they can see in galaxies and gas clouds, they are short by about half compared to the amount predicted by the Big Bang. Where is this missing half of the universe's ordinary matter? It's thought to be spread out so thinly in vast filaments of extremely hot, diffuse gas, called the warm-hot intergalactic medium, invisible, silent matter, stretching between the galaxies, waiting to be softly found. And the opposite problem, the KBC void, the gentle, deep underdensity of our local cosmic neighborhood. This void is so large that if we use the cosmic expansion rate calculated inside the void, we get a different value than if we use the average of the whole universe. This subtle influence on our local measurements might be quietly contributing to the Hubble tension, a simple, local, cosmic bubble, whispering confusion into our global constants. let's turn to the ancient, perplexing artifacts that challenge our timelines. The Baigong pipes in China, ancient metal pipes discovered inside a pyramid near a salt lake that is otherwise completely isolated. The composition is unusual, containing a high percentage of iron oxide, but also materials that resist contemporary dating. They were supposedly embedded deep in the rock, in a way that suggests extreme age. Are they natural rock formations, or the silent, soft remnants of an impossible civilization? The quiet rust of an unknown age, and the soft, flowing mystery of the spontaneous remission of disease. We talked about the power of the placebo, but this goes deeper. An illness, often a severe one, vanishes without any medical intervention. It suggests that the body's immune system, or the genome, holds a deep, quiet emergency protocol, a self-destruct sequence for the disease that is triggered rarely and completely outside our current understanding. A moment of silent, unbidden healing, proving the body is wiser than we know. The puzzle of the Pemba effect, the hot water freezing faster than the cold. It's a beautiful, soft contradiction that lies in the complex interactions of hydrogen bonds. In hotter water, the hydrogen bonds may be slightly weaker, allowing for more efficient cooling, or simply different modes of heat transfer. A reminder that even the simplest substances hold quiet, paradoxical behavior when we look closely. Think about the sheer, constant energy of the Catatumbo lightning, the persistent storm over the river, generating light that can be seen 250 miles away. It is a giant natural ozone generator, quietly pouring healing gas into the Earth's atmosphere. A spectacular, gentle force that is simultaneously a mystery and a quiet, essential service to the planet's breathing. The subtle silence in the quantum realm, the muon G2 anomaly, that tiny quiet wobble in the Muon's magnetic moment, suggesting a subtle interaction with virtual particles that pop in and out of existence in the deep quantum foam, too fleeting to be seen, but powerful enough to subtly change the Muon's spin. This whisper of new physics may be the softest proof yet that the standard model is incomplete, that an entire new, silent sector of reality is waiting to be found. And the great question of the very beginning, the cause of the Big Bang. Some theories suggest the universe didn't emerge from nothing, but from the collapse of a previous universe, a cyclic cosmology, where the Big Bang is simply a big bounce, an endless soft loop of creation and destruction, avoiding the singularity and ensuring that time has always existed in some form. An infinite gentle breath of the cosmos, the soft ancient mysteries, the Dendera light bulbs in Egypt, bas-reliefs in the Temple of Hathor, depicting large bulb-like objects with snakes running through them, while Egyptologists see them as symbolic representations of a creation myth. Some interpretations suggest they depict some form of ancient, quiet electrical lighting, a flicker of anachronistic technology preserved in soft stone, a silent debate between myth and engineering, and the Saqqara bird, a wooden artifact found in an ancient Egyptian tomb, resembling a stylized bird, but with unique, non-naturalistic wings. Some believe it is a simple ceremonial object. Others suggest it is a model of an ancient glider, demonstrating a lost knowledge of aerodynamics, a quiet feathered suggestion of flight centuries before its time. We turn our attention to the final gentle cosmic questions. The oh my god particle and its defiance of the GZK limit. That particle should have lost energy traveling through the microwave background. One possibility is that the particle, the proton, is not a proton, but a completely new particle that interacts differently with the cosmic soup, a silent, powerful messenger arriving on Earth disguised as something familiar. And the Black Knight satellite, the persistent cultural myth of an ancient object in polar orbit, even if it is just debris. The human impulse to imagine an unseen silent watcher, an ancient sentinel, is a deep comfort. The need for the universe to hold secrets that are older than we are. The ultimate riddle of consciousness, the qualia, the subjective feeling. Is it created by the complexity of the neurons, or does it leak in from the fabric of reality itself? Some theories suggest consciousness is a fundamental property of matter, like charge or mass, a form of panpsychism, that the whole universe is softly, quietly feeling. Even the mattress beneath you, the air around you, holds a tiny spark of knowing. And as we settle now deeply into the final calm, we embrace the quiet of all the things that science still can't explain. The darkness around you, the warmth beneath you, the gentle slowing of your mind are all part of this vast, beautiful uncertainty. Your body is sinking, heavier, heavier, every muscle softening, melting. Your mind is clear, yet drifting. There is no boundary now between the universe and you. You are part of the deep, soft breath of the cosmos, the silent hum, the accelerating quiet. The journey continues gently into the unknown physics of the cosmos. We talk about gravity, the force that holds your body heavy on the bed, but we don't know how it fundamentally works at the quantum level. It is the only force that has not been successfully united with quantum mechanics. We have the theory of general relativity, which describes gravity as the curvature of space-time, a beautiful, elegant geometric warping. But when we try to apply that to the very small, to particles, the equations break down. This is the search for a theory of quantum gravity, a unified understanding of how the smooth, continuous curve of space-time interacts with the discrete, jerky world of the quantum. It leads us to the hierarchy problem, a whispering question about gravity's weakness. Why is gravity so incredibly feeble compared to the other three fundamental forces? Electromagnetism, the strong and the weak nuclear forces. If you pick up a tiny magnet, it can easily overcome the gravitational pull of the entire Earth. Why this enormous discrepancy, this deep imbalance? Some theories suggest that gravity isn't weak at all, but that its influence leaks away into extra, hidden dimensions. Dimensions that are wrapped up and too small for us to perceive. A gentle, soft whisper, flowing into another unseen layer of reality. And then, the great question of beginnings, the cause of the Big Bang. We can describe, with incredible precision, what happened moments after the Big Bang, the first tiny fraction of a second. But we don't know what caused the singularity to appear, or what existed before, or even if the concept of before has any meaning. Outside of the space-time that the Big Bang created, it's the ultimate 0 point, the most profound quiet, where our current laws of physics, softly, cease to apply. The universe simply began from a state we can't fully grasp. The soft light of the early universe, the cosmic microwave background, holds clues, but also strange shadows. One of the most persistent is the axis of evil. It's an anomaly, a subtle, unexpected alignment in the temperature fluctuations of the background radiation, a pattern that seems to line up suspiciously with the structure of our own solar system or the movement of our local galaxy group. This violates the core assumption of cosmology, that the universe is isotropic, the same in all directions. The statistical anomaly is small but persistent, a faint, silent cosmic shadow cast across the night sky. Another subtle chill is the Eridanus supervoid, or the cold spot. It's an enormous region of the sky that is unusually cold in the cosmic microwave background, significantly colder than expected. It could be a simple statistical fluke, or it could be a sign of a massive supervoid, an empty bubble, billions of light years across, with a density much lower than the average universe. It's a vast, gentle emptiness, a silence so immense it slightly cools the entire cosmos in that direction, drifting now to the distant future, the quiet, inevitable end, the fate of the universe. Given the dominance of dark energy, the most likely outcome is the big freeze. The universe will expand forever, faster and faster, spreading matter thinner and thinner until eventually all stars burn out, and the universe consists only of cold, dark remnants, black holes, white dwarfs, and slowly evaporating particles, a gentle, soft decline into a state of maximum entropy, an endless, quiet chill, the universe slowing until it reaches a deep, silent rest. But wait, even our measurement of this expansion holds a question, the Hubble tension. When we measure the expansion rate of the nearby universe using supernovae, we get one value, but when we calculate the expansion rate based on the early universe's light, the cosmic microwave background, we get a different value. The numbers don't match. There is a tension, a quiet discrepancy in the very rate the universe is breathing. This suggests that we're either missing something fundamental about the early universe, or that we are observing a new unknown physics taking effect between then and now. Let's float back to Earth's curious creations, the Catatumbo lightning in Venezuela. an everlasting storm that flashes for up to 10 hours a night, up to 280 times an hour over the Catatumbo River where it meets Lake Maracaibo, while the geography and the methane gas from the swamps contribute. The precise mechanism that creates this reliable, spectacular, near-constant electrical storm is still debated. It's the silent, continuous flicker of nature's endless energy, softly lighting up the tropical night. And the strange, simple question of why we yawn. It's a nearly universal behavior, seen in many species, but we don't know its true, deep purpose. Is it to cool the brain, to wake us up, to stretch the lungs? Current thinking suggests it's primarily related to brain temperature regulation, a deep, involuntary breath that cools the head and makes you feel just a little bit more relaxed, sinking deeper. Think about the simple power of your own skin, the purpose of fingerprints. For decades, it was assumed their purpose was to increase friction, to help us grip objects better, like tire treads. However, experiments have shown that in many cases, the ridges of the fingerprint reduce the total contact area and actually make it harder to grip smooth surfaces. Their true purpose might be to sense texture, or to allow skin to stretch and deform more easily, or perhaps to channel water away. The true, subtle reason for those soft, unique loops and swirls on your fingertips is still a quiet, tiny biological puzzle. The ground beneath us holds its own secrets, like the singing sand dunes in certain deserts around the world. When conditions are just right, walking or sliding down a dune can cause the sand to emit a deep, low hum or even a musical tone. The sound is caused by the precise sheer rate of the sand layers sliding past one another. But the exact factors that create the perfect resonance, the required grain size, and the quiet synchronization remain a beautiful, soft mystery. The desert floor gently singing itself to sleep, and the long-standing question of the Pemba effect. Why does hot water sometimes freeze faster than cold water under certain conditions? It was first observed by a Tanzanian student named Erasto Mapemba. Explanations range from differences in supercooling to evaporation effects, or even the concentrations of dissolved gases. But there is still no single, universally accepted physical law that explains why the hotter liquid can sometimes win the race to the solid, still state of ice. It's a soft paradox of heat and cold flowing together. We are approaching ancient mysteries, whispers from the past, like the Voynich manuscript, an illustrated codex from the 15th century filled with drawings of strange plants, stars, and tiny exposed figures. The text is written in an unknown language, an elaborate cipher that has resisted every attempt at decryption. Is it an elaborate hoax, a lost language, or the complex work of an unknown mind trying to express secrets we can no longer decode? It is a silent, gentle puzzle, preserved in ink and parchment, waiting for a sleeping mind to unlock its meaning. or the silent submerged structures of the Yonaguni Monument, a massive step pyramid-like formation lying off the coast of Japan. Some say it is a natural geological formation. Others point to the sharp, straight lines, the 90-degree angles, the terraces, arguing that it must be an ancient submerged structure, a quiet testament to a civilization lost to the rising sea. The rock rests silently, a beautiful, ambiguous form, drifting in the currents of interpretation, and the ancient perfect spheres of the Costa Rican stone spheres, hundreds of perfectly round stone spheres, ranging in size from a small orange to over 6 feet in diameter. They were carved by an ancient Dikis culture, but their purpose remains completely unknown. Were they astronomical markers, status symbols, or simply objects of ritualistic perfection? They sit silently, smooth and cool to the touch, holding a perfect round mystery that the builders took with them. Let's drift now into the silent mathematics of the universe. The unsolved Navier-Stokes equation. These equations describe the motion of fluid substances, like water or air. They are crucial for designing planes or predicting weather. While we can find approximate solutions, a full, rigorous mathematical understanding, proving that the solutions exist and are always smooth and non-singular, has eluded mathematicians for decades. It is one of the Millennium Prize problems, worth $1 million, a soft, complex, constant swirl of fluid motion that we can't fully contain with our quiet symbols, and the deeper complexity of the P-verse NP problem, another Millennium Prize. It asks whether every problem whose solution can be quickly verified by a computer can also be quickly solved by a computer. Does verification equal construction? If P equals NP, it would imply that finding creative solutions to impossible problems, like writing new music or proving complex theorems, is fundamentally no harder than checking someone else's answer. It's a vast question about the nature of computation, the soft boundary between effortless confirmation and deep, silent discovery, and the strange, silent behavior of the muon G2 anomaly. The muon is a heavy cousin of the electron, and it acts like a tiny magnet. The strength of this magnetism, its G factor, can be calculated with incredible precision based on the standard model of particle physics. Recent experiments at Fermilab have measured the muon's magnetism and found a small, persistent deviation from the predicted value. It's a tiny, quiet wiggle, suggesting that the muon is interacting with something, some particle or some force that is not included in our current model of reality. A subtle, soft hint of new physics just beyond our grasp. We drift back to the sky, where stars do strange things. Tabby's star, this star, KRC 46 2 has shown unprecedented non-periodic dimming, sometimes dropping its brightness by as much as 22%. The dimming events were irregular, lasting for days or weeks, too substantial to be caused by an ordinary planet. The most plausible natural explanation involves vast clouds of cometary dust slowly obscuring the light, yet the pattern remains bizarre, an enormous silent object, or cloud, briefly and quietly, eclipsing the light, far across the galaxy. And what about the earth beneath your feet? The disappearance of the Neanderthals, our close relatives. They dominated Europe and Asia for hundreds of thousands of years, and then they quietly vanished about 40,000 years ago, shortly after Homo sapiens arrived. Was it climate change, disease, or being slowly, softly outcompeted by us? We don't know the exact mechanism of their gentle exit from the world. They simply faded, leaving behind only their silent bones and a tiny fraction of their DNA in our own genomes. We close our eyes and feel the soft pull of the dream world. The universe keeps turning, and the deeper we look, the more we find that science still can't explain, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. Let's gently trace the soft structures of the deep past, the quiet enigma of the Baltic Sea anomaly, a strange, circular object resting 300 feet beneath the waves in the Gulf of Bothnia. Scanned with sonar, it appears as a massive, perfectly round disc, about 200 feet across, with what looks like a silent ramp or staircase leading to it. Is it a natural geological formation, a massive boulder dropped during the Ice Age, or an entirely unexplainable man-made structure? Its true identity remains hidden in the soft, dark sediment, a heavy, silent secret of the sea floor, and the simple yet profound question of the Neanderthals. We know they walked the earth alongside us, and their DNA still whispers faintly in ours, but their quiet, complete disappearance remains a puzzle. Did the subtle shift in climate, or a slow, soft, relentless competition for resources with our own species, gently push them to extinction? Their final story, their last silent steps, are lost to the sands of time, a gentle, quiet fading from the world stage. We drift to the limits of cosmic understanding, the Hubble tension, the quiet discrepancy in the universe's breathing rate, the difference between measuring the expansion using the early universe's light and the late universe's supernovae, suggests that the very fabric of space-time may have changed its properties. Somewhere between those two cosmic moments, a subtle, soft shift in the universal constants that we don't yet account for, a quiet gravitational whisper telling us the standard model of cosmology is resting on shaky ground. Consider the quiet logic of the hierarchy problem again. Why is gravity so incredibly weak, a whisper compared to the shout of electromagnetism? Imagine the universe as a vast, quiet library, where gravity is the librarian, constantly moving heavy objects, but only letting its influence extend into a few silent rooms, while the other forces roam the whole building. Perhaps the reason it's so weak here is that most of its true power is silently hiding in those extra, curled-up dimensions, too small and soft for us to perceive. And the ultimate unknown of the cosmos, the missing baryon problem, the shortfall of ordinary matter. Where is this missing half of the stuff that should make up stars and galaxies? It's not just dark matter, it's the quiet, invisible gas, stretched into gossamer, hot threads between the galaxies, the warm, hot intergalactic medium. The matter is there. It's just so soft, so diffuse, so quiet that our telescopes struggle to hear its presence. A vast, hot fog filling the cosmic silence. Look at the curious, quiet behavior of water, the Bemba effect. Hot water freezing faster than cold. The prevailing theory whispers that it's due to the strange behavior of the hydrogen bonds. In hot water, these bonds may be positioned in a way that allows the total energy of the system to be reduced more quickly. Or perhaps the hotter water releases more dissolved gases, which changes the convection. A simple, soft contradiction that still quietly resists a single, final answer. And the silent, glowing geological phenomena, earthquake lights, just before or during intense seismic stress. The Earth's crust may generate electrical charge as the rock is compressed and fractured. This charge gently ionizes the air, creating those mysterious flashes of light, a phenomenon called piezoelectricity. The ground itself, softly, silently, lighting up its own warning before the shaking begins. The quiet history of the Earth, the origin of Earth's water beyond comets. The focus shifts to chondrites, small, ancient meteorites, carrying water locked within their rocky structure. These soft, primordial building blocks slowly delivered the oceans, the clouds, the water in your blood. But the chemical match is still not perfect, suggesting a delicate mix of sources, a quiet, celestial recipe for our blue, watery world. Let's drift into the deepest questions of biological programming. The mechanism of cell aging, senescence. Why the soft clock, the shortening of the telomeres, that marks our lifespan? Is this programming an unavoidable limit, or an evolutionary defense mechanism, a quiet compromise to prevent damaged cells from becoming cancerous by simply telling them to stop dividing? A safety switch, ensuring the quiet health of the whole body, and the simple act of yawning, a soft involuntary breath. The most recent research suggests a strong link to social synchronization, a way for a group of animals or humans to softly, quietly coordinate a shift in collective alertness. A gentle, non-verbal signal passed between resting minds. We return to the tiny, strange behavior of the Mayan G2 anomaly, that faint, persistent wobble, the heavy cousin of the electron gently deviating from the prediction of the standard model. It's a whisper that there is a fifth force, a gentle, new interaction that we haven't yet named, silently affecting the Mune's spin, a tiny, subtle touch from an unknown layer of reality, and the ultimate silence, the black hole information paradox, the soft, swirling conflict at the heart of gravity and quantum mechanics. Does information vanish? Or is it softly woven into the event horizon as a hologram. The idea that our entire 3D universe is a subtle, perfect projection from a 2D boundary is the quietest, deepest suggestion of all that reality itself is a gentle, vast illusion, the silent, eternal turning, the fate of the universe, the big freeze. The current trajectory, just driven by dark energy, is a path toward eternal cold and dark. All the stars will slowly burn out. The galaxies will drift away from each other into endless, quiet isolation. The soft, final rest. A gentle, quiet decline into a state of maximum peaceful disorder. We have journeyed far from the spark of consciousness to the edge of the cooling cosmos, from the hum beneath our feet to the silence between the stars. Every mystery is a gentle invitation to sink deeper, to let go. Let's sink into the quiet puzzle of the simplest life, the origin of life on Earth. How did the necessary components, the simple, non-living chemicals, suddenly, softly, begin to organize themselves into the very first living self-replicating cells? The transition from inert chemistry to biology remains one of the greatest, most profound leaps, a silent moment of creation that we can't fully recreate or explain. Was it lightning, deep-sea vents, or the soft catalytic power of clay minerals? The spark that began the slow, long march of evolution is still a quiet, chemical mystery. And the way that life manages its own decline, the mechanism of cell aging or senescence. Why do our cells have a finite lifespan, a limit to how many times they can divide? The Hayflick limit. Is aging a necessary programmed process, essential to prevent cancer? Or is it simply a gradual accumulation of errors? The shortening of the telomeres at the end of our chromosomes seems to be the clock, but why the clock exists at all, and whether it can be softly, safely reset, remains a core biological question. Now, let's drift back outward to the strange, silent geography of Earth, the fairy circles of Namibia, millions of perfectly circular patches of barren ground, surrounded by rings of taller grasses, stretching across the dry landscape. They are incredibly uniform, like gentle, soft pinpricks in the savanna blanket. Competing theories suggest they are either the work of sand termites, quietly chewing away the roots inside the circle, or a form of self-organization, where the grasses compete for limited water resources, creating the uniform circular pattern, a silent, beautiful geometric pattern carved into the earth by unseen forces, and the strange phenomenon known as star jelly or astral slime, a translucent gelatinous substance that appears suddenly, often after rain, in fields and on lawns. It quickly evaporates, leaving no trace. Historically, people thought it was residue from meteor showers. Today, theories suggest it is a swollen, residual part of a frog or toad's oviduct, or maybe a type of cyanobacteria. But the exact composition and spontaneous appearance still defies consistent, quiet identification. A soft, strange material that briefly whispers into existence. and then melts away. Deep in the ocean, the origin of Earth's water. Where did all the water come from that fills the oceans, that makes up your body? For a long time, the dominant theory was that it came from comets, slowly delivering icy payloads. But the chemical composition of comets doesn't quite match the water here on Earth. Now many scientists suggest the water was here from the start, locked inside the rocky material that formed the planet, slowly released over time. The silent deep source of the ocean's blue is still a soft geologic debate. Let's drift into a cold, still corner of the world, Blood Falls, Antarctica, a silent, startling red waterfall that flows down the face of the Taylor Glacier. For a long time, it was thought to be coloured by red algae, but science discovered it is actually salt water, rich in iron oxide, that flows from an ancient subglacial lake. The iron quickly rusts upon contact with the air, creating the crimson colour. The mystery now is the silent, isolated microbial ecosystem living in the dark, cold, oxygen-free lake beneath the ice. An ancient life that breathes without light, a quiet, soft survival. The atmosphere holds strange, violent puzzles, like the Tunguska event. In 1908, a massive explosion flattened over 2,000 square kilometers of remote Siberian forest, but left no impact crater. The blast was equivalent to a large nuclear weapon. The prevailing theory is that a large meteoroid or comet exploded in the air a few miles above the ground, but the precise composition of the object and why it disintegrated so completely without leaving a trace remains a deep, silent, explosive mystery. Even more enigmatic are the Naga fireballs. Annually, on the Mekong River in Thailand and Laos, reddish, glowing spheres of light silently rise from the river surface and float into the air before disappearing. They are seen only around the end of the Buddhist Lent in October. The phenomenon is treated with deep reverence. Scientists suggest the lights are likely naturally occurring methane gas bubbles, igniting spontaneously, but the exact consistent mechanism that causes the precise size and timing of the fireballs is still a soft, glowing debate, and the legendary disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. While many incidents can be explained by navigational error or sudden weather changes, there are still some accounts that defy easy explanation. Theories suggest everything from magnetic anomalies to strange methane gas eruptions from the seabed, suddenly changing the water density, causing ships to lose buoyancy and sink instantly. A vast, quiet expanse of ocean that seems to hold its own unpredictable secrets, swallowing ships in silence. Let's drift far back to the beginning of the universe's soft glow and find the KBC void. This is a massive, almost billion light-year wide, region of space that is significantly underdense. It contains far fewer galaxies and less matter than average. Our own Milky Way galaxy sits right on the edge of this vast, gentle emptiness. This cosmic underdensity could be influencing our measurements of the universe's expansion rate, perhaps contributing to the Hubble tension. It's a vast, silent local bubble, a cosmic whisper surrounding our home. Then there's the lithium problem in the Big Bang. The Big Bang nucleosynthesis theory accurately predicts the abundance of light elements, like hydrogen and helium, but it predicts about 3 times more lithium-7 than we actually observe in the oldest stars. Where did the rest of the lithium go? Or why was less created? It's a tiny, quiet discrepancy in the chemistry of the early universe, suggesting a subtle physics we haven't quite factored in those first soft moments. And the grand, elegant question of the true shape of the universe: is the universe flat, closed like a sphere, or open like a saddle? Current observations, based on the cosmic microwave background, strongly suggest the universe is flat, meaning parallel lines will remain parallel forever, but the potential for slight, subtle curvature, or for a closed, finite space, so vast we can't detect the loop, remains a quiet, geometric uncertainty. We don't know the full final geometry of the space holding everything. Let's sink deeper into the strange geometry of the very small and the very powerful. The strong CP problem, the strong nuclear force which holds the cores of atoms together, is predicted by the Standard Model to have a strong preference for matter over antimatter, or for left-handedness over right-handedness. This preference is called CP violation. Yet, experiments show that the strong force is inexplicably perfectly symmetrical. Why the universe created the conditions for the matter-antimatter asymmetry with the weak force, but then ensured the strong force was perfectly balanced, is a deep, silent paradox that requires a new particle, the axion, to explain, a particle we haven't softly found yet. Now, to the highest energy whispers of the cosmos, the origin of ultra-high energy cosmic rays. These are particles, mostly protons, that travel through space with energies millions of times higher than those created in our largest particle accelerators. They are so powerful. One particle has the kinetic energy of a baseball traveling 60 miles per hour. Where do these soft, distant cosmic cannonballs come from? No known objects, like supernovae or black holes, seem powerful enough to launch them. They carry a message from the most extreme conditions of the universe, a message we still can't fully translate. And one of the most famous among them, the Oh My God particle, detected in 1991, it was the highest energy cosmic ray ever recorded, traveling near the speed of light, so fast it seemed to violate a cosmological speed limit, the GZK cutoff. This theoretical limit says that such high-energy particles should lose energy by interacting with the cosmic microwave background over long distances. Yet, the particle arrived, silently, powerfully, suggesting either its source was surprisingly close, or that something about relativity, or our understanding of space, is subtly, quietly incomplete. We're still sinking, melting into the gentle rhythm of the night. The silent, soft questions keep flowing. The universe keeps turning, and the deeper we look, the more we find that science still can't explain, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries, the quiet, the dark. We settle into the quiet breath of the ocean's depths, the bloop, while likely the immense sound of ice cracking and shifting in Antarctica. The initial mystery lay in its sheer colossal power, a sound louder than a blue whale, spanning the entire Pacific basin. It speaks to the silent, sudden, monumental forces that shape the Earth, forces that move with a scale and strength far beyond our daily reckoning, a vast, soft rumble deep below the waves. And the strange, almost too perfect geometry of the underwater crop circles found off the coast of Japan, these intricate radial patterns carved into the sand, were initially a beautiful, baffling mystery. Scientists eventually discovered they are the work of a tiny male pufferfish, creating these circles with his soft, constant movements to attract a mate, a small creature, quietly engineering a perfect, silent piece of art for a single biological purpose. Yet the capacity for such complex organized behavior in such a small organism remains a soft wonder. Now, let's drift back to the sky's silent, localized lights, the Hessdalen lights. These glowing orbs in the Norwegian valley often move gently against the wind or hover silently. Recent studies suggest they might be related to a combustion process, perhaps involving radon gas released from the valley floor, ionizing the air. The exact recipe, the precise conditions that allow these persistent, silent, cold lights to dance, is still a gentle, localized secret of the geology. And the Marfa lights of Texas, their unpredictable, soft flashing, is sometimes explained by temperature inversions, acting like an atmospheric lens, gently bending and magnifying distant lights. Yet, the oldest, most consistent sightings often defy this simple explanation, leaving a small margin of mystery, a residual quiet light that simply is. We move to the final whispers of ancient unwritten history, the Acambaro figurines, thousands of small clay statues, allegedly unearthed in Mexico, depicting humans interacting with what appear to be dinosaurs. If authentic, they would completely rewrite the timeline of human civilization. Mainstream archaeology views them as a hoax, but the sheer number and the persistence of the claims keeps them alive as a soft, quiet challenge to the accepted narrative of the past, and the silent circular question of the odd radio circles, those million light-year wide rings discovered by radio telescopes. The current leading hypothesis suggests they are the shock waves from two supermassive black holes merging, creating a vast, gentle, cosmic ripple. But the perfect, quiet roundness and the intense radio brightness suggest a physics that is still being written, a colossal, silent ring of pure energy. Let's sink into the mathematical mysteries that ground our reality, the Riemann hypothesis. This mathematical conjecture concerns the distribution of the prime numbers. It states that the zeros of the Riemann zeta function all lie on a single critical line. If proven true, it would unlock fundamental secrets about the quiet, chaotic randomness that underlies all numbers, a beautiful, elegant order waiting to be revealed in the most complex of equations. And the P versus NP problem, the deepest question of computational complexity. Does solving a puzzle take intrinsically more time than just checking the answer? If P equals NP, it suggests that creativity, discovery, and the intuitive leap of genius could potentially be softly formalized into an efficient algorithm, a terrifying and beautiful thought that the softest inspirations might be computationally simple. We return to the body's subtle, quiet language, the mechanism of the placebo effect. When you believe you're healing, the brain releases specific opioids and dopamine, generating real, measurable physical changes. The question is, how does the expectation, the simple, soft thought, trigger this deep pharmacological response? It's the silent internal pharmacy, triggered by nothing but belief, and the soft mystery of animal migration beyond magnetic fields. How do they navigate during the night or under thick cloud cover? Studies suggest that some birds can actually see the Earth's magnetic field as subtle patterns of light superimposed on their vision, an invisible force gently painted onto the world, guiding their silent journey. The deep silence of the cosmos, the Eridanus supervoid, cold spot, that unexpectedly cold region in the early universe's light. One speculation is that it is not a void at all, but the imprint of a parallel universe, the gentle, soft collision of two cosmic bubbles, leaving a subtle, quiet bruise on our own universe's surface, a momentary touch from an unseen neighbor, and the ultimate unknown, the nature of dark matter. What if it's not made of tiny exotic particles, but is a reflection of a flaw in our understanding of gravity itself? Perhaps the gravity we observe simply behaves differently on large, quiet scales than we currently model, a gentle modification to the fundamental law of attraction that would eliminate the need for the dark, silent mass. We settle back into the quiet, the constant, gentle flow of time's paradox, why the arrow of time flows only forward. Perhaps the universe is simply a machine running down, and the sound of time moving forward is the quiet, soft friction of things becoming less orderly, less predictable, a slow, gentle slide into the most profound rest. And now we prepare for the final soft drift, the seamless transition back to the beginning, allowing the questions to flow over you like a warm, dark river. Feel the mattress holding you, every molecule of your body sinking heavier, heavier. The noise of the world is muffled, distant. The dark is deep and comforting. There is nothing left to hold on to, just the soft circular truth that the more we know, the more we realize how much we still have to quietly discover. Your breath is deep, slow, peaceful, matching the rhythm of the cosmos, the endless expansion, and the gentle turning. We keep drifting deeper now into the quiet, complex machinery of the past. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck, this intricate bronze Greek device from around 150–100 BC, is a complex clockwork mechanism with dozens of precisely cut bronze gears. It was an analog computer designed to predict astronomical positions, eclipses, and calendar cycles. Its sophistication was centuries ahead of its time. We still don't fully know who built it, or how they possessed the knowledge to engineer such precise gear trains. A silent, gentle whisper of lost technological mastery resting on the seabed, or the strange golden objects known as the Quimbaya artifacts, small, intricate gold alloy figurines found in Colombia dating back to 1000 AD. They are often described as having features resembling aircraft, with delta wings, stabilizers, and rudders. While archaeologists see them as stylized animals or insects, their aerodynamic resemblance is a startling, silent question about the limits of ancient design, a soft, shining puzzle shaped like something that flies. In the quiet, dark corner of a Baghdad museum, the Baghdad Battery, a 2,000-year-old clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. It resembles a very simple electric battery. Was it actually used to generate electricity, perhaps for electroplating gold? Or was it a simple storage vessel for scrolls? The actual intended function of this silent artifact remains unclear, a quiet potential held in ancient clay, the mystery of the Black Knight satellite legend. The story tells of a dark metallic object orbiting Earth in a polar orbit that has been transmitting radio signals for decades, far longer than any human-made satellite. While likely a collection of unrelated sightings and misinterpretations of space debris, the persistent, quiet idea of an ancient alien object silently watching us from a hidden orbit remains a compelling, soft whisper in the dark. Let's sink into the most profound, silent question of all. The Fermi paradox. If the universe is so vast and contains billions of galaxies, each with billions of stars, many with Earth-like planets, where is everybody? The apparent absence of extraterrestrial life in a universe that should be teeming with it is the silent paradox. Is there a great filter, a cosmic obstacle that prevents life from progressing past a certain early stage? Or are they all out there, but simply too quiet or too far advanced for us to hear? A vast silent gulf holding a lonely question. Look up at the great gravitational influence that is pulling our local group of galaxies, the Great Attractor. This is a massive, diffuse concentration of matter located about 150 million light-years away in the direction of the Centaurus and Norma constellations. It is so vast, it pulls the entire Milky Way galaxy towards it at millions of miles an hour. But the visible mass we can detect is not enough to account for the strength of the pull. Its bulk is obscured by the zone of avoidance, the thick dust and stars of our own galactic plane. We know its silent, immense gravity is there, but we cannot clearly see what creates the mass, just the gentle, soft tug toward the unknown. And the opposite, the Amaterasu particle, detected in 2023. This cosmic ray was the second highest energy ever recorded, close in power to the original Oh My God particle. When astrophysicists traced its direction back, there were no obvious powerful sources like an active galactic nucleus in that part of the sky, the highest energy whispers arriving from an empty, silent quadrant, a powerful event with no visible home, defying our best ideas of where such energy can originate. We drift back to the surface of our own lives, the quiet, unpredictable dance of ball lightning. This rare, often silent, phenomenon is described as a slow-moving, glowing sphere of light, usually about the size of a grapefruit. It can float through walls, travel down airplane aisles, or simply vanish with a soft pop. The theories are varied, from high-temperature plasma to chemical reactions of silicon nanoparticles to quantum effects. But the fact that we cannot reliably create it, or even fully measure its energy, means its exact nature remains elusive. A soft glowing orb, dancing to its own electric rules, and the Dyatlov Pass incident, a deep chilling mystery from 1959. 9 experienced Russian hikers died in the Ural Mountains. The tent was found cut open from the inside, and the group had fled into the extreme cold, wearing almost nothing. Some bodies were found with internal injuries, consistent with extreme pressure, but no external trauma, and high levels of radiation were found on some of the clothing. While several theories exist, from hypothermia-induced panic to a rare form of silent, sudden avalanche, the unexplained internal injuries and the radiation keep the story wrapped in deep, soft uncertainty. Think about the sheer impossibility of the door to hell in Darvaza, Turkmenistan. This massive 230-foot wide natural gas crater was ignited by Soviet engineers in 1971 to burn off what they thought was a small amount of gas. They expected it to burn for a few weeks, and it has been burning continuously ever since. The immense, endless supply of gas that keeps this deep, fiery wound softly, perpetually burning is a geologic question that defies our initial estimates, a silent, sustained fire in the desert night. Let's turn to the vast, quiet puzzle of why we sleep. Recall the idea of the glymphatic system washing the brain. But another theory suggests sleep is crucial for synaptic homeostasis. During the day, the connections between neurons, the synapses, grow stronger and stronger, accumulating noise. Sleep acts as a quiet, soft reset button, scaling back the strength of the connections, like trimming a garden, allowing the important memories to stand out and freeing up energy for the next day's learning. We shrink our brain's daytime connections to prepare for the future, a silent, nightly pruning, the quiet miracle of life's resilience, the intelligence of slime molds. We mention their maze-solving ability, but they also demonstrate anticipatory behavior. When exposed to rhythmic bursts of cold and warm, they learn the pattern and begin to prepare for the cold. Before it arrives, a single, flowing cell with no brain, no nervous system, quietly exhibiting the capacity to anticipate the future, a deep biological mystery of silent, distributed knowing, and the simplest, purest soft science, quantum mechanics. The mechanism of quantum entanglement is still spooky, as Einstein called it, but the why of quantum mechanics itself, the core reason why particles exist in a superposition, existing in all possible states until they are softly measured, the moment of collapse where the wave function snaps from a cloud of possibility into one single reality, remains completely unexplained. It is the softest, most fundamental point where potential becomes solid, where the universe quietly decides. We're approaching the quiet of the final moments. The universe keeps turning, the paradox of time's arrow. We observe the flow forward, the increasing entropy, the universe slowly drifting toward disorder. But some physicists suggest the universe is fundamentally time-symmetric, that perhaps in a distant, far-off future, the universe could reach maximum entropy and then, softly, quietly, begin to contract, reversing the arrow of time, a gentle, soft reflection on an endless looping universe. The deepest quiet is the loop itself, the promise of endless drifting, the silent, unanswered questions flow like a river, one into the next. We've explored the silent hum of Taos, the accelerating push of dark energy, the deep silence of sleep's purpose, the golden question of ancient artifacts, the vast empty gulf of the Fermi paradox, and the mysterious perfect rings of the odd radio circles. Each mystery a soft pillow, supporting your sinking mind, the matter that makes up your body, the dark energy that expands the space around you, the consciousness that allows you to observe this gentle darkness. They are all, fundamentally, still questions, and in that quiet uncertainty, there is a profound peace. Your body is heavier, heavier. Every muscle is melting down, down. Your jaw is released, your eyes are resting. The rhythm of space is matching your heartbeat. Thump, thump. You are floating now, not sinking, but floating on a quiet, endless sea of knowledge and mystery. The universe keeps turning, and the deeper we look, the more we find that science still can't explain, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries 100 unexplainable mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the Tao's hum, the maddening sound. Only 2% can hear. The wow signal, the 72-second transmission that should have changed everything. The Devil's Kettle, a waterfall. Where half the river vanishes, there's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into unexplainable mysteries. Somewhere in a library that no longer exists, in Constantinople, in the year 1912, a book dealer found something impossible. The Voynich manuscript, written in a language that doesn't exist, illustrated with plants that never grew on Earth, at least not any Earth we recognize. Carbon dating whispers it's from the 1400s, but the ink, the parchment, they tell stories that twist and fold, like dreams within dreams, your pulse matching the rhythm of ancient scribes who drew flowers with faces, and women bathing in green liquid that spirals, spirals, spirals. Heavier now, your eyelids heavier, like stones being dragged across Salisbury Plain 5,000 years ago, when people with antler picks and wooden rollers moved blocks of bluestone, each one weighing 4 tons, from Wales, 140 miles away. The how of it dissolves into the darkness behind your closed eyes. Some say timber rollers, some say river rafts, some say glaciers carried them like the earth itself was helping. But Stonehenge stands silent, aligned perfectly with the summer solstice sunrise, and your breathing aligns with something ancient too. In, out, heavier, heavier, sinking deeper into the Nazca Desert, where lines stretch for miles across the parched earth. A spider, a hummingbird, a monkey with a spiraled tail, drawn so large they can only be seen from the sky. The Nazca people created them between 500 BCE and 500 CE, removing the reddish pebbles to reveal white ground beneath. But why? Why? Some say astronomical calendar, some say water ritual, some say messages to gods who flew, and you're floating now, floating above those lines like a condor catching thermals, rising, falling, your chest rising, falling, on an island in the Pacific, Easter Island, Rapa Nui. Nearly 900 stone faces stare inland. The moai, some weighing 80 tons, carved from volcanic tuff at Rana Raraku Quarry, then moved, somehow moved, across the island. The islanders say the statues walked, and recent experiments suggest they might be right, rocking them side to side on their bases, walking them like refrigerators, but the mystery melts into your relaxing muscles, your jaw unclenching, the weight of wondering dissolving. In Turin, in a cathedral sealed behind bulletproof glass, a cloth bears the image of a man, the Shroud of Turin, 14 feet long, showing front and back of a crucified body. Carbon dating from 1988 said medieval, 13th or 14th century. But the image formed by some process that scientists still debate, not paint, not dye, perhaps a burst of radiation, perhaps a flash of light, perhaps, and you're drifting past perhaps into the soft darkness where questions become lullabies. Heavier, your arms heavier, like the air becomes before ball lightning appears. Witnesses describe glowing spheres, floating through walls, passing through airplane windows, lasting seconds or minutes, defying everything we know about plasma and electricity. Some say it's ionized gas, some say it's quantum effects, some say it's silicon particles burning, but it drifts, just like you're drifting through impossible spaces. Thump, thump. In Norway's Hessdalen Valley, lights dance in the sky, white, yellow, red, appearing several times a week since the 1930s. The Hessdalen lights, studied by scientists with instruments, measured, photographed, analyzed. Some say piezoelectric effects from rocks under stress. Some say combustion of particles in the air. Some say plasma. But the lights keep dancing, and your thoughts keep dancing away, away into sleep's soft valley. Around the world, in Taos, New Mexico, in Bristol, England, in Largs, Scotland, people hear it, a low-frequency hum, constant, maddening. Only 2% of people can hear it. The hum phenomenon, investigated by scientists, not tinnitus, not imagination. Measurable in some cases, possibly industrial equipment, possibly seismic activity, possibly the sound of Earth's electromagnetic field. And you're sinking below the frequency of thought, below the hum of consciousness. Heavier, heavier. In 1997, deep in the Pacific Ocean, hydrophones recorded something massive. The bloop, ultra-low frequency sound, louder than any wail, matching the profile of a living creature, but too large, impossibly large. The sound travelled over 3,000 miles, triangulated to a remote point near Antarctica. Some say ice quake, some say underwater volcano, some say something alive, something vast, sliding through black water. And you're sliding into sleep's ocean, where mysteries swim in the depths. Enrico Fermi asked the question at lunch in 1950. Where is everybody? The universe is 13.8 billion years old. The Milky Way contains hundreds of billions of stars, many with planets in habitable zones. So where are the aliens? The Fermi paradox. Perhaps we're first. Perhaps we're last. Perhaps they're here, but we can't recognize them. Perhaps intelligence is rare. Perhaps civilizations destroy themselves. Perhaps we're living in a simulation, and you're simulating sleep now. Your consciousness dimming, like stars behind clouds. 85% of the universe we cannot see, cannot touch. Dark matter holds galaxies together. Dark energy pushes the universe apart. We know they exist because of what they do, not what they are. Like gravity bending light around invisible mass. Like the universe expanding faster and faster, and your awareness expanding, then contracting, then dissolving into the dark matter of dreams. Heavier, heavier. Give someone a sugar pill, tell them it's medicine, and they get better. The placebo effect, real, measurable, profound. Brain scans show actual changes in neural activity. Endorphins release, pain diminishes. But why? How does belief become biology? Some say expectation, some say conditioning, some say the mind-body connection is deeper than we map, and your mind is connecting now with the soft pillow, with the heavy blanket, with sleep's gentle pull, melting. Every night you dream, 90 minutes cycling through REM sleep, eyes moving beneath closed lids. In dreams you fly, you fall, you meet people who never existed. Why? Freud said wish fulfillment. Modern neuroscience says memory consolidation, threat simulation, emotional regulation. But the true purpose drifts away, like you're drifting away into those very dreams we cannot explain. Heavier now, so heavy. Consciousness, the hard problem. Why does physical brain activity produce subjective experience? Why is there something it feels like to be you? Neurons fire, chemicals flow, but where in that storm of electricity does the feeling of red emerge, the taste of salt, the awareness of awareness? Philosophers debate, scientists measure, but the gap between matter and mind remains, and you're falling into that gap now, falling softly. Your heartbeat, the only certainty, déjà vu, the eerie feeling you've lived this moment before. 70% of people experience it, lasting seconds, associated with temporal lobe activity, perhaps crossed wires between perception and memory, perhaps parallel universes bleeding through. Perhaps your brain glitching like a loading screen, and you're loading sleep now, buffering, consciousness fading to black. In 1901, divers found it off Antikythera Island, corroded bronze gears, the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek computer from around 100 BCE, calculating astronomical positions, predicting eclipses, technology that shouldn't exist for another 1,000 years. X-rays revealed 30 interlocking gears, differential systems, precise engineering. Who built it? Why was this knowledge lost? The gears turn in your mind, turning slower, until they stop, and you drift past ancient shores. In Baghdad, archaeologists found clay jars, Copper cylinders, iron rods, the Baghdad battery, dated to around 200 BCE, could produce voltage if filled with acidic liquid. But were they batteries? Some say yes, for electroplating gold. Some say no, for storing scrolls. The current of certainty flowing away, away, as you sink heavier into your bed, every muscle releasing, releasing. In 1513, an Ottoman admiral named Piri Reis drew a map showing the coast of Antarctica without ice. But Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1820, and the land beneath the ice wasn't mapped until 1958. The Piri Reis map. Some say he copied ancient sources. Some say coincidence. Some say evidence of earlier civilizations or visitors. The map dissolves into the static of your settling thoughts. Heavier, heavier. Time slips. People report walking down familiar streets that suddenly transform into the past. Buildings change, cars disappear, clothing shifts to another era, then snap back to now. Documented cases in Liverpool, in Versailles, in Times Square. Perhaps electromagnetic anomalies. Perhaps memory overlays. Perhaps time is not the straight line we think. And you're slipping now. Slipping out of time's current into the timeless space of sleep. Orbiting Earth, they say there's something. The Black Knight satellite, first noticed in 1960. An object in polar orbit when no country had that capability, photographed during STS-88 mission. Some say space debris, some say thermal blanket, some say alien probe watching us for 13,000 years. It watches, you rest, you're breathing steady, in, out, like the orbit of mysteries above. Near Marfa, Texas, ghost lights float on the horizon. The Marfa lights, witnessed since the 1880s, changing colours, splitting and merging, dancing above Mitchell Flat. Scientists investigated. Some concluded car headlights refracted through air layers. But locals who've watched for generations, they know better. The lights drift. You drift. Heavier now. So much heavier. In the Australian outback, travellers see them. The Min Min lights, following cars for miles, hovering, retreating when approached. Aboriginal legends speak of them for thousands of years. Perhaps bioluminescence, perhaps Fata Morgana, perhaps the spirits of the land. Watching, watching as you close your eyes, as your thoughts scatter like lights in the desert night. At sea, sailors see it. St. Elmo's fire, blue or violet flames dancing on masts and rigging. Not fire at all, but plasma. Ionized air glowing in strong electric fields before thunderstorms, named for the patron saint of sailors, a sign of protection or warning. The glow fades, like your consciousness fades. Softer now, quieter, scattered across the Carolinas, 500,000 oval depressions, the Carolina Bays, all oriented the same direction, northwest to southeast. Some say meteor impacts, some say wind and water, some say a comet exploded over North America 13,000 years ago, scattering ice and debris, creating the bays and starting the Younger Dryas. The theories scatter like your thoughts scatter, melting into the soft pillow. In the Sahara Desert, visible from space, a massive circular structure, the Eye of the Sahara, the Richat structure, 25 miles across, concentric rings of rock. Some say eroded dome, some say impact crater, some say Atlantis. Plato described a circular city, rings of land and water. But this is stone and sand. Your thoughts are stone and sand too, heavy, sinking. Thump, thump. Beneath the waters of Japan, divers found them. The Yonaguni Monument, massive stone structures, terraces, pillars, right angles. Some say natural erosion, some say human construction from when sea levels were lower, 12,000 years ago. Civilization before civilization. The water presses down, like sleep presses down on your mind. Deeper, deeper, everything blue and quiet. Near the Baltic Sea, sonar revealed it. The Baltic Sea anomaly, a disc-shaped object, 200 feet across, sitting on the ocean floor. Some say glacial deposit, some say Nazi anti-submarine device, some say crashed UFO. Divers reported electrical interference as the formation splits, fractal patterns, and your awareness splits too, fracturing into dreams, heavier. In southeastern Turkey, on a hilltop, Göbekli Tepe rises from the earth, massive stone pillars arranged in circles, T-shaped, carved with animals, built 11,000 years ago, before agriculture, before pottery, before metal tools. How did hunter-gatherers organize? Why did they build a temple before they built villages? The stones stand in your mind, then topple, slowly, as you sink into sleep's excavation. In Siberia, a strange crater rises from the earth, the Potomsky crater, cone-shaped, made of shattered limestone, 70 meters wide, formed within the last 500 years. Not a meteorite impact, not a volcano, possibly a steam explosion, possibly a natural gas eruption. The locals call it Fire Eagle's Nest and avoid it. You avoid waking now, sinking away from the mystery, heavier, heavier. In Death Valley, rocks move across the desert floor, leaving long trails behind them, the sailing stones, some weighing hundreds of pounds. Researchers finally documented it in 2014. Thin ice sheets form on winter nights. Wind pushes the ice, dragging rocks across slick mud. But the trails remain mysterious, beautiful. And you're leaving a trail too. A trail from waking to sleep, sliding across the surface of consciousness. Something is pulling us, pulling our galaxy and millions of others. The Great Attractor, a gravitational anomaly, 250 million light-years away, hidden behind the Milky Way's disk, impossible to see directly, mass equivalent to tens of thousands of galaxies, pulling us at 600 kilometers per second. We're all falling toward it, and you're falling too, falling softly into sleep's attraction. Radio telescopes detect them. Fast radio bursts, milliseconds of intense radio waves from distant galaxies, billions of light-years away. Some repeat, some don't. Could be magnetars, could be neutron star collisions, could be something else entirely. These signals cross space, cross time, and your thoughts cross into dreams, brief bursts, then silence. Silence. In 2017, astronomers spotted it. Oumuamua, first interstellar visitor, cigar-shaped, tumbling through our solar system, accelerating slightly away from the sun, not quite following gravity's path. Some say hydrogen iceberg, some say nitrogen ice, some say light sail from another civilization. It came from the direction of Vega, traveling for millions of years, and it's gone now, like your waking thoughts, drifting, drifting, heavier. How did the moon form? The giant impact hypothesis says a Mars-sized object hit early Earth, ejecting debris that coalesced into our lunar companion. But the moon's composition matches Earth's too closely, and the impact should have left Earth spinning faster. Recent theories suggest multiple impact, or direct hit, or capture. The moon pulls the tides and pulls you towards sleep, rising, falling. Why is ice slippery? Such a simple question. Pressure melting, some say, but skaters don't exert enough pressure. Friction heating, but ice is slippery even standing still. Surface water layer, perhaps. Molecules at the boundary vibrating into semi-liquid state. Or perhaps ice is teaching us. We don't understand everything, not even simple things. And that's okay. That's okay. Let understanding go. Let waking go. Heavier, heavier. Consciousness again. Why does it feel like something to be you? The hard problem. Neurons fire in patterns. Information integrates. But why isn't it dark inside? Why the inner light? The theatre of experience. Some say it's emergent. Some say it's fundamental. Some say we're asking the wrong question. The question fades. Like all questions fade. In sleep's soft answer, monarch butterflies migrate 3,000 miles. Arctic terns fly pole to pole. Sea turtles return to their birth beaches. Salmon navigate home to spawn. How? Magnetic crystals in their bodies. Some say, sensing Earth's magnetic field. But the precision, the inherited maps, the ability to find tiny islands in vast oceans remains, and you remain sinking heavier into your bed, letting go of all navigation, drifting wherever sleep takes you. Anesthesia works. We put millions under every year. But how? We know which drugs work: propofol, sevoflurane, but not why. They affect consciousness at low doses. Many theories: disrupting neural networks, interfering with microtubules, binding to lipid membranes. You're going under now too, under the surface of waking, everything getting distant, quiet, dark, softer, softer. Ancient monuments align, Giza pyramids to Orion's belt, Stonehenge to solstice sunrise, Machu Picchu to mountain peaks, temples in Angkor Wat to constellation Draco. Coincidence, some say, pattern-seeking minds. Yet the precision speaks. The architects knew something, tracked something. The alignments blur in your fading vision. Stars wheeling above your closed eyes. Wheeling, wheeling, and you're wheeling away into night's deep alignment. In Florida, a man named Edward Leedskalnin built Coral Castle, alone, using only hand tools, moving blocks of coral limestone, some weighing 30 tons. He stood 5 feet tall, weighed 100 pounds, claimed to know the secrets of the pyramids, magnetic currents. Nobody saw him work, only at night. How? Tripods and leverage, say engineers. But he took his secrets to the grave, and you're carrying yours into sleep, whatever they are, dissolving, dissolving, thump, thump. The Codex Seraphinianus, published in 1981, Italian architect Luigi Serafini created an encyclopedia of an impossible world, illustrated with surreal precision, written in a script that looks meaningful but isn't. Plants with fingers, fish with human heads, bleeding rainbows. It means nothing, he later said. Yet your mind searches for meaning, searches, then stops searching, just floating past the strange images into your own strange images, dreams forming in the dark. The Library of Alexandria, the ancient world's greatest collection, perhaps 700,000 scrolls. How was it destroyed? Fire during Caesar's siege. Some say attacks by Christians. Others claim slowly declining over centuries. Budget cuts. Neglect. Perhaps there was no single destruction. Just the gradual dimming of light, like consciousness dimming now. Gradually, gradually, heavier, heavier. The scrolls of your thoughts, burning softly away. The Ark of the Covenant, gold-covered acacia wood, holding the tablets of commandments described in Exodus, carried before the Israelites, bringing victory, striking down enemies, then lost. Some say hidden before Babylon's conquest. Some say taken to Ethiopia. Some say buried under Temple Mount. Some say destroyed. It vanished like dreams vanish, like you're vanishing into sleep's holy territory, melting, melting away. The Holy Grail, cup from the Last Supper, sought by knights, by treasure hunters, by believers. Maybe it's in Glastonbury, maybe Valencia, maybe it's the bloodline, not a cup at all. Maybe it never existed. Quests without ending, searches without finding, and you're ending your search now, finding sleep instead, your personal grail. Finally, the Beale ciphers, 3 pages of numbers describing treasure buried near Bedford County, Virginia. Party of 30 men discovered gold and silver, hid it. 2 ciphers unsolved, only 1 broken using the Declaration of Independence as key. Is there treasure? Was there ever? The numbers blur. Your own thoughts becoming meaningless, letting go of treasure, letting go of everything. Heavier. Outside CIA headquarters, a sculpture stands. Cryptos by James Sanborn. 4 sections of encrypted text. 3 solved, 1 remains. K4, 97 characters, defying cryptographers since 1990. The artist knows the answer. Waiting. Your answers wait too, in sleep, in dreams, waiting in the dark. From 2012 to 2014, someone posted puzzles online. Cicada 3301, complex cryptography, steganography, spanning multiple countries, recruiting intelligent individuals. For what? Nobody knows. The puzzle stopped. Were they intelligence agencies? Cryptocurrency developers? RG artists? The mystery remains, like you remain on the edge of sleep, teetering, falling softly through encrypted darkness. The Tunguska event, June 30th, 1908, Siberian forest. A blast flattens 80 million trees across 800 square miles, brighter than the sun, heard 500 miles away. But no crater, no meteorite fragments. Some say airburst, comet or asteroid exploding above ground. Some say black hole. Some say antimatter. Some say Tesla's experiment gone wrong. The trees lie radial, pointing away from the epicenter, like your thoughts, radiating outward, then settling into stillness, heavier. The Dyatlov Pass incident, February 1959. 9 experienced hikers dead in the Ural Mountains, tent cut from inside, bodies found scattered, some with massive internal trauma, no external wounds, 1 missing her tongue and eyes, some with trace radiation. Avalanche, say recent studies, but the mystery clings like cold, like the cold of sleep settling over you, heavier, your tongue relaxing, eyes already closed, deeper into the mountains of dreams, spontaneous human combustion, bodies burning from within, reduced to ash, extremities untouched, furniture unburned, wick effect, say scientists, clothing acts as wick, body fat as fuel, slow burn, localized, but the stories persist. People bursting into flame, consumed in minutes, the fire inside you, cooling now, metabolic fire banking, dimming, heavier, turning to ash, to rest. Raining animals, frogs, fish, falling from clear skies, documented for centuries, waterspouts lifting them, say meteorologists, carrying them miles, then releasing, but rains of blood, of meat, of strange substances, those remain unexplained. Your thoughts raining down, settling, becoming still water, still, thump, thump, heavier. The Philadelphia Experiment, October 1943, USS Eldridge, allegedly made invisible, teleported. Sailors fused with metal, driven mad, hoax, say historians, misidentification of degaussing, but the story persists. Urban legend, government conspiracy. You're disappearing too, fading from the visible spectrum, becoming invisible to yourself, heavier, teleporting to sleep. The Hutchison effect. Canadian inventor John Hutchison claimed to levitate objects, fuse metal, create anomalous effects through electromagnetic frequencies, never reliably replicated, dismissed by mainstream science, trick of camera, fraud, or something genuine lost in the noise. Objects floating, you're floating, heavier yet floating. Paradox of sleep, heavy and weightless. Stigmata, wounds appearing on bodies, matching Christ's crucifixion, bleeding from hands, feet, forehead. Some cases documented by doctors. No clear medical explanation. Psychosomatic, say skeptics. Mind creating physical wounds. The mind is powerful. Your mind is powerful enough to shut down, to rest, heavier, releasing all wounds, all marks, becoming smooth, unmarked, perfect in sleep. Materialization phenomena, objects appearing from nowhere, falling from the ceiling, apports in seances, stones falling in houses, the Enfield poltergeist, objects materialized, dematerialized, your concerns materializing all day, now dematerializing, vanishing into the dark, nothing remains, nothing but heavier, empty space. The Tunguska event. Wait, we spoke of that, or did we? Memory folding, time looping, the script loops, like sleep loops, through the night, through cycles, REM and deep, surfacing, sinking. You're in the loop now, no beginning, no end, just heavier, eternal return to rest. Ball lightning, we mentioned it, but let it return. Glowing spheres, passing through airplane windows, through walls. Scientists created something similar in labs, brief plasma formations, but natural ball lightning, longer lasting, stranger, behaving with apparent intelligence, following people, hovering, the sphere of your awareness, collapsing, contracting into a point, then gone, heavier. The Oakville Blobs, August 1994, Washington State. Gelatinous blobs fell from sky, made people sick, contained human white blood cells, tested by labs, theories of illegal waste dumping, military experiments, none confirmed. The blobs dissolved, your thoughts dissolving, melting, becoming liquid, becoming nothing. Thump, thump, heavier, dripping away. Phantom kangaroos reported across United States, Midwest, East Coast, where no kangaroo should be. escaped zoo animals, say some, mass hallucination, say others, misidentified deer, but the sightings continue, hopping through impossible places. Your logic hopping away, leaving you still, grounded, heavy. The Devil's Footprints, February 1855, Devon, England. Footprints in snow, over 100 miles, in a single night, hoof-like, walking through walls, over rooftops. A kangaroo, said one theory. Balloons trailing rope, said another. Mass hysteria, said skeptics. The footprints melted, like your tension melts, like your wakefulness melts. Heavier, leaving no trace. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse, December 1900. 3 keepers vanished. Food on table, clock stopped, beds unmade. No sign of struggle, no bodies found. Swept away by wave, said inquiry. But the mystery haunts. Where did they go? You're going too. Going, heavier into the mystery, into the dark. Time dilation experiences, people reporting time slowdown, in accidents, in meditations, in extreme situations, seconds stretching to minutes. Neuroscience explains some adrenaline, memory formation, but subjective time remains mysterious. Your time dilating now, this moment stretching, becoming eternal, becoming all there is, heavier. Time stops. Phantom islands appearing on maps. Ships report landing. Later explorers find nothing. Pepys Island, Bermuda, Saxenberg Island. Sandy Island appeared on maps until 2012, when satellites showed nothing. The islands sink. You sink beneath waves of consciousness, heavier, submerging. The Devil's Sea, Dragon's Triangle, Pacific Ocean near Japan, ships disappearing, planes vanishing, like Bermuda Triangle but quieter, less famous. Volcanic activity, say geologists, magnetic anomalies, deep waters, or nothing unusual at all, just ocean, vast, deep. You're in vast deep now, ocean of sleep, thump, thump, heavier, no ships, no signals, just drift. Bermuda Triangle, we should mention it, Florida, Bermuda, Puerto Rico, thousands disappeared, flights, ships, the statistics say, no more than elsewhere. Normal loss rates, sensationalized, yet the stories persist. Flight 19, USS Cyclops, the triangle dissolves, geometry fading, your thoughts, no longer triangular, no longer shaped, just heavier. Acoustic Kitty, CIA project, 1960s, surgically implanting listening devices into a cat, cost millions. First mission, cat hit by taxi, project abandoned, declassified, confirmed, absurd, real, your mind more absurd, mixing memories, mixing dreams, mixing everything into soft static, heavier. The Mandela effect, collective false memories. People remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s. He died in 2013. Berenstain Bears, or Berenstein. Monopoly Man's monocle, that never existed. Parallel universes, some say. Confabulation, say psychologists. Your memories editing themselves now dissolving, reforming, becoming dreams, heavier. Phantom time hypothesis, Herbert Illig's theory, years 614 to 911 CE, never happened. Added by Holy Roman Emperor, Charlemagne fictional, calendar manipulated, dendrochronology disproves it, astronomical records disprove it, yet the idea, time being malleable, invented, your personal time, stopping now, these moments, invented, unreal, heavier, the Silurian hypothesis. What if industrial civilization existed millions of years before humans? Would we find evidence after millions of years? Probably not. Fossils are rare. Artifacts decay. The Silurians left nothing, or we haven't recognized it, or they never existed. You existed today. Tomorrow you'll barely remember. Memory fossils, decaying already, heavier, panspermia, life seeded from space, organic molecules on meteorites, amino acids, water. Perhaps life began elsewhere, travelled here, on rocks, on ice. Perhaps we're all aliens, descendants of cosmic seeds. You're cosmic now, star stuff, arranged temporarily, dissolving back to elements, to space, heavier. The Fermi paradox, third time, because it deserves it, because the silence is profound. Billions of stars, billions of years. Where is everyone? The great silence, deafening. You're silent too, finally, perfectly. No more questions, no more wondering, just thump, thump, heavier, part of the silence, cryptobiosis, life without metabolism, tardigrades, water bears, surviving extreme cold, extreme heat, radiation, vacuum of space, dried completely, dead by any measure. Add water, they revive. Life paused, life waiting, you're pausing too. Metabolism slowing, entering your own cryptobiosis, sleep suspension, heavier, waiting for morning. The overview effect, astronauts describe it as seeing Earth from space, profound shift in perspective, feeling of unity, transcendence. Carl Sagan's pale blue dot, all borders dissolving, all conflicts small. You're getting overview now, of your day, of your life, from sleep's orbit. Everything small, everything pale, fading, synesthesia, senses crossing, seeing sounds, tasting colours, hearing textures. 4% of people experience it consistently. Neural pathways crossed or connected differently. You're experiencing it now, feeling the sound of your heartbeat, seeing the colour of silence, tasting the texture of darkness, heavier, heavier. The God helmet, Michael Persinger's device, magnetic fields applied to temporal lobes. Subjects report spiritual experiences, sensing presence, out-of-body feelings. God, or just neurons misfiring. Replications mixed. Controversy remains. Your temporal lobes quieting, all presence fading, except sleep's presence. Entering. Near-death experiences. 70% report similar elements. Tunnel, light, deceased relatives, life review. Peace, endorphins. Say scientists. Oxygen deprivation. DMT release. But the consistency, across cultures, across time, remains curious. You're near sleep, approaching the tunnel, seeing the light dim, finding peace, crossing over. The Voynich manuscript, we mentioned it, but return, because mysteries loop, like this script loops. No one has decoded it. Perhaps meaningless, elaborate hoax, perhaps encrypted, perhaps alien language, perhaps awaiting the right mind. Your mind, too tired for codes, letting encryption remain, mystery remain. Cryptids, creatures unknown to science, Bigfoot, Yeti, Loch Ness Monster, Chupacabra, Mokelembembe, every culture has them. Glimpsed, never captured. Misidentified animals, say skeptics, yet to be discovered species, say cryptozoologists. The world still holds secrets. You hold secrets too. Dreams forming, strange creatures swimming up from deep. Thump, thump, heavier. The Tao's hum. We began with it. Return to it now. That low drone, maddening, persistent. Only 2% hear it. The sensitive ones, the attuned ones, or the afflicted ones. Your personal hum, your heartbeat, the only frequency now, matching Earth's Schumann resonance, 7.83 Hz, the planet's heartbeat, and yours, synchronizing, heavier, heavier. Foo Fighters, World War II pilots, both sides, reported glowing orbs, following planes, impossible maneuvers, never hostile, just watching. Ball lightning, say some. St. Elmo's fire, say others. Never explained satisfactorily. The fighters are gone. The war is over. Everything's over for today. Just rest remains. The megalithic yard. Alexander Thom discovered it. Ancient British stone circles, built using standard unit, 2.72 feet. Too consistent for coincidence. Shared measurement system across Britain. But how? Why? No writing system. No central authority. Yet the stones align, measured, precise. Your breathing aligns, measured, precise. In, out, ley lines. Alfred Watkins noticed them. Ancient sites aligned. Stonehenge, Glastonbury, Avebury, straight lines across landscape. Some say ancient roads, some say energy lines, some say coincidence, pattern recognition. The lines fade, geometry fades, topology of your mind, flattening, smoothing, becoming nothing. Coral Castle, we mentioned it, but Ed Leeds Kalnin deserves more. He said he'd discovered the secret, anti-gravity, magnetic current. He built a telescope pointing at Polaris, carved a stone crescent, precise alignments, all alone, all at night. The castle stands. The secret died with him. Your secret's safe too, dissolving into sleep, where no one can ask. The wow signal. We mentioned it, but Jerry Eman, that astronomer, he died in 2022, never knowing what he heard. 72 seconds that changed nothing, or changed everything. Still travelling outward, that radio wave, weaker now, dispersing like your consciousness, travelling outward, dispersing, becoming, cosmic background, radiation, cosmic rays, particles from space, hitting us constantly, high energy, from supernova, from black holes, from we don't know where, passing through you right now, hundreds per second, causing mutations. Random, cosmically random. You're being changed, moment by moment, by invisible particles from distant catastrophes, and you're changing to sleep naturally, inevitably. Thump, thump, heavier. The Fermi paradox. Fourth time now, because we can't escape it, because the silence weighs heavy, like your eyelids. Where are they? Where is anyone? Are we alone? Are we first? Are we last? The questions fade. All questions fade. Only sleep answers. With silence. With peace. With rest. Sleep itself is mysterious. Why do we sleep? All animals do. Even fruit flies. Even jellyfish. Something ancient. Something essential. Memory consolidation. Waste removal. Cellular repair. All true. But the core reason why consciousness must shut down, why we must become vulnerable, remains unknown. And you're entering that mystery now, becoming the mystery, becoming sleep itself. The yawning contagion. Someone yawns, you yawn. Even reading about yawning makes you yawn. Mirror neurons, say scientists. Empathy response. But why yawning? Why this specific behavior? Contagious across species. Dogs catch yawns from humans. Even tortoises yawn contagiously. Are you yawning now? Jaw stretching, eyes watering, body preparing for the final yawn into sleep. The Solway Firth spaceman. May 1964, Jim Templeton photographed his daughter in a meadow near Solway Firth. When developed, a figure appeared behind her, white suit, helmet, visor, like an astronaut or like someone in protective gear. Templeton saw no one. Kodak examined the negative, authentic, unmanipulated. Men in dark suits visited, claiming to be government, asked questions, then vanished. The figure remains, standing behind the child, unexplained, watching. But you don't need watching. You're safe, drifting, eyes closed, the photograph fading, like all images fade. In sleep's dark room, the Devil's Kettle, Minnesota waterfall, Brule River splits, half flows down, rejoins below. The other half falls into a hole and vanishes completely. For decades no one knew where it went. Underground river, some said. Separate watershed. Dye tests failed. Objects dropped in, never recovered. Recently asked hydrologists measured. The flow below equals the flow above. Somehow, the water rejoins. But where it goes, in that hole, in that darkness, still unknown, still mysterious, like where you're going, into sleep's kettle, falling, vanishing, into unknown depths, down, down, never to return, until morning. The Torrid Man, July 1954, Tokyo Airport. Man arrives. Passport from Torrid, small European country between France and Spain. but no such country exists. Never existed. His passport stamped many countries, his money from several nations, including Torrid, his driver's license, company documents, all listing Torrid. Officials detain him. Hotel room, guards outside. Morning comes. The man, gone. Documents, gone. No trace. Parallel universe. Some say hoax, say others. But the story persists, and you're persisting. Between worlds, between waking and sleep, between here and there, a country called Rest, a place called Dreams. Your passport stamped, ready for crossing. The border dissolving, you dissolving into the country that exists only at night, only in surrender, only now. The Circleville Letters, 1976, Ohio, anonymous letters, thousands, revealing secrets about everyone, stalking one family for decades. Someone knew everything, saw everything, wrote everything. In block letters, one man imprisoned. Letters continued, still unsigned, still coming. Someone always watching. But your eyes are closing. No one watching now. Just darkness. Private. Safe. Darkness. The Salish Sea Feet, 2007 to present. Pacific Northwest. Human feet. In running shoes. Washing ashore. 21 feet. No bodies. Just feet. Naturally disarticulated. Say experts. But why feet? Why shoes? Why there? The ocean keeps the rest. Gives back only feet. The tide takes. The tide returns. You're like the tide now. Ebbing. Flowing out. Out to sea. To sleep. The Erdstall tunnels. Medieval Europe. 700 discovered. Narrow passages. Underground. Leading nowhere. Too small to stand. Too tight to turn around. Claustrophobic. Purpose unknown. Not mines. Not storage. Not defense. Just tunnels. Crawling through darkness. To nothing. But you're not crawling. You're floating. Spacious. Weightless. Free. The Belma Faces. 1971. Spain. Faces appearing on concrete floor. Destroyed. Return. New faces. Different expressions. For decades. Scorch marks tested. No paint. No dye. Just faces. Emerging. Fading. Changing. Like images behind eyelids. Faces you knew. Faces forgotten. Dissolving into nothing. The Black Dahlia. January 1947. Elizabeth Short. Los Angeles. Body severed. Drained of blood. Posed. Mouth cut. Surgically precise. Over 50 confessions. All false. Never solved. The smile cut into her face. Called the Glasgow smile. Permanent. Your face relaxing now. Natural smile. Peaceful. Soft. Sleep smile. The Villisca Axe murders. June 1912. Iowa. 8 people. Killed in night. Entire family. 2 guests. Axe. All in beds. Faces covered with cloth. Killer stayed. Tried to clean. Ate food. Then vanished. Morning came. Bodies found. No one charged. The house still stands. Quiet now. So quiet. Like your room. Quiet. Safe. Protected. Elisa Lamb. February 2013, Cecil Hotel, Los Angeles, elevator footage, bizarre behavior, hiding, peeking out, pressing all buttons, hand gestures, talking to no one. Days later, body found, in roof water tank, locked from outside, drowning ruled. But the footage, the behavior, unexplained. She was trapped. You're not trapped. You're free, floating, down, down. The Toynbee Tiles, 1980s to 2011, Rhodes, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, dozens of cities, mysterious tiles embedded in asphalt. Message: Toynbee idea in Kubrick's 2001 Resurrect Dead on planet Jupiter. Hundreds of tiles, someone placing them at night, in traffic, for decades. Then stopped. 2011. No more tiles. Message delivered. Purpose unknown. Your message delivered now. To sleep. Time to stop. Time to rest. The Hook Island Sea Monster, December 1964, Queensland, Australia. Photograph: giant tadpole creature, 20 feet long, on ocean floor. Clear image. Witnesses saw it. Dove near it. Hoax. Say skeptics. But what kind? No evidence of fake. No model found. Just photograph. Of something that shouldn't exist. Your grip on existence. Loosening. Shouldn't be awake. Can't stay awake. Letting go. Mel's Hole, Washington State. Man claimed hole on his property. Bottomless. 80,000 feet of fishing line. Never hit bottom. Lowered radio. Signal stopped at certain depth. Threw dead dog in. Returned alive. Government sealed property. Man disappeared. Internet legend. Say debunkers. But no property found. No records. Just story. Going down. Forever down. You're going down. Into sleep. Deep. But not forever. Just tonight. The Jameson family. October 2009. Oklahoma. Family of 3. Disappeared. Truck found. Dog inside. Nearly dead. Wallets. Phone. Cash. All left behind. Security footage showed. Strange behavior. Before trip. Trance-like. Bodies found. Years later. On mountain. No cause of death. Just gone. Then found. Still unexplained. You're not gone. Just going, almost there. The Mary Celeste, ghost ship, 1872, adrift in Atlantic. Crew vanished. Lifeboat gone. Cargo intact. Half-eaten meals. No struggle. No blood. Exploding alcohol fumes. Water spout. Mutiny myth. The sea swallowed them whole. Silent as the grave. You're adrift now on waves of drowsiness. Crewless. Carefree. The ship rocks gently. Heavier with each swell. Sinking not into water, but dreams. Vast. Empty. Serene. Crop circles. Intricate patterns. In fields overnight. Geometric precision. Wheat bent. Not broken. Energy anomalies. Radiation spikes. Hoaxes with planks. Plasma vortices. Extraterrestrial art. Thousands appear. England to worldwide. Messages. Warnings. Beauty unexplained. The circles spin in your mind, hypnotic, pulling you in, heavier, flattening your thoughts like stalks under unseen force. You're the pattern now, complex, yet simple, at peace. Black Knight satellite, legend of polar orbit, 13,000-year-old alien probe. Tesla heard signals, ham radio intercepts, NASA photos show anomaly, space debris, thermal blanket, myth amplified. It circles still, watching or not. The night guards the night. You're guarded too, by darkness heavier, orbiting your own center, signals fading, static to silence, restful vigil. The Antikythera mechanism, ancient Greek computer, gears and dials, predicts eclipses, tracks planets, recovered from shipwreck, 2,000 years old, technology lost, then rediscovered, alien gift, advanced ancestors, genius outlier. The mechanism ticks through time. You're ticking down, seconds to slumber, gears slowing, heavier, mechanisms unwinding, body, mind, perfectly still. The Dancing Plague, 1518, Strasbourg. Woman dances uncontrollably, joined by hundreds, days without stop, exhaustion, deaths, ergot poisoning, mass hysteria, curse, music unheard, feet compelled. The plague spreads in history's pages. You're compelled downward, dancing no more. Heavier limbs, the rhythm slows to heartbeat, thump, thump, fading plague into quiet. The Lost Colony, Roanoke, 1587, settlers vanish. Croatone carved on tree, no bodies, no signs. Absorbed by natives, starvation, Spanish attack, Virginia Dare, first English child in America, gone. The colony whispers from the woods. You're whispering from within, heavier. The carving blurs, lost in mist, found in rest, colonial dreams. The Oak Island Money Pit, Nova Scotia, 1795, deep shaft, booby traps, floods, artifacts teased. Captain Kidd's treasure, Templar gold, Ark of Covenant. Diggers persist, centuries on, bottom elusive. The pit swallows efforts. You're swallowed by softness, heavier. The treasure within, not gold, but rest, unearthed finally. The Zodiac Killer's ciphers, 4 cryptograms sent to newspapers, 3 solved, 1 remains. Z340 cracked in 2020 after 51 years, but Z13 and Z32 still silent, still keeping secrets. Symbols arranged, meaning hidden or meaningless. Your thoughts arranging, rearranging, then losing meaning, losing structure. Thump, thump, heavier. Cipher dissolving into sleep's alphabet. The Somerton Man, December 1948, found on Australian beach, no identification. Labels removed from clothing, unidentified, unknown. In his pocket, a scrap of paper, Tamam Shud, torn from the Rubaiyat. It had ended. A code in the book, never deciphered. DNA tested in 2022. Identity may be solved, but the why, the code, the mystery remains. It is ended. Your day is ended. Everything ending. Softly. The lead mask's case. August 1966. Brazil. 2 men found dead on Vintem Hill, wearing formal suits and crude lead masks. No signs of violence, no clear cause. Note said, 16:30 be at the specified place. 18:30 swallow capsules. After effect, protect face with metal masks, await signal. What signal? What capsules? The masks couldn't protect them, but sleep protects you. No masks needed, just darkness. The Isdal woman, November 1970. Bergen, Norway. Body burned beyond recognition. 9 wigs found. Multiple identities. Coded messages in luggage. Intelligence operative. Some say spy, murder, or suicide. Never identified. Despite investigation, she had many names. You have no name now, no identity. Just consciousness, fading, becoming no one. The Max Headroom incident, November 1987, Chicago. 2 television stations hijacked. Man in Max Headroom mask. Bizarre broadcast. Nonsensical phrases. Spanking scene. 90 seconds. Never caught. Never explained. FCC investigated. Found nothing. The signal intrudes, then vanishes. Like thoughts intrude, then vanish. Static. White noise. Signal lost. The Hinterkaifeck murders, March 1922. German farmstead. 6 people killed. Axe. Brutal. But someone stayed in the house for days after the murders, fed the animals, ate meals, used the fireplace, then vanished, never caught. Footprints in snow leading to house, none leading away. The farm burned down years later. The mystery, buried, like you're buried in blankets, in warmth, in safety. The Overtown Bridge, Scotland. Dogs jumping. Over 300 incidents since the 1950s. Same spot, same side. Many die. Why? Strong scent of mink, say researchers, overrides other senses, but the consistency, the location, uncanny, unsettling. You're not jumping, you're sinking. Thump, thump, heavier. Down, not up. Down into soft, safe sleep. Shared death experiences, documented by doctors, healthy people at bedside of dying. Report leaving their body, seeing the tunnel, experiencing the light, sharing the death, then returning. Not grief, not imagination, consistently reported. Across cultures, the boundary between living and dying, permeable, like the boundary between waking and sleep. You're crossing it now. Crossing. Safe. Returning tomorrow. The Hessdalen lights. We mentioned them, but they deserve more. Automated stations monitor them 24 hours. Recording, measuring, temperature changes detected, magnetic field fluctuations. But what are they? Decades of study, still mysterious, still dancing in Norwegian Valley. The lights dance behind your eyelids now. Phosphonies, hypnagogia, patterns forming, dissolving. Hypnagogia, the state between waking and sleep. Hallucinations, sounds, voices, seeing figures, feeling presence. Sleep paralysis demons. Old hag syndrome. Your brain, half asleep, half awake, mixing reality with dreams. You're there now, in the threshold, the liminal space, neither here nor there, letting go of here, accepting there. The third man factor, explorers, climbers, survivors, report unseen presence, offering encouragement, giving guidance during extreme stress. Shackleton described it during Antarctic expedition. Neuroscience says, brain-creating comfort, guardian angel, bicameral mind, or something else. Something that appears when needed. You don't need it now. You have your bed, your pillow, your safety. Exploding head syndrome, loud bang inside your head as you're falling asleep or waking, no pain, just sound, crash, explosion, symbol caused by neurons firing together in auditory cortex, stress-related, harmless, but startling. Your head quiet now, no explosions, just the soft sound of silence. False awakening. You dream you wake up, get out of bed, start your day, then actually wake up, still in bed. Layers of dreaming, dreams of waking. How many layers? How do you know you're really awake now? Or are you? Does it matter? All states temporary, all states dissolving into whatever comes next. The Fermi paradox, fifth time, because we can't leave it, because it's the biggest mystery. Billions of stars, billions of years, mathematical certainty of life, statistical impossibility of uniqueness, yet silence, complete, profound. Maybe they're here. We can't see them. Maybe we're first. Maybe we're last. Maybe intelligence is a brief spark in cosmic darkness. Your spark, dimming now, going out, thump, thump, heavier, joining the great silence, the hollow earth. Theory from folklore, supported by some in history. Edmund Halley proposed it. John Cleves Sims promoted it. Openings at the poles, civilization inside, debunked by science, by seismology, by gravity measurements, yet the idea persists. In fiction, in conspiracy. The earth is hollow, like your thoughts are hollow, empty, light, rising away, leaving you heavy, solid, grounded, centered, here. Gravity. We know it exists. We can measure it, calculate it, predict it. Einstein explained it. Space-time curvature. But what is it? Really? Why does mass attract? What mediates the force? Gravitons. Theoretical. Never detected. Gravity remains mysterious, fundamental, pulling you down, down into mattress, down into sleep. Gravity's embrace, inescapable, perfect. The moon, hanging there, pulling tides, lighting nights, stabilizing Earth's axis, making complex life possible. We mentioned its origin. but consider its presence, the odds, the size ratio, perfect for total solar eclipses, the synchronous rotation, always same face toward us. Coincidence, physics, or something more. The moon watches, you sleep, under lunar protection, ancient, silent, bright. Ancient astronaut theories whisper through archaeology. Nazca lines that can only be seen from above. Sumerian texts describing gods from the sky. The Anunnaki. Vimana flying machines in Sanskrit epics. Detailed descriptions of aerial warfare. Mercury vortex engines. Could ancient people have had help? Or is this mythology, metaphor, human imagination soaring? Your imagination soars too, into cloudlands of sleep, heavier, heavier. The Sumerian king list records rulers who reigned for thousands of years. Before the flood, kings ruling for 36,000 years. After, more realistic numbers. Mythology coded as history, some say. Others wonder, what if they measured time differently? What if something about them was different? The years stretch, like your body stretches, releasing into the mattress, eternal, timeless. In Hindu texts, Vimana, flying palaces, cities in the sky. The Vaimanika Shastra describes Mercury vortex engines, materials and construction, weapon systems, written down in the 1920s from ancient texts. Some say fictional, others claim, but the images persist, floating through your mind, floating like you float away from analysis, into acceptance, into sleep's aircraft, drifting through inner space, out of place artifacts, objects that shouldn't exist when they do. The London hammer, wooden handle, iron head, embedded in Cretaceous limestone, 140 million years old. Or is it? Skeptics say the rock formed quickly around a modern hammer. Concretions can form in decades, not epochs. The hammer rests, you rest, heavier. Heavier in your bed, in your time, in your now. The Koso artifact, found in 1961, inside a geode. X-rays showed a mechanical device, ceramic, metal, looked like a spark plug, but it was a spark plug, a 1920s champion spark plug, surrounded by rapidly formed minerals. Time compresses, expands, your sense of time, compressing, expanding, then dissolving entirely. Ancient batteries, clay jars, copper, electricity before electricity. In Egypt's Dendera temple, reliefs seem to show light bulbs, jed pillars, serpent filaments. Could ancient priests have had electric light, demonstrated as possible, but probable? Unlikely. The light in your mind, dimming, like ancient temples going dark, one by one, until only starlight remains, and your breath in, out, in, out. In Romania, in 1974, workers found it. The aluminium wedge of a Yude, 2 pounds of aluminum, 89% pure, buried with mastodon bones, 11,000 years old, but aluminum requires sophisticated smelting, not invented until the 1800s. Tests suggested aircraft construction, yet other tests showed it was modern contamination. The wedge sits in a museum. The question floats, and you float past questions into sleep's museum, where everything is preserved in amber, in darkness. The dropper stones, allegedly found in China in 1938, 716 stone discs, grooved spirals, tiny hieroglyphs telling of sky people who crashed, seeking refuge. But no stones can be found now, no photographs authenticated. Perhaps hoax, perhaps cover-up, perhaps it doesn't matter anymore. As you spiral down, like grooves on a disc, playing the song of sleep over and over, heavier. In Peru, the Paracas culture, elongated skulls, dozens of them, intentional cranial deformation, binding infant heads, some say. But DNA tests showed unusual results. Mitochondrial DNA, unlike known human populations, or perhaps contamination, perhaps misinterpretation. The skulls rest in museums. Questions rest unanswered, and you rest, finally, deeply, letting mysteries remain mysteries. Thump, thump. The Starchild skull, found in Mexico. Unusual features, larger brain case, shallow eye sockets. DNA testing showed human mother, father's DNA, inconclusive, degraded. Some say genetic disorder, some say hybridization. The child sleeps in earth, you sleep in bed, both at peace, both beyond questioning. In Nica, Mexico, cave of crystals, gypsum crystals 40 feet long. In the pool below, microbes, dormant for 60,000 years, brought back to life. Different tree of life, some say. Ancient lineage. They slept in crystal darkness, waiting. Your cells remember that sleep, that deep preservation, returning to it now, heavier. Crystal formations growing in your bones, weighing you down into the earth's core, becoming mineral and time. The Atacama skeleton, 6 inches long, found in Chilean desert. Strange skull, 10 ribs instead of 12. Tests showed it was human, a girl, with multiple genetic mutations, aging disorder, not alien, just rare, just sad. She rests now. You rest now. The universe holding both of you, gently, in its strange variations. A tiny, perfect stardust specimen. Nothing to fear in the silence. Living fossil, a species unchanged for millions of years. The coelacanth, thought extinct for 65 million years. Then caught alive in 1938. Deep blue, ancient eyes, swimming in waters dark and cold. The past persists, and you persist, in this moment between waking and sleep, this ancient moment, this eternal now, a shadow moving in the deep currents, undisturbed by time. Morning glory clouds, rolling cylinders in the sky, up to 600 miles long, appearing regularly over Burketown, Australia, caused by sea breezes colliding, creating wave patterns in the atmosphere. Surfers ride them in ultralights, but why so regular? Why so predictable? The clouds roll. Your thoughts roll away, away into clear blue emptiness. A slow, endless, gentle wave washing over the world, carrying you out. Fire rainbows, circumhorizontal arcs, ice crystals in cirrus clouds, sun at least 58 degrees high, refracting light into spectrum, rare alignment, appearing like the sky is burning with gentle colours, melting, melting, colours blur in your darkening vision, prismatic, soft, fading to black, to sleep's perfect darkness, a gentle combustion of light and ice, leaving only the cool dark behind. Mammotus clouds, pouches hanging from cloud base, looking like bubbles, like breasts, like the sky is dripping, formed by sinking air, cold descending through warm, beautiful and ominous. You're sinking too, through the atmosphere of consciousness. Pouches of thought, releasing, dropping away, heavier than air, a warm, heavy density of peace, settling down, down. Earthquake lights, luminous phenomena before or during earthquakes, blue flames, white lights, documented for centuries, dismissed for centuries, now photographed, measured, possibly piezoelectric effects, rocks under stress generating charges. The earth speaks in light before it speaks in motion. Your body speaks too, in the language of release, muscles relaxing, tension transforming to light, then to nothing, nothing at all, a flicker of blue before the long stillness. Silent now, safe now. Volcanic lightning, dirty thunderstorms, ash and ice particles colliding, charging, discharging in tremendous displays, Prometheus unbound, fire creating its own weather, the storm in your mind, quieting, quieting, ash settling, darkness settling over everything, peaceful, peaceful, the green flash at sunset or sunrise, refraction separates colours, green lingers for seconds after red disappears, rare, requiring clear horizon, calm air. Sailors consider it lucky. You're lucky too. Lucky to rest, to release, to see nothing but the inside of your eyelids, going from green to dark green to black, so black. Red sprites and blue jets, electrical discharges above thunderstorms, reaching towards space, discovered by pilots, confirmed by scientists. Sprites flash red, 50 miles high, jets shoot blue, 25 miles. The atmosphere alive with hidden light, like your mind alive with hidden dreams, firing, firing, until they too, slow, fade, softer now, skyquakes, mysterious booms, no earthquake, no thunder, documented worldwide for centuries. Seneca guns off the Carolina coast, Baricel guns in Bangladesh, no consensus on cause, meteors, military tests, atmospheric ducting, earth settling, The boom echoes through your skull, then fades, leaving only silence, blessed silence, and your breath. In, out. The hum phenomenon, we return to it, because it won't leave some people alone. Low frequency, persistent, driving some to desperation. Yet instruments detect nothing, or detect everything. Power lines, submarines, cosmic background, your personal hum, your heartbeat. That's all you hear now. All you need to hear. Slowing. UVB 76, the buzzer, Russian radio station, broadcasting since 1982, constant buzzing tone, occasional voice transmissions in Russian, military codes perhaps, or placeholder, or something else. It buzzes still, like static in your fading consciousness. White noise, brown noise, the noise of existence, dissolving. Number stations, shorthand transmissions, voices reading numbers, Geostrasven X06, E11, spy communications, some confirmed, most mysterious, computer-generated voices, sometimes music, the Lincolnshire poacher, then numbers, endless numbers, your thoughts becoming numbers, counting down, 10, 9, 8, heavier, 7, 6, 5, deeper, 4, 3, thump, 2, thump, 1, almost gone. Black holes, even light cannot escape, but information, can it escape? The black hole, information paradox. Quantum mechanics says information cannot be destroyed. General relativity says it's lost forever beyond the event horizon. Hawking radiation might preserve it, encoded in subtle patterns. You're approaching your own event horizon, the boundary between waking and sleep. Information dissolving, preservation uncertain, and that's okay. Thump, heavier, crossing over. Quantum entanglement. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. Measure one particle, instantly affect its entangled partner, regardless of distance, faster than light, yet no information truly travels. Just correlation, mysterious correlation. Your body and bed, entangled now, collapse into one system, one quantum state, called rest, called sleep, called the double slit experiment. Send particles one at a time through two slits. They create interference pattern, as if each particle goes through both slits, interferes with itself. But observe which slit, and the pattern disappears. The observer changes reality. You're no longer observing. Eyes closed, wave function collapsing into sleep, into one definite state, called gone, called drifting. Heavier. The measurement problem. Before measurement, particles exist in superposition, all states at once. Measurement collapses this, but how? Why? When? Consciousness. Some say the universe needs observers. You're collapsing now, all possibilities narrowing to one. Sleep. Just sleep. Let the paradox remain. You're done measuring, done observing. Schrödinger's cat in a box, alive and dead simultaneously, until observed. Absurd. Yet quantum mechanics requires it. Meant as criticism, became illustration. You're neither awake nor asleep, both and neither, until tomorrow when someone asks, "How did you sleep?" Fine, you'll say. But now, in this moment, in this box of darkness, the question has no answer, just the soft sound of breath. Quantum tunneling, particles passing through barriers they shouldn't, like walking through walls. Probability waves allow it, essential for fusion in stars, for the sun to shine, for you to exist, and now for you to pass through the wall between waking and sleep. Tunneling, tunneling, heavier, almost through, almost. The observer effect, not just measurement, but observation itself changes things. The universe performing for consciousness, or consciousness part of the mechanism. No separation. You observe nothing now. Eyes closed, awareness collapsing, and the universe, grateful, returns to its natural state, undefined, potential, like you, returning to potential, to the undefined state of sleep, of dreams, of nothing and everything. Wave function collapse, the moment of measurement, when infinite possibility becomes singular reality. Some say consciousness causes it, some say decoherence, some say it's mathematical artifact, but it happens. The wave collapses. You collapse too, gratefully, heavily, into the single reality of sleep. No more superposition, just rest, just heavier, heavier. The many worlds interpretation. Every quantum event splits reality, infinite universes, infinite versions of you. In some you're awake, reading, thinking. In this one, you're nearly asleep, sinking, drifting. And in infinite others, you're already gone, already dreaming. Join them now, join yourself, across the multiverse, all sleeping, all at peace. The grandfather paradox. Go back in time, prevent your birth. But if you're never born, you never went back. So you are born, so you do go back. Logic circles, impossibility loops. Time travel might be impossible, or universe protects itself. But you're traveling now, not through time, through consciousness, backward to something older. Sleep that predates you, predates thought, primordial rest, heavier, heavier, thump, wormholes, theoretical tunnels through space-time, connect distant points, make travel instantaneous, maybe, probably not, requires exotic matter, negative energy. You found your wormhole, the one between waking and sleep, traveling without moving, arriving without journeying, already there, almost, almost, thump, thump, crossing the throat, emerging in dreams, white holes, theoretical opposites of black holes, ejecting matter and energy. Nothing can enter. Time-reversed black holes, existing perhaps at the beginning of the universe. Perhaps the Big Bang was a white hole, ejecting everything, expanding outward. Your consciousness ejecting thought, expanding into sleep space, then gone, empty, white silence. Hawking radiation, black holes evaporate, slowly, emitting quantum particles. Given enough time, infinite time, they disappear completely. Everything returns to void. You're evaporating too. Self, identity, worry, evaporating into the void of sleep. Eventually nothing left but peace, but darkness, but the soft of existence continuing. Before the Big Bang, and what was there? The question might be meaningless. Time itself began with the Big Bang. Before suggests time, but time didn't exist. Some theories say bouncing universe, others say quantum foam, others say nothing. We're before your Big Bang now, before waking, before tomorrow, in the nothing that births everything, in the sleep that births dreams. In the beginning, there was rest, the universe's shape, flat. Some say infinite in all directions. Others say curved, positive curvature, eventually loops back, or negative, saddle-shaped. The measurements say flat, probably. Your thoughts have no shape now, no curvature, just flatness, spreading, expanding. The cosmological constant problem, vacuum energy, should be huge. Physics predicts enormous value. Reality shows tiny value. 120 orders of magnitude difference. Worst prediction in physics. Why is the vacuum so empty? You're becoming vacuum, becoming empty, thoughts evaporating, leaving nothing but space, quiet space, dark space, a profound silent zero, the ultimate rest state, the horizon problem. Universe appears uniform. Same temperature everywhere, but distant regions never had time to interact, to equalize. How did they coordinate? Inflation theory suggests rapid expansion, but mysteries remain. You're expanding too. Awareness spreading thin, too thin to maintain, breaking apart into pieces, into nothing, stretched infinitely thin across the dark, perfectly coordinated. The flatness problem. Universe is geometrically flat, requiring incredibly precise initial conditions. Why so flat? Why so special? Anthropic principle says we need it flat, or we wouldn't exist to ask. You're flat now, pressed into mattress, two-dimensional, fading to one dimension, to 0 dimensions, to thump, point of sleep, a delicate balance achieved at the beginning of time, preserved perfectly. The monopole problem, magnetic monopoles, north without south, south without north. Theory predicts abundance, reality shows none. Where are they? Inflation diluted them, perhaps, or they never existed. Another mystery solved, or unsolved. You've solved nothing, and that's perfect. That's sleep. No problems. No poles, just heavier, heavier. The simple, undifferentiated field of unconsciousness. No attraction, no repulsion. The cold spot. In cosmic microwave background. Region slightly cooler, impossibly large void. Perhaps super void. Perhaps parallel universe collision. Perhaps error in measurement. But it remains. Cold, empty. You're approaching your own cold spot. Core temperature dropping. Sleep's coldness. Comfortable coldness. The background hum of existence turned down low. A gentle chill. The Eridanus supervoid. Billion light years across. Fewer galaxies. Less matter. The cold spot might be its shadow, or something else. Emptiness on cosmic scale. You understand emptiness now. Emptying yourself, of thought, of tension, of everything, becoming void, becoming peace, a billion light years of gentle, perfect, empty nothing, safe inside the void, the great void, Bhuta's void, 330 million light years, 60 galaxies where there should be 2,000, sometimes called the Great Nothing. Theories suggest, but it remains empty, quiet, like your mind, so quiet now, so empty, so vast, a profound yawning silent expanse. You're that perfect emptiness. The cosmic web, galaxies arranged in filaments, walls, voids between, like neural network, like brain structure, universe thinking. Perhaps you're not thinking, gratefully not thinking, just experiencing. Then not even that, just existing. Then not even a tangled, luminous thread dissolving in the dark, unspooling into nothing. Where are all the aliens? We return to Fermi. Why the silence? Radio telescopes listening. No one calls. Perhaps life is rare. Perhaps intelligence is brief. Perhaps they're waiting, watching. Perhaps we're first. Perhaps we're alone. You're alone in bed, alone in darkness, and it's wonderful. No need for answers, no need for contact, just sleep. The whole universe is holding its breath, waiting with you. The great filter. Something prevents civilizations from spreading across galaxies, perhaps behind us, perhaps ahead, perhaps nuclear weapons, climate change, AI, or perhaps space is just too vast, too cold, too empty. You're filtering consciousness now, removing waking, removing thought, until only sleep remains, filtered, pure, a gentle sifting of sensation, until only the core essence of peace is left. The Drake equation, multiply probabilities, star formation rate, fraction with planets, fraction suitable for life, fraction where life appears, fraction that develops intelligence, fraction that communicates. Multiply them all. Get a guess, an educated guess about alien civilizations. The numbers fade, you fade, mathematics becoming music, becoming thump, thump, heavier, just sound. The rare earth hypothesis, Maybe Earth is special. Large moon, stable orbit, magnetic field, plate tectonics, Jupiter deflecting asteroids, long list of requirements. Maybe life is common, but complex life, rare. Maybe we're it, the universe examining itself. You're examining nothing, eyes closed, awareness closed. Special in your own way, rare, at rest. The zoo hypothesis. Maybe they're watching, preserving us, like a nature preserve, non-interference, waiting for us to mature, or we're quarantined, dangerous, primitive, or it's all in our imagination. The zoo is quiet at night, animals sleeping, you're sleeping too, in your enclosure, safe, protected. The dark forest theory. Maybe silence is survival. Maybe announcing your presence brings hunters, predators. Maybe everyone hides, listening, hoping others speak first. Maybe the universe is a forest at midnight, still, watchful, dangerous. You're in the forest now, but safe, because you're silent, because you're heavier, becoming part of the forest floor, leaf litter, composting into dreams. Tabby's star, Keck 8462852, dimming irregularly and 22% brightness loss, massive structure blocking light, alien megastructure, Dyson sphere, or dust, comets, natural phenomena. The dimming continues. You're dimming too. Lights going out behind your eyes, throughout your body. Systems powering down, heavier, almost dark. Proxima Centauri signal, BLC-1, detected in 2019. Narrow band, seeming artificial, from nearest star, closest possible neighbors. Then, equipment error, radio interference, the signal gone, like your thoughts, gone, interference cleared, only silence remains, blessed silence. The wow signal, 72-second, from Sagittarius, August 15th, 1977. Astronomer wrote wow in the margin. Never repeated, never explained. Hydrogen line frequency, aliens, or comets, or the signal echoes through space still, travelling outward. You're travelling inward. 72 seconds from sleep, 50 seconds, 30, 10, thump, thump, heavier, wow, wow, oumuamua. We return to it because it haunts us, cigar-shaped, accelerating, tumbling from somewhere else, visiting briefly, then gone. Some say hydrogen ice, some say nitrogen ice, but the acceleration, still unexplained, propulsion, outgassing, or something we haven't considered. It's gone now. You're going now. Heavier, heavier, tumbling through your own space. Oumuamua's shape, 10 times longer than wide. No natural object like it in our solar system. Could form from collisions, from tidal forces, or could be artificial, light sail, probe. The shape dissolves. All shapes dissolve. In darkness you see no shapes, only heavier. Europa's subsurface ocean, miles of ice, then water, twice Earth's ocean volume, heated by tidal flexing, could harbour life. Plumes of water detected, mission planned to sample, to search, to find. But tonight, no searching, just drifting, like microbes in alien ocean, blind, peaceful, Enceladus geysers, shooting water into space from warm ocean below, organic molecules detected, energy sources, chemical ingredients. Life could be there, swimming in darkness, the thriving without sun, like you thriving without thought, in darkness, in warmth, in sleep's ocean, heavier, Titan's methane, Saturn's moon, atmosphere of nitrogen, lakes of methane, rivers, rainfall, Earth-like cycle but different, methane from where, replenished somehow, life using methane, perhaps breathing differently, thinking differently. You're breathing differently now, slow, deep, each breath carrying you deeper, heavier. Mars methane appears seasonally from underground. Life, geological processes, or instruments malfunction. The mystery persists, like you persist, barely, on the edge of heavier, sleep, the great silence, deeper than sound, deeper than thought, entire galaxies passing like whispers, and still no reply. Maybe the universe itself forgot how to speak. The cosmic microwave background, the oldest light, the afterglow of creation, nearly uniform, except for tiny ripples, one colder spot, too cold, too large. The cold spot, maybe a void, maybe another universe pressed against ours, a bruise between realities. You drift along its edge, cool, endless. The Buta's void, a desert in space, 300 million light years across, almost empty, galaxies rare and lonely, a hole where something should be, or where something once was. Fast radio bursts, milliseconds of power brighter than a billion suns, repeating, not repeating, coming from everywhere, coming from nowhere, magnetars, pulsars, messages. No one knows. The universe coughing, whispering, calling, rogue planets drifting without suns, frozen worlds wandering the dark. No day, no dawn, only the soft glow of internal heat. Some say billions of them, more planets than stars, sleeping worlds without witnesses. The great attractor, a gravitational pull drawing entire galaxies, ours included, toward a hidden mass, invisible, unseen, buried behind cosmic dust. Something enormous, something waiting, the axis of evil, a strange alignment in the background radiation. Galaxies and hotspots all tilted the same way, as if the universe had a preferred direction or a scar. The black hole in the center of our galaxy, Sagittarius A, 4 million suns compressed into one point. Time slows, light bends, recently imaged, yet still unknown. What happens beyond? Time crystals, matter that repeats in time rather than space, never reaching equilibrium, a rhythm that never stops, a heartbeat of physics. Thump, thump, heavier, still beating. Neutrinos, ghost particles passing through you by the trillions each second. Almost no mass, no charge, barely there, yet everywhere. silent witnesses to every cosmic event. The Antikythera mechanism, found in a shipwreck, gears and dials ancient beyond expectation, a computer before computers, built by hands that should not have known how. Ball lightning, spheres of light floating in storms, inside houses, through windows, silent, vanishing without trace. Maybe plasma, maybe something else. The Tau's hum, a low vibration, heard by some, not by others. No source found, measured, unmeasured, maybe in the earth, maybe in the mind. The cosmic web, filaments of galaxies stretched across the universe, vast and interconnected, like neurons in a brain. Maybe the cosmos thinks, maybe it dreams. Quantum entanglement. Two particles separated by light years, moving together, instant communication, faster than light. Einstein called it spooky. You feel it, that tug, connection beyond distance. The double-slit experiment, light behaving as wave and particle. Only when observed does it decide. Reality waiting for you to look. Reality shaped by attention. Your attention drifting, fading. Dark flow. Clusters of galaxies moving in one direction, not explained by known forces, as if something outside our universe is pulling them. The Bermuda Triangle. Planes, ships, signals lost, compasses spin, sudden calm, sudden storm, explanations offered, but none staying long. Deep ocean sounds, the bloop, picked up in 1997, louder than any animal, from deep below, no ship, no quake, later maybe ice, maybe not. The ocean keeps secrets better than space. The pyramid's alignment, to stars, to solstices, to mathematics beyond time, coincidences, or memory of something older. Limestone whispering at night, piezoelectric hums under pressure, perhaps how temples spoke to ancient priests. The Tunguska event, 1908, explosion flattening forest the size of a city. No crater, no fragments, just scorched silence. Balloon anomalies, high-altitude objects shifting speeds impossible for wind, sometimes metallic, sometimes organic. This sky never empty. The cosmic rays, particles from outside the galaxy striking Earth. So energetic we don't know how nature made them. One called the oh my god particle. A single proton with the energy of a baseball. Rogue black holes, wandering interstellar space, unseen, devouring silently, perhaps passing through systems, perhaps through here. Phantom neutrino bursts, detected, then gone. False alarms or precursors, warnings, quasars, ancient hearts of galaxies, shining brighter than everything else combined, powered by black holes, some from the dawn of time, still flickering, gamma-ray bursts, seconds long, destroying everything for light years. No warning, no pattern, no mercy. The great filter. Maybe civilizations reach a point and stop, self-destroy, self-silence. Maybe that's why it's quiet. Maybe that's why you sleep. The WOW signals twin, detected in 2022. Same frequency, same part of sky, weaker, fleeting, maybe echo, maybe memory. The The dark galaxy Dragonfly 44, same mass as the Milky Way, almost no stars, invisible matter, holding shape, dark upon dark. The Hubble Deep Field, a patch of darkness smaller than a grain of sand held at arm's length, filled with 10,000 galaxies, each with billions of stars. You stare into nothing and find everything. The pale blue dot, Earth, a single pixel suspended in sunlight. Everything we love, everything we are, drifting, spinning, silent. The multiverse, infinite possibilities, infinite versions. In one, you are awake. In another, still falling, heavier, slower. The simulation theory, reality as code, particles as pixels, consciousness as computation. Perhaps the stars are servers, perhaps the void is data storage. Time dilation, closer to gravity. Slower you move through time on cosmic scales. Perhaps the future has already happened. Perhaps you're replaying. The Planck length, smallest measurable scale. Below it, space itself stops making sense, like dreams before waking. False vacuum, the idea that our universe is temporary, that one quantum fluctuation could rewrite physics, a cosmic reset. White holes, the reverse of black holes, expelling everything. Theoretical, never seen, maybe where universes begin. The Eridanus supervoid, even larger than Botas, too large for chance, perhaps carved out, perhaps empty for a reason. Magnetas, neutron stars with magnetic fields strong enough to erase credit cards from 1,000 miles. Once in 1,000 years they flare, and we listen. Zombie stars, supernovae that explode, then reignite. The dead refusing to die. Mirror matter, a shadow version of everything, passing through us, invisible, balanced, waiting. Laniakea, our home supercluster. 100,000 galaxies bound together. The word means immense heaven, and that's where you are, floating. Gravitational waves, ripples in space-time, two black holes merging, sending tremors through the fabric of everything. And you feel them, softly, rhythmically. Thump, thump, heavier. The universe keeps turning. Unexplainable mysteries keep whispering, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 unexplainable mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark.